In 2011, me and my best friend saw what we believed to be a living, breathing dinosaur, some sort of predatory raptor of some kind. We were visiting the Grand Canyon National State Park, and if you didn't know, the park is very expansive. Lots of time to travel, lots of places to explore and to go to. My friend and I spent many days going all over, exploring as much as we could. At one point, it was late afternoon, sometime between 3 and 5 p.m. The sun in the sky was beginning to set in the evening, but it wasn't quite evening yet, which is why I say late afternoon. We were sitting in this kind of canyon-like area. As we were sitting, collecting our thoughts, talking, and discussing the area we wanted to explore next, while upping on some water, my friend pointed out something watching us from the rocks above. I looked, following where his finger was pointing, and sure enough, something stuck out that looked like a large reptile from between the rocks. At first, we thought it was just a misidentification of maybe the environment or surrounding. Maybe, from the distance, it was just a large rock that appeared to be a reptile. We both began making comments saying how weird and out of place it looked, until it moved, and moved very much. Actually, its entire body began to move, and then it moved out in the open, between the rocks. My friend and I got a pretty good look at it. The coloration is very similar to that of an alligator or crocodile, a deep green, except it was closer to black than it was a green, so much darker, very heavy set, very muscly, and almost identical to that of a raptor. And I know this might sound cheesy, but the only dinosaur reference I could think that would give you an idea is Jurassic Park. It didn't exactly look like a raptor from that movie or that series, but you kind of get the idea. It looked exactly like some sort of predatory dinosaur, some carnivorous lizard that would have eaten us. This thing wasn't small by any means. It stood on two legs, hunched over, had its arms tucked into its body, and had a very large head. This wasn't a T-Rex, obviously, but it was larger than my friend and I, who were both 6'1" and 6 foot respectively. This thing stared at us, and was maybe 70 feet away, had very piercing yellow eyes, and dark skin like I said. We never really saw much of its teeth, but there were sharp teeth protruding from each jaw, kind of like a way a crocodile does. It just stared at us, kind of showing somewhat interest, and then maybe after 20 to 30 seconds, its attention was immediately shot over to its left, clearly disturbed by something, looked back at us, and then ran off between the rocks in the opposite direction. My friend and I used that moment as the perfect chance to flee, freaking out, not exactly sure what we had just seen. After we spent the rest of the day talking about it and going back to get out of there, we came to the conclusion that we believe we saw a living, breathing dinosaur, something we thought was extinct, but we have no way to actually come to any other conclusion than that. Nothing else fits the description we saw. If it was a lizard, it was sure the biggest lizard, most dinosaur-like looking lizard we had ever seen in our lives. And I'm pretty sure from pop culture and movies that there's only a few things that can remotely look like a dinosaur. And if it looks like a dinosaur, it probably is. So in the past year or so, I've been listening to your show, and I believe you have a couple episodes here and there that talk about dinosaur sightings, but it doesn't sound like a lot. So, I've been meaning to do this for a while, but I thought I would ask your opinion. Is it possible that my best friend and I actually saw a real living dinosaur? Possibly. There might be a small population of raptors living out here in the wilderness of Arizona. I mean, there's plenty of coverage and caves to hide in, but isn't it weird that nobody has really seen one, or at least reported of it? I don't know. I guess it's possible that a small sect of them could still be alive. I just don't know. Hello. I have family that live and work down in central Costa Rica. If you've never been there, it's beautiful. If you like hot, humid jungles, there's a lot to see, and it's very similar to ever being to Hawaii, if you've ever been there either. But other than that, I have nothing but positive things to say about my experience, which leads me to my story. I believe that my wife and I saw a living, breathing pterosaur flying in the sky, heading north. We were exploring around in the jungles, not too far off from where my family lives, admiring all the beauty, sights, and sounds. We weren't in the thicket of the jungle, like exploring with machetes and whatnot. We were close by to civilization, just traversing a little bit, exploring what we could. And before us was an open area that led to ocean, where my wife immediately spotted something large flying in the sky and wondered if there are such things as large tropical birds that traverse the country. Upon showing me, I realized even from the distance, the shape was wrong, and it was far too large to be a bird. I mean, if it was a bird, it was clearly the largest bird I've ever seen in my life. Basically Quetzalcoatl, if you will. When we looked at it, which we had plenty of time because it was taking its sweet time, flying across the sky, heading north, it looked exactly like you'd see a pterosaur. Just look up any illustration of a pterosaur. That's pretty much it. Long webbed wings, and a small tail right behind it that kind of had a spade shape at the end. A very long duckbill head, with even a crest at the top. It was easily hundreds of feet away, but high enough in the sky that gave away everything about its silhouette and shape. We were amazed by this, and talked to several of the locals afterwards. Many of them have also seen the same thing, and they too believe there are pterosaurs that still exist and inhabit the jungles of Costa Rica and other areas of Central America. Talk about incredible. You seem to be the expert on all things cryptids. Or at least I hope. For the sake of my sanity, maybe you can provide some answers with what I saw that day. So I'll give you some backstory. My name is Dean, and I had a pretty rough upbringing on eastern Texas. In fact, even all the way up to my mid-20s, was partying, drugs, alcohol, sex, debauchery, 3-day benders, if not more. Absolutely out of control. I grew up in a very bad environment, so it just very well translated into my adulthood. Well, fortunately, I had some close relatives who do care about my well-being, and just came into a situation where they could take me in, care for me, and kind of act as my rehab. So, I decided to take them up on the offer, having finally hit rock bottom and wanted to clean myself up. This relative of mine lived around 45 minutes north of Orlando, Florida, so I took a Greyhound bus there and spent almost a year there, cleaning myself up, changing my life around, and now I'm a much better person for it. Even having a dark past, it teaches you a lot of things about yourself. But enough about my background. As I was staying with this relative, they were kind enough to hook me up with a job from a friend of theirs who owned a very small company. I won't give the name or the area, but it was north of where I was living, so I made beautiful morning and afternoon commutes back and forth. One day, I saw something in the wilderness of Florida that will forever make me question what really exists out there. I was driving up there in the morning, heading north, on the Esmeralda Island Road, which this entire stretch of road is all marsh conservation area. It's pretty wild, and there's a lot of lakes and water around, like Lake Eustis and Lake Griffin, for example. As I'm driving, I noticed a black figure off to the side of my vehicle, running in the brush, keeping low. There are many sections of this marsh land that have no trees, so that means something big was purposely keeping low and keeping stealthy, but enough that I could still see a large shape keeping parallel with my vehicle and even speed. I began to get kind of concerned. What could it have been? I kept looking over out of curiosity, And the more I looked, the more concerned I grew, because this thing seemed to be intelligent, ducking behind brush, hiding, but also keeping up with my vehicle, almost crawling at an insane speed. I was thinking it might be a giant lizard or alligator, or maybe a huge snake. I wasn't sure. Once I drove into certain sections of the road that were covered in heavy foliage, I began to truly see the shape and silhouette of what it was. It appeared to be some sort of dinosaur-looking thing, or dinosaur man thing. I didn't get the best look in the world at this thing, but I did see the silhouette and kind of shape of it. It did look like it was upright, but also kind of looked like a large lizard-looking thing. Maybe dinosaur isn't the right word, but it kind of had a large dinosaur head on a human-like body. It was very large and very bulky. Think like a 9 or 10 foot tall linebacker, just massive broad shoulders and appearing to have a long alligator-like tail. So maybe I saw an alligator man or something. I mean, I've heard stories, but I never believed it. There's also stories of a skunk ape down here, which is, I guess, Bigfoot, but I've never seen that either, so I don't know how much I believe. But I can't refute what I saw this day, even though I didn't get the best look at it, because I was driving, and it was keeping parallel with my vehicle. But something large and man-like, and alligator-looking like, definitely was following me in my car, for quite a distance actually. I'm no Everglades or swamp biologist, but I'm trying to think, what is that size? What is shaped like a big gorilla or a man, but yet has the head of a large dinosaur or alligator, and a long tail trailing behind it, that is also incredibly fast, enough to keep up with a vehicle, and also duck and keep stealth cover behind brush. Very limited brush, might I add. Nothing comes to mind that I know of, so I either A, hallucinated it all, or B, encountered a cryptid of some kind that is natural to the Florida swamp area. Did I encounter an alligator man, or was this a half man, half dinosaur? Even entertaining the idea just seems absolutely silly and ridiculous, but I know for a fact I did see something, and it was far too real to just hallucinate. I've been off drugs for a long time, and have never seen anything or any distortion of shapes or phantoms or silhouettes, even when I was on drugs. So for this just to happen out of the blue, and make the brush and everything else around it move, and to see a silhouette like this, there's just no way I was hallucinating. And pair that with the stories of people that I've heard talk about the alligator man in Florida. I don't know. Maybe there really is something around here. I was hoping that by sharing my experience with you, and hopefully you could share it with your audience, that maybe people would give me feedback and provide me with the truth that there are more sightings and encounters of this same cryptid out there, that's either a human dinosaur creature or truly an alligator man that does roam the swamps. Thank you. Hello again, what lurks beneath. This is the Facebook werewolf guy here, with another true experience, as promised. Last story was mostly supernatural, about Ouija boards, but I know your channel is cryptid focused, so I decided to wait on another account that I've had, and give a short but quick real experience with the cryptid sighting that I had this past summer of 2019. I watch a channel that is fairly focused regularly, and she had done a video at the time that mentioned fairy cats, which conjured up some fair memories. I commented, and this is this. Well, this time wasn't as weird as the last two times, where I had not thought about your channel, until right up to the day where you uploaded new material. But I must admit this time, I thought about your channel a few times over the last week, and I thought this would help. I live out near the woods in Central Florida, and I decided to take care of some stray cats who were hanging out near my home. A male and a female. They eventually had kittens. All seemed well. I tried to keep the female in the house, but my poodle kept trying to mate with her, and it obviously didn't work out. Then, strangely, One by one, over a couple of weeks, they began to disappear. I didn't understand what was going on. I never heard any commotion or anything outside at night. I eventually spoke to a neighbor who also strangely has 2 poodles, and she said she stopped letting them out at night because one night she saw a dark shadow, the size of a mid-sized dog, chasing after them, but it stopped at the edge of the woods. Then, another neighbor said that she saw a shadow near the woods, trying to take her cat one evening and stop letting her out entirely. I tried 3 shelters to save the remaining cats, but none would take them. I took them back home, and still, every morning, I'd find another missing, and because they were wild, caging didn't work. They destroyed the cage, knocked the litter all over the place, and would cry all night when I did that, so I let them out. In a few days, they were all gone. I'm heartbroken over it, but what could I do? I couldn't take them for a ride. No one might have picked them up, and they still could have died. It's just so strange I never heard a sound. Not a fight or a scream or squealing or anything. Just disappearing one by one. Seeing your video about fairy cats brought back memories. Good ones, of course. Raisin, the mom, looked like the Meow Mix cat. Her mate, I called Tabby, was a tabby cat. The little black one, I called Coley. The 2 gray twins, I called the 2 Diddies. The little Ray got her name because she looked like the mom, and Tabs Jr. looked like the dad. I love them, and they're just gone. Drives me nuts not knowing exactly what happened. No sound, no noise, nothing. Creepy, and sad to say the least. Okay, so that was my first comment on her video. Not too long after, so many weeks later or so, I commented again, letting her know that I saw the culprit that did it. Well, finally discovered what killed my cats, and no telling what else. I'm drunk and upset, but it's the truth. I saw a canine-type chupacabra run across the front lawn at dusk. Leather gray skin and a puff of white hair on the tip of its tail. It was not normal. Though the size of a shepherd, it was thin, gangly, and strange. A kind of long torso and hunched back. I saw it out my window for 2 seconds. An hour later, I went on at night with a flashlight to investigate. I found a fat rabbit in the very small man-made pond in the front yard. I used a rake to help it escape drowning, since it could not get out. It probably jumped in to escape that monster. I'm positive that's what took my cats. I love those cats and kittens. Nature sucks and blows. Where are the protective fairy spirits of the forest to defend the innocent lives of animals? My question is cynical, as well as rhetorical. So that's my story. Quick and to the point. Nasty, upsetting story, but true. Again, appreciate you reading my stories to you and your audience. Be careful, stay safe, and to quote another favorite channel of mine, this world is a strange one. I spent the vast majority of my teenage life living with my grandfather and aunt. They owned a few dogs, a couple cats, and 2 horses. I distinctly remember my grandfather one night shooting at something that he believed was a chupacabra. Funny thing is, this was in the late 90s. I had never even heard of a chupacabra before. Not until the early 2000s, when it kind of became popularized on TV. Shows like Sci-Fi and Discovery Channel, where they would have those cryptid shows that talk about Bigfoot. Then, they began talking about a small dog-like creature, or at least what they thought was, that was draining the blood out of animals. While some thought this to be the work of alien abduction, my grandfather got a good look at the creature that was responsible. Going out one morning to take care of his 2 prized horses, one was found dead in its stall, 2 large puncture holes found in its neck. What was alarming was that the puncture holes in its neck were 3/4 of an inch in diameter. That's huge, and they were 1.5 inches apart. No blood, nothing. It was as if the blood had just completely drained out of the horse. The horse also appeared to have been dead for several days, even though my grandfather had just tended his horses the night prior. I can remember that being a very hard loss for my grandfather. Since Grandma died, he became really attached to those 2 horses, spent a lot of time with them, riding them. He was definitely an animal lover, and losing that one horse, that was really rough. That same night, this thing came back on, which would I believe to claim the life of the other horse. He had his rifle ready, and when it came on, near the stall, he got a good look at it, and coming from someone like my grandfather, he was pretty scared. He said that the bullets appeared to go right through it, and that it appeared as if this creature had crawled right out of the pits of hell, or at least appeared to be that way, aesthetically. In fact, he kept making references of like a large cat, or even a saber-toothed cat, mentioning how it had large protruding canines coming from the front of its mouth that were oversized for its entire body, and was ultimately terrified by the sheer speed and force that this creature seemed to possess. He called it otherworldly, and said he has never in his entire 86 years of life seen anything remotely close to what he saw. It wasn't a wolf, and it wasn't no dog. This thing was larger, and was almost a smoky black color. He also talked about the horrendous smell of sulfur and rotting meat. I don't know if that has anything to do with the actual sightings of Chupacabra, but it was a very interesting note. I'm now 42, and my grandfather has long since passed away, but this encounter has always stuck out to me, because even though I didn't physically see it, my grandfather was very much shaken up, and our little farm, our little home, was attacked by one of these things. So, in a way, I like to say that we actually had a real-life encounter with these things. I'm not writing this into you with the claim to know anything about cryptids or anything that goes on in the world, but I can share my disturbing experiences, at least one. I had some pretty close friends who lived in the Navajo reservation. Believe me, I know they have their own sets of standards and rituals and lots of crazy weird things that happen on their own reservation. A lot of things I don't quite know about or understand. But I tried to ignore all that the best I could. And I spent time there often because my friends were, well, very hospitable and would always want me over, enjoying time with their family and other relatives. Because of this, we would spend time outside often, not during the nighttime, of course, but during the day, exploring, going on hikes when we could. And I'll never forget one day where my friend and his family took me out to this really cool place that I'm not going to name because I feel like naming it would be leading people to go there, assuming you are going to read this. But this place is kind of higher up, and it's actually in Arizona, a little ways away from the reservation. We drove out because my friend and his family have family that live out there. Anyway, on this trail, about 3 p.m., we found at least 4 or 5 dead coyotes, all of them having their blood completely drained of their body. And even the way they had died, they had this terrible expression on their face, as if they died in terror, and they had huge gash marks on their neck. Not like a knife, but like something bit or torn to their neck. No other part of their body was ripped open, cut open, sliced. No damage, nothing. It's as if something had just tore their neck and left. The other strange thing was there was no blood anywhere around them, nor was the wound on their necks bloody at all. Their body also didn't appear to be decaying, which is very weird. As you know, any cadaver left under extreme heat conditions rots and decays pretty quickly, especially when there's humid conditions. But these had clearly been there for what appeared to be days, but also appear to be fresh. Let me explain a little better. Fresh, as in there was no flies, like it was a fresh cadaver, but the corpses clearly looked a little bit old, like they were kind of mummified in a way. It was very strange, and I think it was because a lack of any apparent body fluids. I had never seen anything quite like it. The marks on their neck, all at the same spot, the same size, kind of looked like a mix between a gash and a tear. It's hard to really explain how it looked, but it was very strange, and it all creeped us out. In fact, after about a mile or so, we ended up turning back, because these corpses were littered almost all over the trail. This isn't a public nature preserve trail, just more of a little private area that their family frequents. This has always bothered me for a long time, mainly because I never know who to talk to get answers. But after watching a lot of your videos, I feel like you might have a pretty well-educated opinion and guess on what it is that I saw. When I was 12, me and a few friends ventured through a local graveyard, a rather large one, actually. I don't know, maybe 10 plus acres? It's a pretty large graveyard. Anyway, being 12 years old, we thought it was fun and very creepy. But the actual story takes place when we saw something towards the center of the cemetery. Like most cemeteries, it wasn't filled with spooky owls or dead trees or mist. It was your pretty stereotypical North American cemetery. Lots of graves, a black iron fence surrounding, and lots of very much alive trees. But on this night, around maybe 1 in the morning, it's obviously pitch black, tucked away from the road, and all we had was flashlights. All 3 of us, including me, saw this creature, which scurried away, very strangely. When we saw movement up ahead, we all shone our lights, and by the way, at this point, we're walking towards the center of the cemetery, where there is an incredibly large oak tree. We shine our lights because we think we saw movement, and sure enough, this large figure comes heading out to the right and leaps and jumps, but it was walking on all 4. We only saw it for a couple of seconds, and to give you the best description, it was a pale white-gray color, on all 4s, kind of like a hairless dog, but I can vividly and distinctly remember these long spikes or spines coming out of its back and back legs. The head was much more humanoid. It kind of looked a little bit dog-like, but very alien-like. Large black eyes, and it had these massive fangs coming out of its mouth. I'm not talking about just vampire fangs. I mean large fangs for every teeth, like there were too many teeth for its mouth. It didn't really look in our direction, but its mouth was open, and this thing was a pretty good-sized animal. It kind of hesitated for a second, jumped out of the oak tree, and then off it went into the night. It moved so fast that our flashlights could not keep up. It scared all of us, and so we left and ran away. We've always talked about it since, and I'm still really good friends with those 3 kids that I did that with. We bring it up casually, always wondering, what is it that we saw that night? While one of us speculates it was the rake, or a crawler, I'm not so sure that it fits the descriptions. Sounds like it could be something alien, or more than that. What's your opinion? I don't know if any of you have had a similar experience, but when I sleep in the same room with somebody else, and that person wakes up, I usually wake up too. Not because the person tries to wake me up, or makes any noise or anything. It just happens. This happened a few months ago. I'm sleeping in my room. It's the middle of the night, and I suddenly wake up. The sensation when I woke up feels the same as said above, except I am alone in the room, or at least I think. I open up my eyes. The first thing I see is a silhouette, leaning above me, staring into my face from several centimeters. The funny thing is, it's not leaning above me from beside the bed, but it's standing there through the bed at me. It does not have eyes as we know them. I'm just staring into a pair of black vortexes and a blue-white, semi-transparent silhouette. And it's not the only one in there. There are 3 or 4 of the others in the room too. The impression I have about them is like they're looking over my room, nodding their heads and thinking, "Oh, that's a nicely decorated room here." It takes me a few moments before I process, because I'm still half sleeping. But when I realize I am suddenly full awake, scared as heck. At the same moment, they are gone. Or maybe they are still there, but I just can't see them. It feels more like in the moment of realization that I got fully awake. I just couldn't perceive the part of specter they are in. I don't know how to describe it better. And that's it. I'm sitting on my bed, trying to replay the situation in my head, and try to think again what that was about, without any chance to fall asleep again. Okay, it's been a little while now since this happened. It was sometime in mid-2013. I was living for quite a while on the island of Kauai in Hawaii. I had a good friend coming visit me from Mississippi, a place I've lived before. I was thinking, what is the one thing I could show him that would really blow his mind? So, one of the more obvious answers I thought was, I'll show him this really cool valley. I don't know if you guys have ever seen this place, but it is truly one of the most beautiful and alien places on planet Earth. Getting to the valley requires at least 11 miles of hiking, and there are no roads to get there. I had been there before, a month or 2 ago, and was completely blown away. So, we set up our provisions and whatnot for camping, only for 2 nights, and I got a friend to get us a boat ride into the valley, bypassing the hike in. 2 days later, we get on a beautiful ride in the morning, and we get to ride in by cliff's edge and through the caves with luminescent water and tides cascading and canopying over tiny islands of rock near the land. Amazing. Arriving at our destination, we jumped out into the water with our things in giant trash bags so they did not get wet, and making our way to land. We do a short little hike to the beach where we will be camping. I think we set up camp somewhat. After relaxing a little bit, I realized that the beach is way lower tide than the last time I visited. My adventurous spirit began to move my legs toward the extra beach. We walked for quite a long time, maybe even a mile after where the beach ended my last trip, seeing only a few kayakers, until we finally reached the end of the beach and the final cave. There must have been 4 caves I explored already, and I couldn't get enough of it. We were amazed to see a fairly large cave with hundreds of rocks stacked on top of each other, right there in front of us. I had seen this plenty of times on the island, and I knew that these kinds of rocks signify you're in a sacred place that is not to be disturbed, but to be respected. The cave had a sense of intense quietness about it. My friend actually refused to enter because the way it felt. Fortunately for the existence of this story, I let myself be drawn right into my curiosity. I walked in between the rocks, on the sand and into the cave. I turned to my right, noticing the cave funneling and sloping down for a distance of 30 feet, towards an even smaller entrance, within about 15 feet tall and 10 feet wide. Roughly, of course. This second entrance was total darkness, and within seconds of entering the larger cave, I turned looking and saw, in the second entrance, a white figure, skinny with bright eyes, staring my way. I literally would not have been able to see it had it not been so pale white. Another reason it stood out was its eyes. They glowed like a fish's eyes, and were about 3 times bigger than ours. It was at least 6 foot tall and naked. I didn't make out the exact facial features of it, there wasn't too much light. But here's the key point. I witnessed a very strange habit of this creature that would later cement its own existence to me. It did this behavioral thing where it only showed the left side of its body and kept the right side hidden behind the left-hand cave wall. Its left leg was not fully protruding, but the left arm was gripping the wall, and its head poking out. I noticed the creature at this point. Then, unsure that I had seen it, it moved its full left leg out and torso, and I saw most of its body, except its bottom right leg. We locked eyes, and after a moment of recognition from both sides, I swear to you, insect-like reflexes, it jolted back behind the left wall so quickly that I doubted that I had seen it at all. My eyes, adjusting to the pitch-black darkness, made me think I just hallucinated it. And yet, I had certainly seen it. I described to my friend what I had seen, even got my headlamp on. I know that this was the dumb person in a horror movie thing to do, but I literally had this fire inside me, telling me I had to know what was in there. I felt like I had to make contact with something really important, and I had this longing that honestly came as a surprise to me with its intensity and inspiration. Try as might, I could not convince my friend to go in with me. I was like, come on, man. I really don't want to go in alone. Just come with me. But he was way smarter. Stayed watching me at the entrance. I tried 2 times to go beyond the threshold of the pitch-black second cave within. Too freaked out. But when I tried to leave and just let it go, in my mind, I just couldn't. How could I act like I just didn't care and leave? On the 3rd time I made it in, treading slowly, checking the ceiling with my headlamp, because honestly, this thing can probably climb walls as far as I know. Inspecting quickly, I noticed the whole room was empty. The second cave wasn't very big, but what I did notice was that to my left, the ceiling sloped down to the floor, and near where it would have met the ground was an opening. It was about 3 feet from the floor, and there was a small pool of water there that could have led into another cave beyond, or who knows what. At that point, I knew my limits. Seeing the reflexes I witnessed earlier, I knew there was just no way of catching up to it, and I left. My friend and I went back to camp, got some dead-ended answers from some locals about the experience, went to sleep that night feeling somewhat awkward, knowing what could be out there in the dark. We were both a bit skittish. I remember now, with any kind of sounds that were heard that night. Okay, so I would like to share my personal opinion about this sighting of this creature, which I refer to as a cave dweller. It is not a demon or evil. I didn't feel threatened or scared in any rational way. The only thing that was threatened was my belief that things like this cannot exist in this wide, vast universe within universes. I had this feeling like we were both at the same stage in our lives. I know it's hard to explain, but I had this feeling like we were both mirroring each other's respective experience in that one moment. I had this hit that I had a similar effect on it that it had on me. Maybe out of ignorance of my being, or maybe because I didn't just scream and run away. It saw me, and there was recognition in some way. I understand a little more how silly it is to expect that things don't happen to people every day, or maybe ever. At a time in my life where I'm growing more and more rational, I felt incredibly honored to have had this experience, to really open my mind to what's truly out there. I have seen a few videos with creatures like the one I saw. A great many of them are fake, and I did my best to research the ones I believe are real. When I first left the cave, my mind went through all these scenarios of doubt. I also took pictures of the cave because, at first, it was so genuinely amazing. But here's the frustrating part. I actually filmed a video that ended just minutes before I saw this thing, but it's still good. Thank you so much for reading. I hope somebody with a similar experience will feel validated by this story. I want to say that this may or may not have been a humanoid encounter. I may have just been dreaming. But if that's the case, I have never had a dream so absolutely lucid or realistic. In my dreams, I'm usually always compelled in my actions. But in this reoccurring situation, I'm in full control, and I can feel and smell everything. So, this first came about sometime when I was around 11 or 12, which puts this around 2009 or 2010. I can't really remember which. I just know it was this point when I frequently stayed with my great-grandma, shortly before my great-granddad passed away of cancer. It is in northwestern Georgia, in Chattooga County. Pretty rural, by most standards. Just a couple of thousand people around, anyway. I'd been staying with my great-grandparents then, in their pretty large house, in a very rural neighborhood. About 4 houses in total, all sparsely spread at the end of a road, somewhat near a nice lake and park. At some time, around 1 in the morning, I decided to get up from my bed, walk down the long hall to the living room, and get myself a glass of water from the kitchen that basically connects directly to the living room. Walk down the hall as normal, but when I approached the doorless entry to the living room, I instantly felt like something was wrong. It felt like time itself had slowed, and the moonlight that shined into the living room from our large side windows didn't quite look right. I then understood what was so amiss to me. The lights in the living room were on, but in a way, there was a yellowish light, like somebody had cut the lights on as normal, but it wasn't the same as what I had always grown up with. They were slightly off. I walked a few steps around the corner, thinking I had figured out what was bothering me so much. Well, I was wrong. I turned the corner, and in the midpoint of the room, about 6 or 7 feet from me, was a tall figure in this obscure cloak. To the left and right of him were 2 much smaller figures, but they seemed to disappear as soon as I focused any attention to them. I can't even be sure what they looked like. The smaller ones were the classic gray alien shape that I am now aware of, but whenever I tried to glance to them, they just sort of faded into an indescribable there but not there shape. The best way I can describe it is if a shape became the static you would see on a TV screen, or if they had been drawings, they would have been hastily scribbled in. My eyes darted from the tall figure to them, at which point they sort of disappeared, and then back to the tall figure. This was all I could do before the tall one was alerted, seemingly by then disappearing. The tall one was somehow much more unnerving than the other 2. When I looked at him from behind, he was incredibly tall, reaching the ceiling. He had to hunch over a small bit in order to not hit his head. That was the strangest thing, though. When viewed from behind, his black cloak only extended up to the height of a very tall person, and ended. But when he turned around, he was much taller. It was like his head was totally invisible from behind. Now, the tall one is the biggest thing about this whole story. He turns around, and it's like everything around me just warped. Remember when I said earlier that everything felt wrong or out of place in general? It got intensified by several orders of magnitude as soon as he turned around. Somehow, seemed to gain several feet in height. And look at me. He seemed very surprised that I was even there. Sound seemed to completely fade away. But I remember exactly what he smelled like. I couldn't place it then, but after spending the next several months visiting my great-granddad in the hospital, then going to his funeral, I can affirm that it was indeed the smell of death. The kind of smell that you only find in places with people dying. It's very specific. Not a horrible stench, but you can feel its morbidity. It's like it thickens the air. The moment he turned around and looked at me, 2 things happened. First, I became instantaneously paralyzed. I couldn't move. I could not scream. I could only stand. I did not feel like I was there, and I couldn't help but think that I shouldn't be there. I had an instant, overwhelming feeling that I shouldn't be there at that exact moment in time, that exact place. I saw his face. It was very much like what would be considered the standard gray alien face, although incredibly white. Not a bright white, but an unnaturally white form of white. Just dulled, blemish-free, no hair, no variance in coloration. He had a large conish head, small mouth, small nose holes, but his almond-shaped eyes were absolutely horrifying. I don't think I've ever seen anything remotely as disturbing. They looked like they didn't belong in this plane of existence, like a 2D or 4D object existing in a 3D world. I could only see his face, the rest of what I could assume to be his body, still underneath his black cloak. The worst came next. He seemed to just look at me in some form of panicked curiosity for a moment or two, with me still literally paralyzed in fear. Then, he produced a long arm from the side of his cloak, with thin, elongated fingers. He bent his body towards me, as though one would bend over to pick up something, but bent forward towards me. His mouth seemed to expand impossibly wide for his head. His hand creeped closer to me, and right as it touched my face, I lost consciousness, woke up the next morning. The scariest part of the whole ordeal was what I felt when he saw me. I was sure he was going to kill me, but not in a way you would expect, like the fear of getting stabbed or shot at. When he saw me, I felt like every part of me would be absolutely annihilated. I'm atheistic, and still was at the time, but it felt like for that one brief moment, I had a soul, and he was going to steal it from me. It's such an immense feeling of dread, thinking that even more than your very life is about to become nothing. When I woke up, everything was not as it was when I had went to sleep, or when I had woken up originally to get some water. That is what scares me most to this day, confirming to me that this was not a simple dream. While I had originally went to sleep in my bed in a room down the hall from the living room, I woke up in an obscure position on the living room couch. It was early in the morning, probably about 6 or 7 a.m., judging from the light outside. So, I went back into my bedroom, crawled into bed. It was only after I made it into my bedroom that I remembered what had just happened to me. I became mortified, covered myself under a blanket, and waited until I heard the sounds of my great-grandma cooking bacon in the kitchen. That was when I came out of my room and went back to the living room. Fast forward about 2 years later. My great-granddad is now dead. I'm a bit older, and I kept having dreams about the tall one that I saw that one night. I had these dreams somewhat often, but every time I would wake up in a cold sweat, usually unable to sleep for the rest of the night. The dreams were most frequently short after the first encounter, and every night for 4 nights in a row before the second, which I now detail. The second time I saw him, it played out much like the first. I get out of bed, sometime around 2 or 3 in the morning, went to the kitchen to get a Dr. Pepper this time, instead of water. Around 3/4 of the way down the hall, I remembered what had happened that night, and I instantly freeze. I could feel them close again. I could feel the aura of wrongness that I had originally felt before the first time that I saw them. It's a very specific feeling. I try to turn around, sneak back to my room, or my great-grandma's, or my grandparents who had come to live with us after the death of my great-granddad. I couldn't turn around, though. I felt absolutely compelled to continue into the living room. It was like I didn't have a choice. But suddenly, I felt very okay with the idea. Like I was calm, despite what I knew was going to happen. Sure enough, in the living room was the tall one, but he was already facing the entrance to the living room, where I was walking from, and he was unaccompanied this time. He also did not smell. There was no smell, but I could hear a faint humming, and it sounded like it was coming from outside. We lived near a highway, so it could have been a car, but it did not sound like one. He knew that I knew he was there, and I'm pretty sure he was the one that calmed me and forced me to come into the living room. He seemed much more approachable this time, but he did the exact same as before. Studied me for a moment, with a very small smile, then put me to sleep with his hand. Again, I woke up on the couch. When I woke up, I felt less horrified about what had happened, and more curious as to why. I remember distinctly feeling like I was trapped by fate into seeing him multiple times, like I was sure it would happen again, whether I wanted it to or not. Throughout the years, I never distinctly remembered meeting him again, but he did appear in my dreams. I moved twice, and he was still there, about every 6 months. Sometimes it was a singular appearance in my dreams. Other times, it was up to 3 nights in a row. On the 4th night, after I had the 3rd dream, I stayed up at night, sitting in the living room of my new house, waiting to see him, but I never did. Instead, I woke up, still in the living room, but upside down against my couch, with my legs up in the air, my upper back on the floor, and my lower back resting on the edge of the couch cushion. Several blankets were haphazardly spread around me, and my underwear was around my knees for some reason. I guess he knocked me out before I was able to see him, and he did whatever he does. And all this time, I still have no idea what he actually was doing, or why it was me. I still was very unnerved every time he was in my dreams, but I was less surprised. I haven't had a dream about him in nearly 2 years now, but I am posting this because I recently had a dream with a different entity. I'm pretty sure that it was one of the smaller beings that were with the tall one on the first encounter. He was a very stereotypical small gray alien, wearing a dull red, almost maroon cloak. He greeted me, and long story short, we wound up talking about a lot of things. He told me about the eventual fate of the world, succumbing to environmental issues if we did not stop pollution. He told me the countries of the world forming superpowers, eclipsing most smaller nations, one of them being formed from the US, the other from Russia, and 1 or 2 others coming from Australia and its surrounding lands, or maybe somewhere a short distance off the coast of southern Brazil. I'm not 100% sure, but I do remember the ones about the US and Russia. I asked him if he could share any technological information with me. He told me he could, but it would be limited. He was only permitted to show me a few things. I asked him for a source of limitless power. He drew up a diagram for me, and it struck me as an electrical diagram of some sort. But I knew that it made no sense, so it may be something else entirely. Anyway, this was a bit ago, so I can't be 100% certain of the exact diagram, but it was close. Maybe try hypnosis on me, or some other form to recall it better. I do know, however, that some sort of diagonal resistor-like symbol was in the location on the paper. There was some type of bulb-looking structure on the right side, although it might be inverted as compared to what's in the picture. I know there was a series of boxes with overlapping lines on the left. Anyway, that's the end of my tale for now. I sort of await my next encounter, as the hooded one in the dream did tell me we would meet again. Can someone please tell me if they know what the diagram might be of that I'm speaking about? Any thoughts or opinions on my experience? I really want to know what's been happening. I may not have been able to completely convey what happened right, as this was typed in a hurry. But if you have any questions or comments, please ask away. When I was in my first year of college, I lived with my mother by ourselves. My dad had passed the year before, and we moved out of the house shortly thereafter. I was glad because I had suffered a lot of paranormal trauma growing up, and I was glad to get out of that house. One night, I was driving home on Highway 111 north after youth group, and I saw something that still bewilders me. It was lightly raining that night. Mist crawled across the road from the cow fields on either side. The lights from the few gas stations nearby were reflected in the wet asphalt. I was driving about 3 car lengths behind a dark minivan with nobody else in sight on the roads. All of a sudden, I see the van swerve to miss something in the middle of the road. I was going too fast, and the road was too slick to miss it. All of a sudden, I saw, framed in my headlights and silhouetted in the glowing red brake lights of the van speeding away, a tall, muscular man with the upper shoulders and head of a buck. It was like a minotaur, but a deer head instead of a bull, and glowing red eyes. I clenched, bracing for impact, passing right through the figure. It was like it dissolved right into the mist. I'm used to swerving to miss deer at night, but I should have nailed this thing on the driver's side. Nothing. I was too afraid to look in the rearview mirror as I gassed it and sped home. I was only a couple of miles away, which was both comforting and terrifying at the same time. I raced in the door, locked it behind me. I told my mom, who laughed it off, but disconcerted at my pale, clammy complexion. I only later found out doing research that my description matched what I think I saw was a Wendigo, a Native American legend that was terrifying to me as a child, although I'd never heard of it described like this. I never heard of any creature like this until that night, that dark night on that highway. I will never forget it. We used to have a cabin up in northern Minnesota. I'll actually get specific, as this has been haunting me for a while. We used to have a cabin on McDougal Lake here in Minnesota. It was on the middle McDougal Lake and was very unpopulated. We used to hunt between Road 103 and 106. We'd usually set up stands along the Stony River. Let it be known that we had never seen anything out of the ordinary out there until my sophomore year of high school. My brother and I woke up earlier so we could get to the deer stand before the morning light. Spent the day at our stand, not hearing really anything. A deer came walking towards us on the logging road. We waited for a bit longer, as it was a solid 10-pointer. Then, out of nowhere, it runs off. My brother, muttering some curse words, headed back to our truck and parked along 103. As we're walking on the old logging trail, we began to almost feel lightheaded at that exact same time. I remember all my senses going into what I describe as hyperdrive. For the first time in my life, I felt afraid. We approached a hill, and suddenly, we heard the most disgusting scream ever. This thing ran from our left to our right, about 15 yards in front of us. It resembled a human, but was a different color. And the eyes, that is what I'll never forget. Its eyes were massive, and it ran in a bizarre sideways motion, but was really fast. I'll never forget hearing it continue to run off into the woods, and then stop. We ran to our car, booked up back to the cabin. Next day, we come out with Papa, Dad, 2 uncles, and 3 cousins, and found the tracks. The only way I can possibly describe them is that they looked like an infinite sign with webbed appendages, and the imprint was further in the ground than the back part. My Papa, who had been in the woods his whole life, Native American who did tracking, and was also the director of human rights in Minnesota for a while, said, "We need to leave." He sold the cabin and never told us about it. To this day, things with big eyes terrify me. I actually screamed the first time I saw that ridiculously progressive ad on Facebook with her huge eyes. I am so glad I... 2007 to 2008. My cousin and I were often at my grandparents' in upstate New York, where we lived. Out in the country, they owned about 20 acres of old farmland, so there were many open spaces, about 5 acres of woods that my grandpa used to log. One night, me, my dad, my aunt, my uncle, and my cousin were camping at the cabin at the edge of the biggest field on the land, as we did usually during the summertime. At about 10 to 11, my dad, cousin, and I decided to go for a small walk to the other end of the field, conjoined to the large field. Outside expanses have always unnerved me, especially at night. So, I was a bit reluctant, but I went anyway. Once we crested the knoll and turned the corner from the cabin, so a small hedgerow was blocking us from eyeshot, we began to hear a violent rustling from the woods, along with branches snapping, so we all stopped. Once we stopped, 2 large creatures, one large one and a shorter, smaller one, ran by us, close enough for all of us to feel the wind blow by. These things were bipedal and fast. Faster than any biped I have ever heard of. They ran about 20 or 30 yards away from us. All of us, now frozen with fear and shock, and stopped, then turned to look at us once they felt they were at a safe distance. They just stood there, silent, with a curious or possibly frightened gaze for what appeared to be forever. They then turned and ran at the same speed for the rest of the 150 yards in 1 minute. As I said, they were extremely fast. As I've grown up, I've realized that many odd things can be seen and heard in rural New York. But this was the first and the last sighting I've ever had of this kind. I had the most amazing experience at our local Walmart, of all places, in Plymouth, Indiana, about 10 or so years ago. It was a normal day where my daughters, both teenagers at the time, and I went to the store around noon to go get some groceries. After I parked the car and was getting out, I noticed the car I parked beside had a mixed theme going on of extreme gothic hippie 70s. I've seen a lot of themes in my day, but never those two combined together. I sort of chuckled, thought it reminded me of somebody trying to blend in that wasn't from around here. My daughters agreed it was unusual, a very unusual combination of decor, but they thought it was cool. As we were walking into the store, there was a couple in their late 20s coming out pushing their cart. I knew right away this couple belonged to the vehicle I parked beside. I smiled at them and said hello. They both looked at each other, and then at me, without saying anything. I thought they were an adorable-looking couple. Both very tall and lean, elongated faces. Their arms were longer than most people's. They looked very much alike, as though they were brother and sister, but were acting as though they were a couple. Even their hairstyles were identical. Both had long, straight black hair cut in the same style. Their apparel matched their vehicle, a combo of extreme gothic with hippie 70s style. They were lacking jewelry of any kind. You know, the jewelry was hanging on their rearview mirror in the car. Neither had piercings or tattoos. I'm going to give a little background story to help readers grasp the feel of Plymouth. If you weren't born and raised here, you would probably think you'd stepped into the episode of The Twilight Zone. I was raised in a small town 50 miles away, where everyone was welcome, and a stranger was just a new friend in the making. We greeted everybody we came across with a smile and a few kind words. We moved here in 1997, noticed right away that people here were not very friendly if they did not know you. Heaven forbid, smiling at somebody and saying hello to somebody you do not know. You don't see anybody in the crowded store stopping in the aisles, talking with one another. To this day, most of the residents walk along, looking down at the ground. I don't know if it's something you ever get used to, but it becomes the norm to see on a daily basis. You can spot another outsider a mile away, because they're friendly. The first words out of their mouths are, "Oh, you aren't from here, are you?" Okay, back to the phenomenal experience that day. I'm not sure if it all started with me smiling and saying hello to the couple coming out of the doors as we were going in, but that's the moment it began. As my daughters and I were going through the store, we spotted the couple again, inside, pushing their cart as though they had not left the store. I remember thinking they must have forgotten something and came back to get more items. I noticed them checking out again, and then the fun begins. We did a ton of zigzagging through the store, as is usual when shopping with two teenage girls. I had just watched the couple push their cart back outside into the parking lot. Then seconds later, they appeared right beside us, pushing their cart past us. I lit up like a kid at Christmas, because it was impossible for them to get from outside parking lot to where they were in the span of a few seconds. I asked the girls if they saw that too, and they both nodded, looked at me like, how did they do that? We all started laughing. They were jumping time, or able to jump from one distance to another, in just seconds. It became hilarious at one point when we were looking around to see if anybody else was seeing what we were. If anybody else did, they surely weren't letting on like they were seeing it. It was like old times in Plymouth, with everybody looking down at the ground as you walked by them. I can't really explain what was going on, other than they were playing around, having a blast doing it. 1 minute, you'd spot them, and then poof, they were just gone. I told my girls I wanted to be able to do that. Be one place, and then next thing you know, appear 200 yards away. As we were leaving the store, headed to our car, the couple walked past us again, headed into the store, but they had just been behind us at the checkout. Was it all because we noticed them as we were leaving the store? I'll never know. What I do know is we all had fun that day and enjoyed the euphoric experience and are thankful that we were allowed to see their capabilities and share their fun. I was given a gift that day, and I will always cherish. The gift of knowing we have visitors here from other places, and at the right time, being allowed to see the impossible. I confess, I felt like a kid again that day, where anything and everything was possible. I'm still learning for how to jump from point A to point B in the blink of an eye. My best friend called me later that day, and I was so excited to tell her about my experience. She was supposed to have gone along with us that day, and she was bummed out that she had missed it. She asked me if I would go to the store with her, and so I said yes. She came and picked me up. I told her that I highly doubted that they would still be around, but she wanted to check it out anyway. I only live about 20 minutes from the store, and it probably took her another 20 to get from her house to pick me up. As we pulled into Walmart, there was this massive vehicle, the size of a luxury camper. It was all black, tinted windows, and a satellite on top, parked at the back of the parking lot. I got a really eerie feeling from it, and wondered if it might be my phone conversation had been overheard by somebody, or maybe whoever was working with the security camera feed at the store had somehow maybe spotted the couple on the tapes, popping back and forth between different parts of the store and parking lot. Whatever the case, I had a bad feeling that they were looking for the couple. I've never come across that same couple in town again, but have had some unique encounters since, and have listened about a few other encounters from other people. My friend signed up with some internet site she received through an email where you can report activity if you've seen something. It was some live application. I'd have to ask her what the name of it was. They had some strange happenings going on, so she reported it. She calls me the next day crying. She felt horrible about it. She told me that the trucks with trailers and military vehicles pulled up, Dozens of men, dressed in camo, combing the fields and swamp area by her house down the road, by her sister's house. I asked her what she thought was going on, and she really had no idea. She just got caught up in the moment and reported the incident. We have no idea if there's a correlation. With such rapid response time to reported sightings, and even unreported sightings, I believe that here is a being monitored regularly. Galaxies or dimensions. They're definitely here living among us, and blending in quite well. I was 18 at the time, and one day, I decided to go hunting. I had my shotgun and a bag of shells with me. I shot at a few birds and rabbits here and there. I was in the middle of the woods by myself, and I was about to pack it in, when I heard some strange rustling from the bushes. I then caught a glimpse of what I thought was a dogman. It appeared roughly 7 feet tall and had a dog-like face with really long hair. It also had a long tail, like that of a wolf. I began to panic and I pointed my gun at the creature. I shot at it, and it let out a high-pitched scream. I then ran as fast as I could. It didn't chase me until I ran back to my truck, though. I got into my truck and started it. Then I drove off. I went home and never told anybody about it. I believe that dogmen are more common than people even realize. I don't know what the dogman wanted, but I'm terrified and I don't think I will go back to those woods hunting ever again. I knew all about dogmen originally because my uncle has had several encounters with them, so I'm familiar with the concept and what they look like. I never thought, though, in a million years I would ever run into one myself. I'm glad that I wrote down my encounter. It's nice to know that I'm not the only person in the world that has ever actually seen one. I mean, hell, before this, I thought I would never see one. But I guess I'm wrong. In 1991, I was lucky enough to be able to take a trip to Europe with my parents. I was very young at this time, but I still remember some of the things that had happened. I was staying in a hotel in London, England, and I was in my own room, lying in bed, looking out the window. The window was open. I wanted to go to sleep, but I kept hearing a sound outside, a sound that kept drawing my attention. It was a sound that was a mix of a squeal and a gurgle. I remember that it was coming from somewhere in the air over the nearby street. So I kept looking out the window to try and find a source, and I see a shadow pass over the street. I looked up to see that it was indeed looked like a gargoyle. It was a little over a few feet tall and appeared to have bat-like wings and almost a black beak-shaped like object on its face. It had a long spaded tail. It appeared dark, smoky gray in color, and it was flying straight towards me in the window. I remember that it got so close, I could see vivid detail in its face. It had yellow eyes with dark gray, black metal slanted pupils in each eye. It also had dark gray lips and humanistic features. It even had kind of pointed ears like that you would see devils have. It had a mouth that was wide open, revealing several rows of tiny pointed teeth, kind of like how fish have. And it was making this awful squeal as it came towards me flying. Now, this was kind of closer to night, so there wasn't a whole lot of light out, but light enough that the buildings were emanating light that I could see this thing. It was going to fly straight towards the glass and come into my room. I remember that I was extremely frightened. I screamed at the top of my voice. It flew right past the window, dodging us. I remember that it was so close to the glass, I even saw its reflection. I remember that there was a flash of white light behind it as soon as it followed. I remember that it flew right past the window, over the street, over to some other buildings, and finally disappeared. I closed the window so quickly and was so frightened that I cried myself to sleep that night. Of course, my parents were rich, so they had their own room and thought I would benefit if at the age of 7 of me having my own. So, I was all alone. The next morning, I was still upset and I told my parents about what I had seen, and then I told them that I had seen a gargoyle. They found it very odd and they did not believe me. They kept asking me what I was doing out of bed. I told them that I'd heard the sound and I saw this thing that I thought was a gargoyle. They told me it was probably a dream, but I knew it was not a dream. It was all very real. It happened, and I have never been able to forget. In fact, I'm still afraid of gargoyles. I keep using the term gargoyle because I'm not sure what else to call them. It was some demonic humanoid. That's all I know how to describe it as, and I remember, even at that age, it scared me badly. One night, when I was in the Navy, back in 1982 or 1983, I was on night watch. I was stationed in the Persian Gulf. On that night, I was standing watch as the quartermaster, and I was on the starboard bridge wing, looking at the horizon. There were about 6 of us on watch, and the sky was extremely clear. It was a moonless night. The stars were very bright, and the sea was very calm. Up ahead of us, I saw a very bright light rising up out of the sea. It was not a plane. It was very bright. I cannot tell if it was the reflection of the moon or a star, but I was so fascinated by this light that I wanted to see where it was coming from. I kept looking, and I saw the light get bigger, and I could tell it was coming from underneath the water. Some very large object was rising from the water, emanating a very low blue-colored light. It was then that I noticed it was a round object, maybe about 100 or so feet in diameter, and it was rising very slowly out of the sea. It was big, and very dark in the center, like a black shadow. Only the light of the stars reflected on it, and it itself emitted light, if that makes any sense. I watched it rise from the sea for about 10 or 15 minutes as it slowly ascended into the sky. Did I mention how round it was? And it was so large that I could see it, even when I turned my head. I remember that I was so fascinated, I forgot to even call the captain. I only remembered to tell the bridge watch standard to inform the captain when it reached its highest point. I watched it rise up over the horizon. It rose up and then just stopped and disappeared, before hanging out in the air, all the while making a very low humming sound. It was about 100 or so feet up in the sky, out of the sea, before I heard it disappear. I watched for about a few more minutes afterwards, waiting for this thing to appear again in the sky. I was in so much amazement and terrified at the same time, holding on to the platform railing. I could not believe what I was seeing. So I told others, "Guys, you gotta see this." They came out and stood beside me to watch it. All of us had seen it. I mean, it was so big, how could you not have seen it? I mean, none of us missed it. I remember talking to everybody afterwards, and we were all very quiet. Nobody spoke. It was just hanging there in the air. And then suddenly, when it went away, we were all kind of expecting it to return. But instead, it just disappeared. I remember that it was so fast that none of us could even imagine it would have gone. I was also scared to tell the captain, and scared to sleep for about the next week. But when I finally told the captain, he had told me that, well, there were other ships in the area that thought that it was some kind of secret experimental UFO craft. I didn't buy the explanation. We all believed that we saw a UFO. I mean, I don't know what else to call it. I have no idea what it was, but I am positive that it was not a military craft or a plane of any kind. Here's my story. It happened when I was about 4 or 5. I am now 30. I was living in an apartment complex here in St. Louis. I had an apartment facing a playground, so I would always be out there playing. One night, I was sitting out there and it was now getting pretty dark. I was the only kid out there at the time. And I see this creature come out of the woods. It was human-like, But I remember thinking even at that age it was not a human. It had a beak, and was all black, and kind of slithered in its movements. It was so tall that it easily was able to leap over the fence into the playground. It walked around, away from me, and I just had the feeling it was looking for somebody, or looking for me. I remember thinking I had to run. So, at 4 or 5, you can imagine how terrified I was when I ran inside and woke up my mom. I told her that I had not just seen a monster outside, but that it was coming for me. I don't remember if I told her what it was or not. Maybe I told her it was a goblin. But I do remember that it scared her. She made me go back out there with her, and she told me that there was nothing out there, and that I made her get up for nothing. So I got scolded for making things up. I remember thinking, though, that it was still there, that it was just hiding, waiting for her to leave so it can come looking for me. And I was still terrified. But after that, I stayed out of that playground for quite a while. The creature looked like some strange mix between a carnivorous bird like a vulture and a human, or something. I just remember thinking at 4 or 5 years old how ugly it was, and being at that age, how scared I was. Look, I really don't have an explanation for where it came from or why it exists, but I do believe that this thing is out there still, and there might be more of them. I have to live with this memory now forever, and I am a firm believer in things that are not supposed to exist, but do. I'm a believer because I myself had this experience. In 2000, while driving home from work at Mineral, Idaho, which is about 70 miles southwest of Salt Lake City, I came over the hill just east of Parawuna Pass, going around 10 p.m. at night. Looking south from this point, the road drops suddenly into Bonneville Salt Flats. On the road right below me, there were these 6 humanoids running down the road shoulder to shoulder. They were all very tall and thin, with long black hair and pointed ears. Each appeared to be wearing tattered robes. They moved quickly. Out of freaked curiosity, I began to slow down and watch them to try and get a better look, when I suddenly see one of these things turn and look right at me. And then slowly, all of them very slowly turned and faced me directly. We were still 30 to 50 feet away from each other. Now I'm very creeped out, and so I floored it, made the turn, and never looked back. It was a while before I ever told my son and others about what I saw. And finally, years later, I felt enough courage to share my experience on Facebook. My cousin, who lives 14 miles south of the pass, interviewed her elderly neighbor about werewolves spending time in the area, since they firmly believe that there are werewolf creatures out there. The neighbor said they chased her in the mountains when she was young, killed her friend, stole her family's animals, but never admitted it to the police because the dog befriended one of these creatures who ran off. She said most farmers around there had a greyhound because these creatures were always stalking and looking for more prey. But apparently, these greyhound dogs would keep these creatures at bay. You could still hear them howling some nights. Well, about 30 years prior, while on an evening deer run, I was out with my kids and came across a fresh kill in the sagebrush. This kill was torn into pieces, shredded like cheese. So, either there are some sort of wolf-like creatures walking around, or maybe there's truth to these skinwalker shapeshifter beings out here in the desert. One thing is for sure, you have to be careful out here. It can get very dangerous, and if you are not prepared, well, prepare for bad things to happen. Before I end this email, I'll tell you about one quick encounter I remember one of my family members telling me about, at least that they thought there was a large coyote walking around their house at night. One night, my family member was actually out on her porch and said that the coyote thing was following her and their small dogs. She got scared, ran into the house, and so after wandering around some more, this thing, what she thought was an upright coyote, just ups and leaves. One of our other relatives had hunted in New Mexico for coyotes before, and he came and visited with her and said he was very familiar with this kind of evil spirit and told her He could sense its presence all around her trailer and all over the land they lived on. That this being had purposefully left its mark there to let others know not to come here. Really scary stuff, honestly. When I was 16 years old, I was living in a small town called Mountain View, Arkansas, in a small house that my mother and I had rented. I was up late one night and I was all alone. I was going to bed and I heard a noise coming from the backyard. I went to check it out and saw this black figure walking towards the house from the woodline. It appeared to be about 7 feet tall with a long, curved beak face and large, glowing yellow eyes. It had bat-like wings on the back and large talon-like claws. Terrified, I ran back inside, locking the door. I wish I would have had a camera or cell phone to take a picture, but it was like 2004, so I didn't have a cell phone yet. I'm not sure what it was, a demon or a bat creature or what. I think it maybe might have been a demon, maybe a gargoyle, but I'm not sure. This wouldn't be the first time, though, that something strange and I had run in together. I have had many paranormal experiences. The two that stand out the most are just before this sighting occurred. I was still 16 years old at the time, and I was home alone, and I was asleep. I woke up to see a black silhouette figure standing over me. But this figure wasn't an average-sized man. It was about 7 to 8 feet tall and had only what I can describe to you as burning red eyes that were filled with hate and malice, like it wanted to torment me and hurt me physically in any way it could. It was just radiating this aura off of it. You know how you can get a sense for good and bad people? Well, this thing was just giving off a really bad aura. And I tried screaming, but my body would not let me. I was paralyzed and I tried moving, but I could not. I was so scared. The figure just stared at me, and then it disappeared. I wasn't able to move for another few minutes, and when I could, I was terrified and freaked out. I did not even feel my legs. I felt like I was going to pee my pants. I just wanted to curl up in a ball and cry, but I could not. I was too scared to even do that. Eventually, I fell asleep, but couldn't wait to tell my mom about what had happened. She believed me, thankfully. I guess, come to find out, that she had a heaping helping of crazy things happen to her too, while she was in the same house. From seeing spirits, to seeing what she described to me as little imp-like creatures that tried to torture her early in the morning by prodding her with what she tells me is sharp objects. She never specified what she meant by that. I was young, so I didn't know what to do. I started praying that night, and the next day, I went to the library and really started reading the Bible. I read it and began to pray a little more. I still prayed and read the Bible like every day for a while, and it definitely seemed to help. I don't want to say I was religious or anything, but I had an understanding of the spirituality of it. I mean, I did have a lot of experiences with spirits and angels from my dreams and meditations. I definitely wasn't as scared as I was before, but I knew that something just wasn't right. I began practicing yoga and meditation shortly thereafter, and that felt like it was helping. Encounters at that point seemed to really come to a slowdown, and same with my mother. This was all shortly before we saw this physical entity, what I would describe as a gargoyle-like bat creature, and it had a beak and these nasty, hideous features. So maybe not that. Part of me believes it was the evil of this house that was allowed to manifest into a physical form to come after me, because I had been doing something right by praying, and I guess it did not like that. Then, fast forward more. After my sighting of this thing and how terrifying it was, I find out my mom had been seeing what she tells me are goblins. They're these hideous little creatures, maybe 2 to 3 feet tall, the size of a toddler, walking around her room at night. She'll wake up to them holding her down, trying to have their way with her, biting her, telling her they're going to kill her. Just really horrible stuff. Anyway, we put up with this stuff for about another year, off and on before we finally ended up moving. I remember because it was right at my senior year of high school when we moved out of that house. I know it sounds crazy, but it's true. I've always believed that there is good and evil in the world, and I don't believe the devil is always going to be the one to come out the winner. I think God and the angels or the spirit realm are much, much stronger, and I believe if you have enough faith and you're open to the experience, then you can definitely see the other side. I don't think it's something that happens all the time, but I think you can experience it if you want to put the effort in. Now, I don't want to give out the details of the place we moved afterwards because I'm unsure of the location to be exact. But I'll just say this, it was much closer to town. Hi, What Lurks Beneath. I know this isn't a normal story email that you're so accustomed to getting, but I found this article and I think you can appreciate it. I'm sure if you read it, your viewers can too. Here it is. Encounters with dogmen have been reported for years around the world, but in Scandinavia, they've been chronicled for as long as documented records have been kept. Jens Lekman has studied the dogmen, performing a statistical assessment on newspaper and folklore archives to identify areas where they have been seen. He also looked at ecosystems and demographics in a study intended to prove or falsify the dogmen. By diachronic measurements, sightings have occurred mostly in the fall, with numbers peaking in October. The most frequently reported times are around 4 p.m. to 4 a.m. The size of the creatures, according to Lekman, range from 2 to 3 meters, and they are less commonly sighted near water. One distinguishing characteristic that makes the dogman stand out from a common dog is a prolonged tail, facial features such as pointed ears, and the defining factor of a creature being half man and half dog. However, a lot of it is also behavior. Local lore liken the creature to attack on livestock, horses, cows, and sheep. The local river may have been polluted because of large amounts of blood in the water by locals at one point hundreds of years ago. But the watershed for that river shows a large amount of white-tailed deer activity, giving the dogman ample food opportunities. The animal most likely to attack livestock would be a stray wolf. Are wolves responsible for these sightings? They are territorial animals. Human activity gives them an even greater sense of urgency. Lekman suggests that human encroachment is of importance when evaluating the behavior of these creatures, and he says this: I ruled out the idea of the dogman is a dog-wolf hybrid. I found it quite odd that these things occurring in the northernmost areas of Sweden, such as dogs being found decapitated. Several hunters reported not seeing deer, even in their designated hunting areas. Other reports of strange footprints in snow have been dismissed as bear trails, even when tracks don't belong to any Russian or polar bear found in Sweden. Lekman suggests that, in some instances, the creature may be more human-like, but he cannot narrow down a specific description. Many creatures described by eyewitness reports could be considered humanoid bipedal animals, which occur quite often throughout history and have even been associated with the paranormal. At least one other researcher suggests it may be more of a problem with misidentification than something paranormal. Cryptozoologist Johan Randwall contested Lekman's claim that these creatures could not be a dog and wolf crossbreed. It's known that animals can become fixed in certain inbred or regionalized structures, like many domestic dogs, but the facts still prove that crossbreeds are not a common thing, and not only must be two species. Coyotes and dogs look more like dogmen than, for instance, a bottlenose dolphin. Considering that forming hybrid species is thousands or even millions of years old, to place a doubt over a well-insured claim doesn't hold much water. Perhaps this serves as a warning if you request people moving to rural areas to not further overpopulate the landscape. Regardless, whether these are really dogmen or not something is occurring in the region for people to be so interested in. I was crossing railroad tracks when I looked up, and I caught my first glimpse ever of a cryptid. It was a wolf, peering through trees on my left. I briefly caught my second visual, this time straight on, of the same creature crouched, looking at me. There was a sudden blur of motion, and this wolf was running toward me. I hardly had enough time to think, and so I ran to my left. I turned around just in time to see this thing running toward me. And this thing was pursuing me hot on two legs, the same way an Olympic runner would run directly at you. Unrelenting, I held my breath and dove into a small pond that was right near me, hoping that this would deter this thing from chasing me. I know it sounds strange, but when you're in fight or flight mode, you do some questionable things. This thing stops and hesitates, unsure of what to do next. I stayed below the surface of the pond, trying my best to hold my breath and to not surface. All I could see was the faint outline of this thing just standing there, waiting for me to surface. The thought of what was chasing me 2 seconds ago, then not doing anything, made me really question my reality. I waited for almost 2 minutes before I felt my lungs about to burst, and as I came to the surface, this thing was now completely out of sight. After looking around, I couldn't see it, but man oh man, I could feel it. I just felt this heavy presence, this lingering feeling looming in the area, and I knew it had to be close by. I knew if I did not act now, I was getting out of here alive. So, I quickly pulled myself to shore and made a break for it. Immediately, I hear this thing bursting out of the bushes and starts pursuing me yet again. I'm really not sure, looking back, why a mere pond and me being submerged in water, with it having anything to do with it stopping to chase me. Maybe it knew I was hiding, so it too took the chance to also hide and wait for me. What I can tell you is patience is virtue. I must have been a thorn in its proverbial side. Something made this thing tire of me quickly, because it gave up on me as a meal and left. I gave myself a fair distance of space and waited for what seemed to be the right moment to give my legs enough freedom to start running again. I was still tucked in behind a few trees, just trying to catch my breath. It was then that I heard that sound of these wolves' claws pushing against the soil, these thudding of their legs coming towards me. It was coming back again. I knew I could not wait around. I could hear it coming back, unsure of what to do exactly. I peeked out behind a large tree in concealment as this thing was sprinting towards me again, knocking a massive tree down as it went. All I could think of was if it gets any closer, I'm a goner. No one to stand witness but me and the animal's next meal. This thing didn't stop. It was fixated on bringing harm to me and killing me. As it furled down to make another leap, all I could think of was, God, please let it fall. Leave me be. Those prayers must have been answered, as this blur's body fell into a softer, overgrown area behind me, in the earth. I turned around to see this creature falling down into this small pit, covered in mulch and pine and tree limbs. Immediately, I began retreating back the way I came. I picked up my pace and did not stop running until I was safely in my car. I could hear this thing screaming and howling the entire way, pissed that it had lost me. Whatever it was some unknown creature with an ape-like body shape, connected to the deaths of 2 people affiliated with the same people connected with the first death of a professor and a student. Someone took pictures of film associated with the deaths. I knew my friend who was working with them back in the woods in 1964. There's something going on, and it's important for somebody to finally find out and really expose what's going on here. I am of high moral standard, and personally, with a deep understanding of the spiritual world. Too much to explain here in a small email, so I'll cut to the chase. This is my eyewitness encounter of this hominid creature. May 6th, 2017. I was finishing my loop around as I was walking home from the market, where I had just finished doing errands. From the corner of my eye, I saw movement in a nearby tree. Upon looking, there was my first great sighting. This humanoid monkey-like creature swung down between the branches, as if weightless, and then dropped down very quickly, disappearing behind the tree. The creature crouched at first and was swaying side to side, all while staring at me. It appeared weightless, like I said. Once I saw it smoothly sit on the limb, it immediately leapt away and vanished. The drop was fascinating and quick. I don't know if it was followed or chased by something bigger, but I assume it was not alone. There was no repeated sighting, and no real noise accompanied this sighting, so I'm not sure. Another interesting thing, too, was I could see, at least I thought, was another figure at my peripheral on my left as I was walking too. Once I look over, though, it was always gone. I'm not sure how to describe such a strange creature. However, I do know for me personally, it is something I will never forget. I only saw it for a brief moment, and have even questioned myself, but it happened. This was my second encounter up to this point, as a few weeks ago, I experienced something brush past my legs in my sleep, and I felt its physical presence bruise me while in a deep trance-like state. I believe the reoccurring sightings I have of the same type of being or beings is of high spiritual importance. Having this encounter, I have since relocated to Mesa, Arizona back in February, and I'm keeping my eye out for what may be more of these things. I was out camping one evening by a large lake, all by myself. The night was beautiful, and it was a serene, quiet evening. All of a sudden, I felt this breeze of extremely cold air, and a presence walking up beside me, but I saw nothing. As I feel the presence draw closer, I could hear the noise of heavy breathing. I assumed it was a bear, and I turned on my flashlight to look around. I didn't see anything, but I could feel something. I could hear breathing, but there was no signs of anything near me. Completely unnerved by this newfound sighting or experience, I sat up and decided it was time to retire to my tent. I quickly jumped in, afraid of what was going to happen. I stayed in my tent the rest of the night, clutching hold of my flashlight and a tiny pocket knife should anything happen. Attempting to calm myself, I distracted myself with thoughts of remembering camping as a child. Then, I heard two loud screeches just outside my tent. Then nothing. Shortly thereafter, I started hearing these loud noises approaching my tent in the night. They sounded large, and whatever it was that I was hearing. I was panicking, thinking two really large men were going to come, invade, and kill me. The sounds would stop abruptly just outside my tent, then walk away and return at another angle. Several times this went on. I could hear 3 separate footsteps and sounds. The whole encounter lasted for several hours. It felt like an eternity. I thought I was going crazy. I just wanted it to stop. There were all sorts of other strange noises. Some of them were screams and growls, while the others were strange stomping noises. Then it would go silent for a moment, and I hear what sounded like a large branch being ripped off a tree right by me. Then, I hear it getting kicked off into the forest. Now, not only was I scared because of what I was experiencing, but I felt like whatever this was is trying to intimidate me and wanting to hurt me. Finally, it stopped, and I could not keep it together. I tried calling out for help, just hoping somebody else was around. But I heard nothing but me. I felt as though I was completely helpless and all alone. I knew I was doomed. This had been going on for hours now at this point, and these things were coming back and forth around my campsite. They were always circling my tent. It's like they were waiting for the right moment to strike. You could imagine I was on edge like crazy. And finally, the noises eventually ceased for a period of time. I wasn't sure what was going to happen. They could still be out there watching me, but I was not going to take any chances or risks. I figured that staying put in my tent was the best course of action, at least until sunrise. I waited out the entire night in my tent, completely frozen in fear. Morning eventually came, and I had not slept at all. Thoroughly exhausted, I decided to hike my way out as soon as I could. Upon exiting my tent, The area around me was trashed. Huge branches were ripped off the large fir tree, about 10 feet away from my tent. My supplies were thrown all over the campsite. Frightened but intrigued, I grabbed my stuff, hit the trail looking for a clear spot where I could escape, because I couldn't exactly remember the section of trail that I had hiked in. I only had the backpack that was salvageable, and of course my tent. Everything else outside was destroyed. Upon getting to my car more than just a mile away, I opened my trunk, put my gear inside. At the time, I had no idea what had happened the night before, but as I'm closing my trunk, getting ready to enter my car, I heard this horrific scream off in the distance. It sounded like a man's yell, but really deep and really loud. Like whatever made it had a huge set of lungs. I froze in place, listening for a few seconds. Then, out of nowhere, these strange noises start sounding off all around me. I felt immediate danger, and just like the night before, I realized if I didn't get in my car at that very moment, my life would be in danger. Terrified, I jumped in my car, locked all the doors, and left as fast as I could. Still hearing these noises echoing off in the distance. What did I hear the previous night? What did all of this mean? All I can say is that this experience left me completely overcome with fear, confusion, and amazement. I've never had an experience like that before. I still feel shaken about how such a large creature could move about at night, surround a tent like it did, and scare somebody, yet without ever being seen. There are theories and explanations for what it could have been, but I really have my doubts about most of them. I just don't think everybody has come up yet with a plausible answer. You have to be aware that how loud these were, intimidating and ferocious these things were. Whatever it was, I'm certain it's not a bear. Is it possible I encountered a Bigfoot? I was working a late-night shift at a meat processing plant. My coworker and friend Sean and I were smoking a cigarette outside on break and just chatting away by our car when we hear something off in the trees right beside the parking lot. It naturally distracts us, and we both turn our attention to what we just heard. I mean, it was pretty loud. All we could make out afterwards was a rustling of something big moving and some very faint breathing sounds, like somebody who smoked a pack a day their entire life. Incredibly raspy. We both give each other glances of puzzlement, figuring somebody was just maybe messing with us, or maybe it was a homeless person. It was very weird. I mean, nobody could get in there. There's industrial barbed wire fencing, and beyond the fencing was trees. The surrounding area was just thick woods that connected to a national forest, I believe. So, after glancing for maybe 5 or so more seconds, we're both just like, huh, and we go back to chit-chatting. Then the next thing you know, we hear this loud crunch of a tree branch, followed by even more rapid deep breathing. We turn our attention again, and this time, we glance towards the side of the trees and we see a thing. I say thing because I don't know what it was, but it was hunched over and then stood up to its full height. Sean and I both saw it, and Sean was so shocked he drops his cigarette. This thing was a large hairy creature, and might I add how ugly it was. It also appeared to have a snout, and had deep set-in eyes. This thing was well over 6 feet tall, maybe no more than 8 or 9 feet. It was pretty tall. It had kind of grayish-black fur, and the more we saw its face, the more hideous it was. To better explain what it looked like, imagine orangutan, or Alf, if you remember Alf. It was like a monkey crossed with a wolf. It was just ugly. It had some more human-like traits, while others were more canine-like. I remember 2 large rows of pointed teeth. It too had a very wide snout. I guess think like Alf, but add some canine features to it, and make it a little bit more scary looking. It slowly bent down, looked up at us, and stood up right away against the fencing, staring at us. It just glared, and after a couple more moments, It turned away and went back into the trees. I looked at Sean and he looked at me. He was terrified, and we used this as an opportunity to run back inside and end our break. We told our boss and other coworkers nothing. We finished out our shifts terrified out of our minds that we saw this thing. After work, Sean and I would only talk about it briefly, that we never saw anything like it before and nobody would ever believe us, even if we did tell somebody. We talk to each other once in a while about it, but not really. I mean, we generally don't mention what we saw, and especially to anybody else. We do still hang out on break and talk about things like we normally did, but not like this. I don't think we'll ever be as comfortable as we were. The sighting has kind of changed us. I'm really not sure what we saw that evening. Maybe you could help me out. My daughter, 12 years old at the time, had stayed overnight with me, and we had fallen asleep on the living room couch. We awoke around 7:15 a.m. to see this entity standing by the window. The first thing I noticed immediately was hair hanging down over its face and down the back of its head and neck. It was weird looking. It was covered in nasty matted hair and looked like an ugly dog. It was staring at us. I felt like I was paralyzed and could not get up off the couch. I was petrified, to say the least. We had a staring competition for what seemed like forever, and I finally was able to scream. And just before it turned and walked away, my daughter had awakened and seen this thing too. She immediately became hysterical. She runs up to me and collapses on me crying. I phoned the police after it walked away, but they told me there was really nothing they can do about it. Well, a couple of nights later, and we had completely forgotten all about the whole thing. My daughter's father had come pick her up for the weekend, and as he's getting her into his truck, I hear him start yelling, just as I got back in the house. I go back outside and I see this thing, the same thing we saw last night approaching my now ex-husband and daughter. I froze again and could not get my body into gear. I was so terrified I couldn't even move. My ex-husband pulls out his pistol and fires at it, hitting it in the chest. But the thing never flinched. It just kept coming. Eventually, it turned and began to walk off. He shot at it again in the back, but again, it didn't even flinch. It just walked off, up and over up a hill. It never even stopped. The man always keeps a firearm on him, and I'm glad he did because who knows what this thing would have done had he not had a weapon. What I can't believe is that he shot it, and this thing didn't even react. It was just evil. So he's flipping out, asking me if I saw that, and I start to tell him about how we just saw it at the window the other night. I asked him to follow me up into the house so I could show him what the situation and where I was when we had seen it. I showed him, and we exited the house, and he goes around and looks, and you could see, which I didn't see, but there were impressions in the ground where this thing had been clearly standing. He seemed quite shocked, but at the same time, he seemed like he knew what he'd been seeing that night. There wasn't any feet prints, but you could just see something big and heavy had been standing here, right in front of our window. I shudder at the thought that this thing could have been there for a while, watching us sleep before we even awoke to see it. For the next 4 to 5 months, we had weird sensations all around the house and property, feeling like we're either not alone or being watched. But to us, we never did see that thing again after that. My ex-husband, after that, always brought around his .44 with him. At that point, every time he came to pick up and drop off our daughter. Never did have an experience like that again for the remainder of the time that I lived in that house. This was in May of 1985, and I moved out of that house shortly after, Thanksgiving of the same year. Lately, all of the animals in our neighborhood have started to act strangely. We can attribute these behaviors to none other than supernatural forces. At random times, all of our animals will begin to act strangely, barking, hissing, and acting crazy at the woods surrounding our houses. Our cats recently have gone missing, and So have our small dogs. While some of us believe that it's a pack of coyotes or something on the loose. I know better. Whatever is there has taken an interest in our pets for reasons still unknown. If this is in fact paranormal, entering an aggressive, directly territorial combat response is illogical, as in nature. Defense-based aggression is rarely the first response. Based on the research, I believe that this is a being that is purposefully waiting for just the right moments to strike. They know, or it knows how we behave, yet we do not know its behaviors. It's extremely patient, cunning, and intelligent. It's not a coyote, fox, or wolf. I've seen the wanderings of coyotes, and there appears to be a kind of intelligent guiding in their behavior. Based on emotional interference and drawing from memory, coyotes, even in packs, seem apprehensive when coming into certain territories of neighborhoods, due to large populations. We live in areas with a lot of wildlife and birds anyway, so it's very natural to assume that coyote behavior is simple fear of human beings. These cats, though, that are being snatched away and small dogs, aren't animals straying far away from populated areas in the neighborhood. They're being snatched up from the yards or back porch. Something is taking them, and nobody is sure what it is. From other experiences alone in the woods, we know it's not your typical animal in nature. This has to be the work of something else entirely. What? I'm not quite sure. Is it possible that this is a dogman or Bigfoot? Absolutely, since they are usually the ones to be a little bit more aggressive when it's coming in for food and based on stories and other experiences. But at what scale do we really call this a dogman or squatch? How many animals have to disappear? This has to be something else that we are not experiencing or understanding. What is creepy is that this is going on mostly at night, when everybody's asleep, in the early morning hours. That's when these animals are disappearing and nobody is finding a single trace of them. My girlfriend, in fact, asked me one night if I saw movement out in the yard, but I didn't see what she was talking about. She shot up out of bed to look and said she could have sworn she saw a big shadow moving around quickly between yards. But I dismissed her outright. And it's really got me thinking. Maybe there is truth to what she had to say. So far, nobody has found a trace of any animals, no blood trails, no clues, and never any bones. I do think we will find the remains at some point, but who knows? I honestly have no idea. I was working the night shift in a remote gas station at the end of a highway. It was the middle of nowhere, and the only other people around were a group of raptors camping up the river. That night, around 1 a.m, I was doing my bathroom weekly wipe down, and I stood in the middle of the bathroom and began to smell a very strange odor. It startled me. I kind of smelled it for just a minute and realized it was like that of rotting death or meat. So I looked up in search of the smell, but found nothing immediately. After stepping outside briefly, I looked around for any possible source, but I couldn't trace any. Then, just above me, I hear this whooshing sound, like something large flying directly overhead. I turn to look, and I see this dark black silhouette, shaped kind of like a giant bird or something, fly right overhead and fly right over the gas station. I'm thinking to myself, what did I just see? And I'm kind of stunned there in the moment, trying to process, is there some sort of giant owl or bird that flies around at night? Then it comes back again, this time flying over the gas station in the opposite direction. And this time, there was no mistaking what I saw. Attached to this thing were these two glowing red eyes as it flew directly overhead. Safe to say, I was terrified. As the only really attendant there, I ran back inside and hid. Because we're more of a rural gas station, really after about 10 or 11 p.m., our traffic flow really dies down. So I ran inside, locked the doors, and waited for maybe about 45 minutes before feeling safe enough to unlock them. I never saw really what it was close up, and whatever it was never flew down close enough for me to accurately see it. The rest of my shift would go on as pretty normal, and when I got off work the following day, I told a couple of my close friends what just happened. I'm not ashamed of it. I was outright open. They were actually pretty understanding and told me that, they said, "Man, it sounds like you had yourself a Mothman encounter." And I said, "A what?" And they're like, "Yeah, a Mothman. It's this demon owl cryptid that generally hangs around the West Virginia area, but it sounds like you had your own dose." Well, first off, I'm new to the whole concept of what a cryptid is, or creature, or being, whatever it is you call them. So, my good friend kindly redirected me right at you and told me, "This guy right here, email him. He can help you get some answers and clarity." So, that's exactly what I'm doing. And I'm wanting to ask you myself, did I see a Mothman? Or was this something else entirely? Maybe this was just a giant owl, and somehow the lights from the gas station caused its eyes to glow red. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of any rational explanation, because the logical thought of a Mothman actually coming near here, I don't know. It's just hard for me to process. Thank you for your time. This happened last summer, July of 2020. I have a pretty nice little house out in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, it's a ways out in the countryside, but you know what? I enjoy it. So, one night, I'm sitting out on my porch, just enjoying the beautiful serenity that the night brings, smoking a cigarette. I'm lost in thought, thinking about whatever it was I was thinking about, and all of a sudden, I hear this giant thud, like something really heavy landed on the roof to my tiny house. Immediately, I shoot up and I'm looking around, and then, not even a few seconds later, I hear more thudding, as if whatever it was on my roof was now walking around. Now, I jump down off my porch to turn around and try to get a look at what had fallen on my roof. I turn, and to my horror, this being or thing was standing on my roof, looking at me. I'll do my best I can to describe it to you. It was a tall black silhouette with what appeared to be large bat wings or something, but they were kind of folded in. The body was a very weird shape. It was kind of human-esque, but it wasn't really like a head and body. It was just a body, if that makes sense. And it had two glowing red eyes, kind of tucked in between the wings, and it was staring at me. It wasn't a full moon out, so the visibility wasn't exactly the best. But as soon as I saw this thing, I dropped my cigarette. And for that split second in time, I had somehow managed to convince myself, this is just a dream, you're hallucinating it, you need to go inside. But then, before I could even finish that trail of thought, this thing opens its wings and shoots off into the night sky, disappearing completely. Safe to say, I ran inside, locking my door, not going out for the remainder of the night. The next morning, I get up and go out there, and, of course, this thing was nowhere to be found. No traces of it, nothing. I mean, I guess with the events that transpired, I didn't really expect there to be any evidence or traces, but I don't know. Maybe in the moment, I just felt like observing my surroundings would hopefully give me some sort of closure. That maybe it was just a dream, maybe I just hallucinated it. So, I decided to take my encounter to the internet. I tried to do some researching and see what I could not find. Well, unfortunately, what I experienced was not a hallucination. Turns out, what I think I saw is something called the Mothman, originating from Point Pleasant. I had no idea this thing was even a thing, or it even existed. I don't know if it's a being or a demon or some sort of animal, but whatever it was, it terrified me, and I haven't seen it since, and I don't ever want to see it again. This isn't my story. It's actually a family friend's, so I'll change the names just to keep their identity safe. Basically, a group of these teenagers were on a camping trip when they were attacked by this winged being or a supernatural force, and they were basically forced to find the way to escape. My friend, or my father's friend, Kenny, was always the adventurous type and wanted his kids to experience the great outdoors and all it had to offer. So, his son and his friends were convinced that they can handle doing a little camping and hiking, even if it bled into the night. Well, they were wrong. They had barely been on the trail for a day when strange things had begun to happen. First off, it wasn't too long into the trip when they all picked up on the feeling they were being followed by something. They couldn't tell what. It was just some sort of presence. Then, they hear the sound of twigs snapping and things like that. Something large in the trees watching them very closely. As a matter of fact, before even nightfall began, one of the kids thought they saw a strange, shadowy creature. And before they knew it, they were convinced they were being hunted. They turned to see a dark figure flying through the trees, sitting on one of the high-end branches. And it appeared to have red eyes, watching them, keeping track of their every movement. It appeared to be getting closer and closer each time, and they all felt it was going to attack them. Somehow, the kids managed to make a little makeshift campsite. They were planning on roughing it out through the night, and after a while, they looked at each other in confusion and wondered, why are they trying to do this? They should leave. They were also wondering if this was just some collective nightmare, and they needed to be more careful. They decided, we need to leave and get out of here. That night, this thing came into their campsite. That night, this thing pretty much enters their camp before they get a chance to disassemble, scaring them all to death. I guess it had tried attacking one of the kids, trying to grab them with its talons and pick them up. They all fled, screaming, leaving their couple tents and any equipment they had behind. They all grabbed whatever gear they could and ran as fast as they could in unison. And just when they thought they were safe, this dark figure was following them. They finally found a place to hide, but they had to keep moving. They had to find their way out of the woods. They finally saw a light and realized it appeared to be a cabin close by the road, and they ran as fast as they could. This thing was now pursuing them through the trees, chasing them. They were in a portion of woods that had a lot of thick fir trees, so movement was kind of limited. They said they could hear this thing jumping through the trees, watching them, coming after them, like it wasn't trying to come down and swoop at them, but just keep track of them, like it was waiting. The kids kept looking behind them and saw that this thing was getting closer and closer, as if it was leading them to trap them. So, after a few hours of this going on, the kids had lost hope, but managed, even though they were exhausted, tired, and hungry, managed to make it to some back road they didn't know existed, just in the nick of time to hear somebody driving by. It was a lone trucker, and they knew that was the sound they had been waiting for. It was the sound of an approaching truck. They waved the trucker down, and he managed to be able to pull over and help these poor kids out. They were now freed, and their father came and gave them all a ride. This was back in 1977, and they still don't really talk about the experience. They don't know what followed them. They're all convinced it was some sort of creature. I thought the story is an interesting one, since I've been told it for a long time, and it's part of my family friend story. So I wanted to find out for them. You seem to know a lot about monsters and creatures. What do you think it was? Please, read this story in its entirety. The events are chronological to the best of my ability, and the reason I am posting this is because I think people who will read it will find this absolutely fascinating. I'm not a believer, but I am a hearer of the strange. I've spent a lot of time in Western Virginia and have been to every major area of sightings. I am familiar with the lore, but never have been able to come across any real information. I am posting this because it may be of value to somebody. I have nothing to gain by posting this, and there is no attention or intention to try to cash in on the situation. I just feel that this is one of the most fascinating things I could have ever had happen, and I hope somebody else out there feels the same. I want to share this. So, this has been hard to type. It's been amazing but very emotional for me, and I want to do my best to recreate the events as they occurred. I will try to post this story verbatim as best I can. This happened on the night of Friday, January 16th, 2015. It was a very cold and windy night, and I was about to head to bed. I was on my couch with my wife and my dog, and we were watching a movie. About 10:30 or 11 p.m. rolls around, and I tell my wife I'm going to bed. I'm a big-time insomniac, so I don't go to bed that early. I was looking out my living room window, and there was a big snowstorm coming in. The wind was whipping, and you could see the snow being blown by the wind. The temperature was below freezing. I closed the curtains and headed to my bedroom. As I'm walking down the hall, I hear a thumping noise coming from my back door, followed by a whistling noise. I went to the door, opening it up, and immediately see this thing just outside my door, maybe 25 to 30 feet away from it, and it was night, so I couldn't make out every detail, but I could see it was kind of a grayish dark color. It was big, black, and had kind of a pointed beak and very large red eyes. It stood almost upright, but kind of at a slanted angle, and appeared to have what I can describe as wings on its back. It was very large. It was much taller than an average man, although I cannot give you a height estimate. I did not see that it had any ears or other facial details, but I could see that it was breathing and was looking straight at me. Not even 2 seconds later, this thing takes off straight up into the air at a very high rate of speed. As it went up, it makes a whistling sound, and you could see its wings moving really fast. As I see it go up, the moonlight kind of fades. So that's it. I closed my door and I was done. Unsure of what I just saw, I go back and tell my wife, and I say, "Honey, I just saw something up there I can't explain." And she could tell something was wrong. I was ghastly pale. Something was very wrong. I have no way to try and explain away what I saw, and it's honestly a mystery. While part of me wants to believe and accept that this was a Mothman encounter, part of me also wants to believe and accept it was something else entirely. What? I'm not sure. I live in Mason County, West Virginia, in the Mason-Mingo Junction area. I have 2 Mothman sightings in my entire life. The first was in 1992 to 1993. I was roughly 8 or 9 years old, and at this time, it was evening, and I was just getting out of the shower. Because of where our shower was in the house, I had to go and use my parents' shower. Theirs was really the only operable one at the time. So I'm getting out of the shower, getting dressed in my parents' bedroom. When out the window, I see this figure land and dart into this tree. The movement just naturally catches my attention, and I walk over the window to go and look. Standing, perched on top of this tree, is what I thought was a large bat at first, but the more I looked, even at that age, I just knew it wasn't right. Something was so wrong about it. The way it looked, the way it moved just seemed unnatural. The way it furled its wings inward. Then, it immediately looked over in my direction, as if it knew I was watching it. I remember kind of just gasping and stepping back. This thing immediately darts down to the ground and kind of vanishes into a small sect of trees. Completely startled by this, I get dressed fully, go downstairs, and tell my mom what I just saw. She, of course, being a mom, simply dismisses any claims I would have had and just says, "Oh, honey, you probably saw an owl or a bird. Nothing to be alarmed of." But I wasn't buying her explanation. Even though I was 8 or 9, I wasn't stupid. I knew what an owl or bird looked like, and my mom trying to cheaply explain it away wasn't doing it justice. So, a couple of days later, I was very close with my grandfather at the time, so I brought my encounter story to him. He believed me. Oh yes. As a matter of fact, he's seen the Mothman too, multiple times, even going as far back as being a young boy before the infamous grouping of sightings back in the 60s. He tells me that these things, that there's not just one of them, but there's several of them. They hang around the area and they mainly stay in the woods, and to mainly try and just stay out of the woods at night if you can. But I told him I wasn't in the woods, I was in the house. And he responded by telling me that even though I wasn't in the woods when this happened, we're close by, and to just try my best to stay away from not only wooded areas, but any areas around wooded areas, just to try and stay safe. There's no telling what these things are capable of, and if anything, they're probably extremely dangerous. Alright, now let me tell you a bit about my second encounter. For this one, we fast forward in time about 10 or so years. I was now 19 years old and had a part-time job working at a lumber mill. Because of where we lived at the time, we were a little bit ways out of town, and this lumber mill was roughly 6 miles away from my house. To get there, you had to take a lot of back roads, which meant coming back at night, I had to be very cautious of deer. I mean, the area was full of black-tailed deer, constantly having times where they'd jump out in front of your car. So, naturally, it being nighttime and with that in mind, I was always on very high alert. So I'm driving home, it's dark, it's maybe sometime in the spring or fall. I can't remember which, but it was roughly 7 or 8 p.m. Like I said, it was dark, and I'm driving these roads, and I come to a fork in the road. I make a right turn to lead back to my house. Now, I'm maybe 3 miles away, and as I'm coming down the straight road, this figure I see is standing right in the middle of the road. And as I'm pulling up to it, I'm thinking to myself, who's standing in the road? But things begin to get a little bit more unnerving. The closer I get, the more closer my headlights start to illuminate this figure. And like normal, if it was a person, the headlights would start to reveal details of the person. You know, like what they looked like, their clothing, etc. The only problem here is, the more the lights hit this thing, nothing showed. It was just pitch black, like there were no details at all, as if it was some formulated physical cloud of black smoke, is how I can best describe it. So I'm getting closer and closer to this thing, and just trying to rationalize and make out what I'm looking at. You know, I couldn't tell you the exact second that my brain just had that aha moment, where it clicked that I had seen enough of this thing to fully have that flashback memory of the same thing I saw 10 years prior, and immediately, that recognition was horrific. This thing opened its wings, revealing the same 2 eyes that I saw when I was 8 or 9, and I knew instantly, this is the same creature. I want to say I thought about it and made a very intelligent reaction, but what I recall is my body just reacting to the sighting, and I slam on my brakes, no more than 50 feet away from this thing, contesting my driving further down the road. And without even thinking the thought, I throw my car into reverse, do a quick 180, and I'm zooming in the opposite direction, not even caring to check my rearview mirrors. In that moment in time, my only motive was to make as much distance between me and this thing as possible. Yeah, I took the long way home, which took an extra 20-25 minutes, but it was worth it. I never did tell my mother or my grandfather at that point what I saw. Not this point. Now, fast forward another few years, and I'm about 23. I'd finally saved up enough money to move out on my own and away and out of town. Well, since then, I've had a budding career, and fortunately for me, I've had 0 encounters, sightings, or experiences with this, what people I guess call the Mothman. But they do at least make interesting stories now that I've made peace with them. So I'm happy to share them with you. Use them as freely as you want. Just please keep my name out of this. Thanks. Hello, I am a private detective in Denton, Texas. I have a sighting I would like to share with you that took place back in August of 1999. I was sent to a residence in Denton County to do an investigation for a child custody case. I was sent there to do a check on the welfare of a person who was supposed to be living in the residence. I arrived at about 7 p.m. and went inside to make my investigation. While in the residence, I was startled by a noise coming from the back. I went to the back and found a 5-foot-tall creature with glowing red eyes in the backyard, and I observed as this thing climbed up a pine tree and flew off with what appeared to be large bat-like wings. It moved very fast and very gracefully, kind of like it just glided across the sky. It was incredibly unusual. Of course, I reached out to local law enforcement, but they said they get these reports more often than not, and there's nothing they could do. I'm not really the one to share and talk about paranormal sightings and happenings, but I have been a fan of your channel for a while now, and I figured that you might enjoy this little nugget. I have never really understood what it was, or why it was there, or what its purpose was. All I can say is that I guess I'm a part of the lucky club that actually has had the fortune, or depending on how you look at it, misfortune, of seeing something like this in person. This sighting occurred right around the summer of 2001. I was out in the woods with my boyfriend at the time, camping. It was a wonderful, peaceful night. Very clear. We were just sitting out looking at the stars together. It was about maybe 11 to 11:30 p.m. It was now getting pretty late. I had just finished telling my boyfriend that I was tired and was ready to check in for bed in the tent, when I noticed something moving quickly through the trees. I looked to my left and saw a being. Now, I don't know what it is, and I don't claim to know what it was, but I've never seen anything like it before. It was maybe 9 feet tall, covered in dark hair, and had red eyes. I could not tell if it had wings or not, but it moved extremely fast and was very agile. I just remember thinking to myself, what is that? Could it be a bear? It had very long arms and was running on 2 legs. It ran by us so fast that I couldn't make out details on the face, but I can tell you, judging by its stature, size, the way it moved, it was impossible for it to be a human. I mean, it was so dark out there. Why would anybody be doing this? We were startled. At least I was. I told my boyfriend what I saw, and to come find out, he saw the same thing too. He just didn't want to say anything to me to scare me. He said he saw the same thing and that it was very fast, but, like he could only make out a faint silhouette. That was more than enough for him. I am 100% sure that what I saw was not human. I don't know what it was, and I have never seen a bear move like that before, assuming it is a bear. I've heard of things called a Mothman, but I don't know. It could also, I guess, be a Bigfoot, but I'm not really into Bigfoot, or the idea that one exists. In fact, the idea is silly to me, but I clearly can't deny what we experienced on this camping trip. Either way, I don't want to come to any conclusions just yet. I think I'd rather wait for your opinion. You tell me, what do you think I saw? As I was driving back home from work, and as I was almost home, I got off the exit for the street that I live on. As I slowed down at the off-ramp, I see these 2 huge red eyes catching my attention. I looked at it, and it looked at me. I sped away as quickly as I could. It was bigger than a man, and it had wings. It was black, and it didn't have a head. I usually don't believe the stories that people tell that this thing is the Mothman, but based on what I saw, how could I say no? I'm not sure if I could call myself a believer in Mothman, but I do believe in extraterrestrials. I've seen this with my own eyes, and I know for a fact it was real. The creature did not look like a human being. It did not look like anything that I've seen before. It came soaring out of the sky right at my car, and had I not slowed down, I probably would have hit it. I'll never forget what I saw. I'm kind of still in shock over it, honestly. I know the Mothman is something talked about and seen by so many of the locals, but I never in a million years could have imagined that I myself would see it. I've seen many strange things in my life, but this was the most bizarre thing I have ever seen. I can't explain it, but I know what I saw. I know it was real. It was no dream. I wish it was. I know many others see this thing too, so I know I'm not crazy. I was lying in bed at about 2 a.m. after staying up pretty late. That's when I noticed this very large shadow just outside my window. It immediately caught my attention. I live next to a really large lake out here in the woods, so I wasn't sure what it was. It was much larger than a deer, like I initially thought. I was convinced at first it was a deer, but then I noticed it was standing upright. So I opened my window further to see this huge black creature, which then I noticed it had a very large wingspan, and it was hovering over the lake. This thing looked to be bigger than a human, but its head was shaped kind of like a dome, like a large black moth. I only saw it for a few seconds, but even in the dark and the dim moonlight, I locked right onto it, noticing that it looked all sorts of wrong. This was something not of the natural world. And its eyes. There was something wrong with the eyes. They seemed to illuminate red, glowing this faint light. It was all black, pitch black, and it had long wings. It seemed to kind of sit there for a few seconds and then kind of shoot off in the distance, disappearing between the trees. I was convinced that maybe was this a Bigfoot, although I don't know anything about Bigfoot. Do Bigfoot have wings? Do they even live in the woods? I don't know. I didn't hear any other movement. I didn't smell anything. I didn't notice anything else that was strange. Just that sight. And for the record, from where I'm sitting in bed, if you look out the window, I have a perfect view of the lake, which, mind you, is only maybe 50 feet away from my bedroom. So, if there's any movement out there, I'm gonna see it. And the way the moon was positioned that night, right up in the right spot in the sky, gave me the perfect illumination of this being or object that was just hovering there. Look, I'm like you. I wish I could give you a proper explanation of what it was or what it could have been, but I really don't know. So, I've taken the time to write this encounter up and send it to several people. You, of course, being one of them, and the replies I'm getting back are a little unnerving. I guess somebody had mentioned something about a demon, while somebody else mentioned something about a Mothman. Now, I took the time to do some research before I send you an email, and come to find out, the Mothman is this, what they call a cryptid, and it normally exists in western Virginia, and I guess was even responsible for a ton of disasters around Point Pleasant. And while yeah, the concept is very interesting, I'm just not 100% sure I'm fully convinced yet. Although, I do believe and I know I saw something, but what that something was, I'm not too sure. So, in my search for the answer, I stumbled upon you. You seem to be the kingdom of encounters and stories, and hopefully knowledge that will solve this case. If you can't, well, I'm hoping you'll at least read this and maybe your viewers will be able to crack the case. And maybe, if I'm lucky, you'll put this up online and I can read people's comments. That's if you choose to read this. Anyhow, in closing, I appreciate your efforts and any responses you give. Thank you for your time. This is not my story, but my father's. It's a story he's told me many times while I was growing up. Here's what happened. It was the early 60s, and my father, an avid fisherman, was on vacation from his stockbroker job in Dallas, Texas. He had decided to spend the rest of the summer fishing in the bayous of West Louisiana. He was out on the bayou in his little flat-bottom boat with his fishing gear and cooler. He had been there for about 2 hours when he noticed a strange object in the water. It resembled a piece of driftwood, but as he got closer, it appeared to be moving a bit. He decided to try for a closer look and threw his anchor out to see if he could snag it. To his utter astonishment, the piece of wood began moving away from him. It had now moved close enough for him to get a good look at it, what he thought actually might just be a sea monster. He soon realized that this creature was actually an eel, or some species of snake-like fish. However, this was not any eel he had ever seen before. This thing sprung out of the water, nearly trying to attack my father. This eel-like fish was also incredibly sized, over 9 feet in length. It was a dark shade of blue, and my father said that when it reared up out of the water to attack him, he said its face was very distorted, like it was mutated, looked nothing like any creature he's ever seen. He never even considered trying to catch this thing. It tried to attack my dad for a brief moment before going back into the deep water. The story gets stranger. That evening, my dad decided to remove the anchor and leave. At only about 75 yards away from shore, he noticed yet another creature swimming toward his boat. This thing looked like the thing he saw earlier, but slightly smaller. He idly remarked that this could have been its child. This thing was more green than the other one, which was blue, and it suddenly leapt out of the water at him. This one didn't come close enough to actually reach him, because he had started up his motor and sped away as fast as he could. This occurrence spooked my dad so much that when he returned home to Dallas, without ever picking up his fishing gear, he said he never told anybody about these creatures at the time, and it was only much later that he even ever brought up the story. I'd like to believe my dad, but there's sometimes it sounds a little unbelievable. There are many skeptics out there who say they have explanations for everything. I'd like to know what you think. On November 25th, 2009, I was part of a crew on the commercial fishing boat, the Bounty, out of San Diego, California. We were fishing tuna about 18 miles off the coast, and had already caught several bluefin. All the crew noticed something very large swimming towards the boat, far bigger than any whale we'd ever seen. We thought it was more bluefin, until we saw it wasn't shaped like tuna. It was like a strange eel with long, slender body, maybe 25 feet long, and 4 times as wide. The head, judging from under the water, was much wider than any whale or dolphin. This thing swam directly under our boat, in a very straight pattern, going down deep towards the bottom, but not actually popping up for air. At that point, everyone on board could hear distinctly 2 very large gaseous bubbles slowly rising to the surface. Then, this thing swam off into the distance. When we saw the bubbles rise to the surface, I'm pretty sure that means it eats by sucking whatever fish or other ocean life there is near down enough into its large mouth, using those 2 air bubbles rising to the surface as a vacuum to suck up anything nearby. We were all blown away by this sighting. What kind of sea monster is that? How did it evolve? Those are questions we've been asking ourselves ever since. We all tried to rule out what fish it could have been, but none of us could ever really come to any sort of conclusion. It was totally different than anything we've ever seen before. If anyone has any idea of what this creature could be, please let me know, along with your opinion. Thank you for reading. I grew up in Southern California and spent my whole life at the beach. I'd been surfing since I was a kid, but never expected to see something like this. Something prehistoric. It was spring. on an overcast day with a few days of rain. I went out with some friends of work, and we were looking for some big waves. We got out far from shore, and by that time, it seemed pretty clear, so we began paddling into some surf when one of my buddies pointed ahead towards what looked like two dolphins playing. They were coming straight at us, which he didn't think they did because of their blunt noses or whatever. Then we realized these were no dolphins, but whatever they were had huge sets of jaws coming straight at us. The whole thing scared the hell out of all three of us, and we began paddling back to shore like crazy men. When I looked around after a while, my other two buddies, I found that one had disappeared completely, and the other one was lying face down in the water 20 yards away. I pulled him aboard my surfboard, then paddled as fast as I could towards shore. Luckily, managed to beach it before he drowned. He said he was so frightened by what he saw under the water, he instantly fainted, nearly drowning. We found my other friend about 15 minutes later, up on the beach, so the whole ordeal lasted about half an hour. I described what we saw to a biologist friend. They said it was probably some kind of prehistoric shark or sea serpent that still lives in the deep parts of the ocean. I mean, judging by what it looked like, it very well could have been. It was disturbing, to say the least. My buddy and myself are both still pretty shaken up over the whole ordeal. I guess I'll never look at the ocean in the same way ever again. Eric B., 31 years old, Santa Monica Beach. My grandfather served as a commander aboard a submarine back in World War II, and has always relayed this story. Sadly, he passed away back in 2011, but this story of his, I'll never forget. Basically, for a period of time, this submarine was patrolling an area just outside the UK. I couldn't tell you exactly when during World War II this was, but just sometime during those events. They got a motion of a very large object moving towards them that then very quickly diverted away. The only thing they could come up with was that it was an enemy vessel, except two things. Number one, an enemy vessel could not have been this large, and number two, an enemy vessel could not have gone this close and retreated, not without attacking. There were no other Allied ships or vessels in the area that day, and it really makes me wonder what exactly they encountered out there in the ocean. My grandfather adds that it could have been some sort of large aquatic animal, or maybe a whale. This was a military vessel, so they would certainly have fired upon it if they thought it was an enemy submarine. They stayed in the area for another couple of days, but nothing else occurred, and there were no other sightings until then, at least the end of this tour. Some people may think that my grandfather was just making up stories to make himself seem like he has seen more action than he really did, as indeed many do, but I know him too well to believe that. He was always quite the patriot, and wished he had served longer, but not by any means could he be accused of embellishing on any story. Even he believed that, judging by what was read, that whatever it was much larger than a whale. We're talking huge in size here. I can't tell you what exactly it was, but I'm sure anybody who has served or still does serve in any branch of the armed forces, while many have stories. Some may be just as exciting as this one, if not more so. It's not every day you get a sea monster sighting story from a submarine captain, after all. I was once on a 35-foot wooden shrimp boat built in the late 50s with a pair of 350 Chevy engines for power. Our captain that night, Captain Jim, had been working these boats for over 20 years, and most times, when the sea got this calm, he'd always come up to the bridge and tell me how flat it was out there. Not tonight, though. Tonight, he'd stayed down below his bunk, looking ill as could be, and told me not to bother him unless my butt was dragging behind me. It wasn't until later that night we could see this strange creature rise up out of the water, then quickly descend back down again. If Captain Jim wasn't feeling so sickly, he would have been down below standing watch, like always, telling me what fish I could expect to catch, and chances are, I probably wouldn't be writing this now, as they had never seen that thing. I was sitting on top of a tall platform called the Fly Bridge, overlooking the skiff, when I first noticed something moving under the water, about 100 yards away off of our port side. This seemed strange because all night long, everything had been dead, so my attention was turned away from whatever this disturbance might be for a few minutes. I sat there for a few more minutes, then looked down to my right again, but this time it was much closer and appeared much bigger. I'm not the person who gets creeped out by many things, so at first I wasn't really sure what to think of this new development. But just then, something large breached the surface, about 100 yards off of our port side, and began slowly moving towards us, revealing itself in greater detail with each passing second. Our boat was dead silent, besides the sound of water gently sliding up along our hull. So, even while it was a ways off from us, I could clearly hear its blubbery flippers slopping against the surface as it wove from side to side, searching for fish. This was the first time I'd ever seen a creature like this with my very own eyes, and it took me several moments to realize it wasn't a fish at all, but rather some kind of monster that vaguely resembled a whale, but was more clearly something much different altogether. I have no idea how long it was, or how long it swam there, perhaps circling our boat for almost an hour before finally descending back down into the depths below, taking most of the light above. Just then, Captain Jim heard the commotion coming from atop where I was standing, making his way over to the top of the steps leading up to the bridge. "You see that?" I said to him. "I sure as hell did," he replied, with a look of terror on his face. It was pretty big, too. I could tell by the tone of his voice just how much this had shaken him, and when I looked over at his eyes, they were full of fear and bloodshot, almost as though he'd seen something truly terrible that had haunted him deeply. This was only one night in an otherwise long life of seafaring adventures, but it's impossible for anybody else to understand what it feels like to be alone out there, so far from land, and just to know there is something lurking beneath the surface, waiting to strike whenever they decide they're hungry enough to devour a whole boat of live fishermen. I had an experience up in the northern woods that you probably wouldn't believe. I was going camping with a close friend of mine up by the Three Sisters Falls. It was getting dark when we arrived, so we set up our camp, made some supper, and got out our sleeping bags. I should have known something was wrong when there were no animals around to be seen or heard that night. The only noise was from the river, and it was beginning to get cold outside. As I fell asleep, I began having these nightmares about seeing an ancient creature in the woods that would come towards me, sometimes hiding its face and then showing it, but not doing anything except walking right past me, as if nothing happened. I woke up in my sleeping bag, soaked through with sweat. My entire being, my heart, feeling like it could burst out of my chest at any moment. I believed what I had just seen in my dreams was a Wendigo, or something similar. I told my friend, and he didn't really believe me. He said that we had never heard of such things being sighted around here. It was probably just some strange nightmares. Now, after both of us falling back asleep, I began seeing this creature almost every time I closed my eyes, and eventually, I dreamt more about how it looked. Pale with this nasty hair all over its body, except for where the face is. Bright yellowish green eyes, sharp teeth on a twisted mouth. It smiled at me each time until finally The day came. I don't know how to describe it honestly, but this horrible feeling just lingered all morning long. My friend, he could feel it too, described his own vivid nightmares he had all night, which we shared and were very similar to our own. We made sure the tents were tightly shut up and began packing our gear. As we were packing, the feeling of something lingering, something watching, never left. It was silent at first, but eventually grew more and more in intensity. The entire time we were packing up, the feeling that we weren't alone never stopped. And as soon as we had finished packing up, put the tents back in their bags, my friend had this really bad headache. He was telling me he couldn't take it anymore. We left and couldn't deal with it. I wish I knew what sort of strange paranormal events we had dealt with that very evening and night. I'm not sure if it was demonic, or if this really was the case of a Wendigo. This is exactly why I'm reaching out to you, in hopes you could provide us with some answers of some kind. See, my knowledge of cryptozoology is so limited, but from the little I know, this makes the most sense of what it could be. But, like I said before, I'll let you be the judge. I was out camping in the woods for a few days at the time with my friend and cousin. We were sitting by this lake, right around midnight, and we heard branches snapping, footsteps headed towards us, and this weird guttural growl. It sounded like a cross between a wolf and a bear, or something. Anyway, my friend said he'd go take a look. I told him not to, but trying to be the hero, he did anyway. He was gone for like 20 minutes, and I hear branches and twigs snapping. He comes running back, freaked out, and just with this panicked expression all over his face. "We need to go now," was all he said as he grabbed our gear and we ran off. Of course, we came back. Later that night, we're all in the tent, and we hear branches snapping and footsteps again. In that moment, I'm wondering to myself, why did we come back? Why didn't we just leave like he had told us? So, I am done. I unzip the tent and yell out. There's no response. We just keep hearing these strange sounds for the next half hour. We heard this strange voice calling to all of our names. We thought it was maybe somebody playing a prank, but that was quickly dismissed after the voice became very audible and sounded all sorts of wrong. It was distorted and crackly, like it was coming from an old FM radio or something. I looked out of my tent, but I didn't see anybody. I tried my best to ignore it. We were all pretty spooked by what we were hearing. It wasn't until later, though, that next day, when I was taking a piss out in the woods, I noticed a lot of blood on the ground around me. As far as I knew, I hadn't seen any birds or animals around, so I wasn't sure what to make of it, other than maybe some poor animal got eaten. So I zipped up, went back to hanging out with my friend and cousin, and we began hearing the sounds again. A low growl, followed by this strange humming noise. Listen, I can't begin to tell you just how terrified we all were by sensing this creature, whatever it was. We all booked it out of our camping spot. Enough was enough. We both all ran towards where our truck had been parked, and without wasting a second, we all jumped in and flew out there very fast. We would come back and collect our stuff in a couple of days, but nothing, and I mean nothing, could prepare us for what sort of dark, sickly-looking creature we saw. It was ugly. I mean, it kind of looked like a golem troll-looking thing. I don't know. It freaked all of us out badly. I don't even like to talk about it, to be honest. It brings back bad memories. Even writing this out was tough. I've heard lots of stories about Wendigos, but they sound like a mix of Native American folklore and tall tales. I believe the Wendigo creature is part native culture from the north-central North America, namely in the Midwestern United States and eastern Canada. My only Wendigo story would be that my grandmother told me one of those scary campfire stories back when I was much younger, which involved a group of kids wandering off into the woods and being killed by this creature, aka Wendigo. It sounds like this thing is supposed to take on the form of other things in order to lure people away from the safety that they're in into the woods. But again, I've never seen it. Wendigo sightings aren't just restricted to places like Canada and the Great Lakes, though. I guess they've been reported as far away from there as Florida, even California, where certain Native American folklore likely wouldn't reach or influence people so much. At least that kind of folklore. I think that's odd and make these sightings seem much more credible. Anyway, as the story goes, a Wendigo is basically a man or a woman that has been, possessed by an evil spirit and turned into some sort of ogre demon thing. This creature's skin begins to change into something much different. The Wendigo is said to have a tall, lanky body, long arms, and it's often described as being very gaunt, bony knees and elbows. This creature usually has no hair, only sparse clumps of grayish hair on its head, and it looks disgusting, and looks like some sort of cross between an emaciated imp or something. And Wendigo sightings also seem to be increasing. In fact, I remember hearing news reports in the spring of 2005 about people in Florida seeing this strange creature, which was described as walking upright like a man, yet being 8 feet tall with extra long arms. One long arm longer than the other. It was also described as having a deathly pale white face, stringy black hair, and a large mouth that contained many fangs. Sometimes, the Wendigo is said to have glowing red eyes, or even blue ones. I know this isn't really a story and more just information, but I'd be curious to look more into the research side of things. What are your thoughts on Wendigos? I would love to know. Wendigos are these tall, skinny monsters that kind of look like a man, and I guess they're supposed to have antlers. They often have clawed hands and, as far as I know, walk on 2 legs. Some Wendigo sightings were in the woods or forest, while others were much deeper in the woods, so thick there's no sunlight. They cannot be easily seen. In fact, if you didn't know, in the Wendigo myth, there are said to be people of Native American descent who had committed cannibalism. They were not accepted by other tribe members. They would eat their companions, and eventually an entire village's population was gone, except for one person. That person was banished from his tribe and wandered through the forest, forever as a Wendigo. The Wendigo is often seen in the Algonquin forest of northeastern America. It is an extremely violent creature, said to attack and eat people, hence the cannibalism. But it's not savage like a monster. The way it attacks is very cautious, premeditated, smart, unlike other monsters that are just mindless killing machines. They can travel anywhere, from running on all fours to walking bipedally. Wendigos may be changed by the moon and can change from wolf-like creatures into these man-eating beasts, sometimes at night. The Wendigo monster is often supposed to be attributed with creating winter storms and freezing temperatures as it passes through an area. It's even said that in one Native American tribe's story, there were a group of hunters that went hunting for the Wendigo. When they found it tried to escape by turning into a wolf, like shapeshifting. Although they killed the wolf, the Wendigo still came back as another animal, such as an eagle or even a human being. The Wendigo is said to prefer cold climates or places where there are blizzards and heavy snow. The lore goes that anybody who comes too close to the Wendigo will be killed by it and eaten. Native tribes also say that they sometimes return from their death in spirit form, or become another monster after death as a form of vengeance. It might not have just been one person who committed the cannibalism. It might actually be a group of them trying to gain their revenge by killing more people. When you hear the howling wind or heavy snow, it is said that the Wendigo can either be nearby or have just gone through the area. They usually like to stay in heavily wooded areas close to wilderness, where they are much harder to find, and they can use snow to their advantage. You won't be able to see them or hear them most of the time, but you may know when one is near if you see a snowy area where there normally wouldn't be any. Bottom line, if you're near a Wendigo, it might try to disguise itself as another person with its dark magic. Beware for those who don't know. To this day, I have no idea what it is that I saw out there in the woods. I can provide you with any number of descriptions and accounts, but there's only one thing that really matters. Whatever it was, or maybe still is, out in those woods, most assuredly wanted to be seen by me. The closest town to the area where I saw whatever it was sits a few miles away, but the place that it occurred is very remote. So remote, in fact, that it seems unlikely or even entirely impossible that anybody else has ever stumbled upon the creature's den, since this was roughly 20 years ago. This setting is one of those lost frontier kinds of places, where local kids go to do drugs and have sex. We were too far out from town for anybody to hear us. The woods were vast, large trees, steep ravines all around us. The time was just after midnight, 1991. So excuse me, I guess 30 years now. Wow, it's been that long. Anyway, at the time, I and my friends had all been drinking hard liquor since dinner the night before. In preparation for trick-or-treating, of course. I had just turned 18 and went through a heavy stint of alcoholism. But besides that, it was now late fall, and the night was getting very chilly. We were riding around in the pickup truck. Yes, we were intoxicated. The windows were rolled halfway down, partially to keep us warm when we drove, but the cold, fresh air of the night also felt good. I had been drinking hard liquor on an empty stomach all day. I was drunk, but not piss drunk, still enough to be coherent. The next thing I remember is looking down at my hands and having these vivid, horrible hallucinations of my entire hands just being covered in blood. And the night around us seemed to be getting darker, like a storm was coming, but not a storm that you would think. I blinked hard, trying to clear my eyes. Trust me, these weren't beer goggles. I looked into the woods where I'd seen something move off in the distance, just behind us. But maybe it was the tricks of my eyes because it wasn't there anymore. What came next, however, will stay with me forever. Check this out. I was looking directly into the woods, then looked over my shoulder at my friends in the truck, and this ripple of darkness, I would call it, like a wave rolling through the forest, passed right past us down the hill from where we had just come. It kind of went left to right, then ended and disappeared from sight on the right side of us as quickly as it had come. I've never been a fan of horror movies or scary stories in general. I don't like being scared by things that really exist in real life, things that I can imagine happening to me. It goes against my nature. I don't like it. This is what scares me the most. The knowledge that all of us are vulnerable, no matter how brave or self-confident somebody might believe themselves to be. Anything can happen to anyone at any time. And if you think you're ready for when it does, there's a pretty good chance you're about to get the living hell scared out of you. The woods, they were so dark and foreboding. and then much darker than they should have been. Something had changed, as if whatever was out there was closer now than before, and this time, I knew we couldn't escape it. I took another look in the direction that I'd seen whatever it was disappear off in. It wasn't there anymore, but at least this time, I saw what had caused the ripple of darkness through the trees. A shadow had passed over a large tree behind us and began moving forward, coming towards us up the hill. The three of us were sitting in silence as the three dark, large figures came closer, merging into one, closer to the road where we parked. I just remember this powerful, overwhelming sense of fear, as if something was pulling me toward the darkened woods. The darkness felt like it was calling my name, wanting me to come to it. Whatever I had seen out there on the edge of the woods, it wanted me. It wanted something from me, and that's when I knew. Whatever it was out there in the dark, whatever it had been that had made that dark ripple through the forest, I was dealing with something that clearly was not human. This being came closer to us, and then stopped just at the edge of our headlights' light, and looked up at us. It was then that we got a look at whatever this being was. Its eyes were yellow, bloodshot. Its facial expression was twisted into something horrible I can't even begin to describe. It almost looked like the face of an evil being, except more feral and wild-looking, kind of like a wild beast's skull underneath its skin, instead of a normal human face. I remember beginning to cry, saying, "Oh God, no," out loud. I incoherently shook and cried. The thing that had been stalking us turned around and walked just out of the light. I knew it was keeping an eye on us. Nothing will sober you up quicker than coming into contact with entities from other dimensions, or so I believe this was. When this thing had gone out from the light, I grabbed my pistol from under my seat and checking it. It was already loaded with hollow point rounds, and I made sure they were seated properly in the chamber. Out here, in case of wild animals, you always want to have a weapon. You can never be too safe. We all sat there silently for a moment. Then, one of my friends made the comment, "Who would ever believe us? I mean, we can't tell the police about this. They think we're crazy. Plus, we reek like alcohol." So, we figured it was in our best interest if we headed back into town, where we'd be safe. Just sort of let the alcohol drain out of our systems. So we started the truck, turned it around, looking back at where we had been. I could see that whatever had been out there was now hiding in the shadows, underneath the trees, still watching us. I felt it. I can tell it was there. A small part of my inner being understood what I was seeing, but another part of me didn't want to believe that anything this horrible even existed. There was something in the darkness that night, and it was not going to let us go until it got what it came for. Something from one of us, possibly all three of us. I figured we'd be safe once we made it back into town, though nobody could hurt you there. There were too many people around. That's what I believed. As we drove back into town, suddenly feeling more sober than ever after everything that had happened, was accompanied by a worse feeling, being followed. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror at whatever it was that was following us, and that's when I could see it again. It was moving behind us to the trees, this massive, horrible silhouette. It was trailing us, moving from tree to tree. I kept driving faster and faster along the dark road. My friends and I were panicking, trying to make the truck drive faster, but this truck was a beat-up old podunk piece of crap. It could only go so fast. We were all screaming to go faster, and we tried pushing this truck as hard as it can go. It was going now about 60 miles an hour. It couldn't go much more than that. Whatever it was behind us did not seem to be faltering, but finally, it kind of just vanished after pursuing us for an unknown period of time. We were successful in making it out to that portion of the woods, and in no time, back into town. Now, it was probably about 1 in the morning, I believe. We had been drinking, so we didn't want to report what we had seen or experienced to anybody. But let's be honest here. There is no amount of alcohol that will allow you to experience what we did. Even today, I'm still friends with those same guys that I experienced this with. All of our stories remain the same, no details having been changed. We all saw the same entity. One thing I wanted to quickly mention about this is that there was just this evil aura that emanated from it. You could feel it. You could feel that it wanted to harm us and do bad. It's kind of like this. You know how you can just sense people's auras, right? You can feel certain things from people. You don't exactly have to be empathetic. It's just our natural human discernment. That's what we all felt off this being. Afterwards, we all felt really weird for a while. I know my one friend who was with us got horribly ill for the next few days. And no, not like alcohol. I'm talking about fever, but popped right back normal after a little bit. And the next few days, we'd all felt drained. And again, not in a hungover way, but in a way like we had just ran 20 miles. It was much different than an alcohol hangover. It was something, I don't know. Anyway, I'm sorry for the long story, but it's important that I share every aspect of what happened on that night back in 1991. The forest behind my house is so scary. I have always heard stories about a Wendigo living there, and it's given me the chills. Once, when I was 8 years old, we were hiking through that part of the woods and saw something huge in the distance. It looked kind of like a Bigfoot, but more human-like, with glowing yellow eyes. My father told us to stay out of the back area of the woods. We had no idea what we were playing around with, and we needed to be very careful. He explained to us that there were bad spirits back there. My dad, who supposedly knew a lot of history around here, supposedly there's this old Indian burial ground nearby, but I've heard that old tripe before. I don't know if you can trust that. Once, my grandma was in the hospital, and I had to go spend some time with her. She's always been a little different, and she told me about this weird creature, I guess, that natives used to worship back when they were still acceptably civilized people. And I say that respectfully. Our government has taken so much from them. Whatever civilization they had has been stripped by them and stripped from them. When they were united, a civilized tribe, there were a lot of things that were different, but anyway, she claimed that this was a spirit of nature or something. She said, if somebody destroys the land too much, then they will upset the balance of nature. It'll make this being take forms of different things and take revenge on whoever did it. Well, my grandmother died shortly after we got home from visiting her. I believe one of the spirits possessed her and killed her. My father claims that because we went back there, we had been targeted, and this Wendigo spirit attached itself to me and then attached itself to my grandmother, killing her. It's just speculation, but what do you think about this? I don't know what this was. A skinwalker, a Wendigo. I think I saw something. I know it sounds crazy, but this was something in the woods. Now, there's a big forest at the back of my neighborhood, right? And as I was driving home from work last night, I looked over and saw something running quickly across the field. I thought it might be an animal, but then I saw its face. It looked just like the Wendigo paintings I've seen. The eyes were all red, and it had a jaw that kind of hinged open, exposing yellow teeth jutting out. Now, completely panicked and terrified, I immediately drove home, locking every door in my house. I don't know if that thing was a skinwalker or a Wendigo, but probably not. It can't hurt to be careful, just in case. I mean, I'll say it again. I don't know what it is that I saw, but I can tell you this, it's something I don't ever want to see again. Last time I was up on the mountain, I saw something. Something that made me think the stories about wendigos in these woods were true. I mean, I never used to believe in them, but now, well, I'm not so sure. It began as just a normal hike. Nothing different about this one from all the others before it. My friends Mark and Ian had both decided to come with me today, and were heading out early in the morning because we wanted to catch some good footage for a documentary. We called it The Mythical Creatures of Appalachia. Of course, it was more of a joke than anything. We weren't really capturing anything, if at all. As much as I'd like to believe we got footage, well, we really didn't film anything. Anyway, we spent a lot of time at the summit, and felt like somebody was following us from behind. At first, we ignored it, but the feeling just grew too strong. When we would turn around, of course, how cliche, there wouldn't be anybody else there. We tried to keep all of our thoughts on the Wendigo so that it would stay away. Jokingly, of course, because at this point, we didn't believe. We just thought maybe we were being paranoid being out in the wild. Let's just say what happened caused us to cut our hiking trip in the mountains short. We wanted to get back into town and out of the woods, so we began walking as fast as we could. We kept looking behind us, thinking maybe we were being followed by someone, right? Not quite something yet. We got more and more paranoid as time went on, but there was never anything there, just trees. It made me feel like I was going crazy, and it really messed with my head. We were almost ready to give up when a small patch of tall grass that had been swaying in the wind suddenly stopped moving. My friends and I froze right where we stood, afraid to move another inch for fear of whatever could be in those bushes seeing or hearing us come closer. The three of us turned around slowly with our lights pointed towards the spot where the movement had ceased. That's when I saw it. I just froze there, like my friends and I did. And when I say a pair of glowing red eyes staring right through those bushes, it was hard to see for sure, but I could tell this thing had long, stringy black hair. From behind me, Mark was like, "Do you guys see that?" And we all nodded, without taking our eyes off what we were looking at. We were in total disbelief. "What do you think it is?" Ian answered by saying, "It's more likely some kind of coyote with rabies or something," shakily. He sounded so unsure of himself, desperate for an answer. And all of a sudden, that patch of grass began moving again. We couldn't move if we wanted to. We were just standing there in shock as this figure slowly, fully came out into view from behind the tall blades of grass into our sight. I don't think any of us could have blinked at that moment, for fear of not being able to run or see this thing up close. And believe me, none of us didn't want to miss this. As soon as it stepped all the way through the thick bush line, it stopped dead still onto its hind legs and let out this sound that was like a combination between a man's voice mixed with a high-pitched dog's yelp and a scream. It shook those long, stringy black hairs from side to side and let out another ear-piercing screech. We couldn't help but move backwards a few steps, but we stopped when none of us wanted to turn our backs on this thing yet. This thing was standing right in front of us. I mean, it was practically right there. If we wanted to reach out and touch it, we probably could have. I can't really explain how it looked, except to say it resembled some sort of dark figure. It was gross looking. There were parts of its face and arms exposed, but I guess the best way I could summarize what we were seeing. Think of an upright coyote, or something with bad, nasty mange, mixed with a feral human being. That description doesn't do it justice, but it gets you in the right frame of thinking. Completely shocked at what we were seeing, I think all of us three reacted out of fear and took off running away from whatever this thing was. I don't think any of us knew at the time, but Ian tripped, and we didn't immediately notice. He fell to the ground. I stopped. I turned around, and now my mind is filled with fear as I run back towards my friend to grab him. When I turned around to look at this thing again, it was now coming after both of us, picking up speed. The look on its face seemed frenzied, like it was out for blood. It looked down at Ian on the ground and let out another screech, this one sounding like a mixture of laughter and pain put together. As I tried lifting Ian up, something caught my eye again behind this creature, making its way out of the forest. What appeared to be 5 other figures emerging from somewhere back in the bushes. They looked almost just like the one coming right after us. They all began coming right out of the bush, moving, mobilizing. I yanked Ian up and caught with Mark, who was already ahead of us. Now, in that instance, the thing directly following us dove into the forest on our left, keeping parallel the entire time. It didn't seem right, so I stopped running and turned around. Just in time, I see it pounce on top of this deer that had emerged from the forest without us knowing about it. The deer lets out this high-wailed scream, and it sounded like the creature's, as if this thing was playing with its food. I don't think any of us realized till later, but we kept moving fast, trying not to turn our backs on this thing and those 5 other things. We were moving faster for some reason, desperate to make sure none of them got too close. Well, after what seemed like forever, we stopped for a second, looked back at where we came from. Nothing. I feel terrible for saying this, but thank God for that deer. I think that deer acted as a distraction, and these things took their attention on it instead of us. We were safely able to make it back and cut our trip short, like I said. I have never in all my years came across anything remotely similar to the strange creature we all 3 saw that day. I firmly believe it was a Wendigo. I can't be too sure, though. It looks like a large man covered with thick fur from head to toe, part animal, with a face that is not really recognizable, but unique, and these horrible bulging eyes. Again, this thing was grotesque. Even now, when I try remembering the experience we had, my body still shivers thinking about what we saw in that dark part of the forest, deep on the mountainside. This is one of those moments where you can say, I never believed in a Wendigo until now. I don't know if any of us will ever go back there again. I mean, who would want to? You can call me Frank. See, I'm a paranormal researcher up here in Toronto. Now, I've been wanting to write to you for some time about the strange things and sightings that have been happening up here in my beautiful home country. Something eerie is happening in the forests of Canada. A hideous creature that can be best described as a malevolent monster, equipped with supernatural abilities. Yes, this thing has been sighted. It is known to the natives by their name, the Wendigo. To say it resembles an ape-like creature would not be correct. It stands erect like a human being, but does not walk on all 4s. One Canadian province alone had more than 60 sightings reported over a span of 8 years, 1990 to 1998. And this number only represents those people who were even brave enough to talk about what they saw in writing, risking careers, reputations, everything on the line, for the sake of perseverance in science and cryptozoology. Brave souls they be. Some eyewitness claims that the Wendigo possesses enough power that could rival those of, say shape-shifting aliens, or even vampires, or witches. This includes mind control. According to Native American folklore, this creature is said to have a magnetic personality, similar to the dark spirits or aliens that are also believed to be around, and they use humans for sustenance, such as luring them into tight grips, either through means of hypnosis or just plain force. On rare occasions, when the Wendigos were encountered in rural areas, it was known for them to take small children who were left unattended, even for short periods of time. And in some cases, they appeared out of nowhere, snatching children because their parents were not paying any attention. Now, the majority of these child snatching cases took place on sunny summer days, when the kids would do something like leave their homes unsupervised, all while the mothers would tend to household chores, or maybe be busy cooking in the kitchen. One story in particular involved a stolen child. A woman who lived alone in the forest, far away from neighbors, called the police. She claimed her 5-year-old boy was missing. When they arrived, she claimed she had just checked on him a few minutes ago, and now he was gone. They should hurry because it was getting dark, and there are wild animals out here. When authorities actually arrived at the scene, she told them and explained she was making him lunch, and he said he had used the bathroom and ran outside to pee, like most little boys do. She immediately went looking for him when she couldn't find him anywhere around their house. The police searched with flashlights, thinking maybe he fell into a river. But after their extensive search, turning up with 0 results, they're not sure. They begin to get skeptical. The woman or mom's peculiar attitude was suspicious. If anything did happen as she had claimed, it would have happened a long time ago. The forest is very thick and visibility is poor at night. The local police was about to call in the government investigations when one of them noticed freshly made what appeared to be monkey tracks near a hollow hole that was close by. Although he had no idea what type of animal could leave those marks on the ground, since it was only end of March, he felt 100% sure that whatever made them was not human. Unless the kid suddenly grew feet, which became separated from his body. I mean, who knows? Maybe that's how the mother and the boy went missing at the same time. Because, by the way, it turns out the mother did go missing after this. But anyway, before they could investigate deeper, their radio got a call from nearby, saying that another child was snatched by what they had described as being big and hairy, and later on, the description, a giant troll, was given. The kid's parents were watching TV apparently while he played outside. I guess when he came running back to the house, asking for some water, he wasn't there anymore. Instead, this grotesque-looking creature grabbed him. Another witness who lived next to a wooded area also claimed she saw this tall creature. Also, she kind of described it as a troll-looking thing would run across one side of her lawn one night, then disappear into the trees on the other side. She claimed it looked gross. It wasn't a bear. She didn't tell anybody about what she saw. She was afraid somebody would call her crazy after admitting to seeing this creature. She also described it as exactly as foretold in fairy tales. Another local woman called in saying that the dog began barking like crazy during the night shift. It saw something moving around outside of its window, causing the dog to get curious and to look out. Now, she too claims to have seen a tall hairy monster running across the road while carrying a dead carcass. Not of a human, I'm talking like a deer. It's pretty evident that something is going on up here in Canada, and none of these sightings are Bigfoots. While I know we have our fair share of cryptids, just like the United States does, I believe much of this work is of a Wendigo demon, not that of a Sasquatch in my opinion. As a cryptozoologist and a paranormal researcher, it is my duty to pursue these creatures further and seek out the answers we're all looking for better or for worse. I hope we connect, and I hope you and your audience can help me and share information that anybody knows. Thanks. Howdy. I'm a first-hand witness to what I would call a werebear. This was in 1997, on Old West Side of Monroe, Washington. It was out by where all those huge trees are in that line by the highway when you come into town from the west. We had just exited off the main highway and driven through Sultan, Washington to get out there. Once we got to Monroe, my mom, who was driving, wanted us to go out into the farmland area. It's actually pretty hilly around there. She said it would be easier for me to throw up outside if I began feeling carsick, like I did most of the trip after morning sickness hit me hard that day. So we stopped by this little dirt road opening with an old break in its concrete. It had never gotten fixed. We got out of the car. My mom looked back again to make sure I was all right. Then she walked around back, watching me as I recovered from feeling sick. Now, this road wasn't really a road at all, more like a break in the trees with some grass growing up through it. It kind of dead-ended into one of another farm's property, but you could still see all the way down, maybe half a mile, where there were 3 houses back to back on each other's property line, which were owned by what looked like Amish folk, based on the horses in the property and their pastures. Just as my mother turned to walk away towards her side of the car, I saw something running alongside, outside the corner of my eye. It made me turn and look. It was large, very large, and running on 2 legs. It ran like a man would, an Olympic runner, except you could tell by its movements alone there was something very different about it. Both my mother and I, our eyes locked on this thing as it was coming across the road, and I could almost make out the shape of a human-like face on this thing. It kind of made me shudder. It was covered in large black hair. This thing was the size of a bear, incredibly huge. And then it disappeared into the woods as it turned and ran back. My mother immediately went around to the other side of my car, told me to get back inside when she saw this thing running towards us and then running back. Safe to say, we got back in the car and drove slowly up ahead. She wanted to have a look at where this thing disappeared to after seeing how fast it moved away, and it most certainly was not a person or a bear. As we reached the end of the little dirt road opening, my mom stopped for a second, looked ahead into the trees and on the other side. I followed her, looking more closely too, and I see it again. This time it was standing in front of a tree, but all I could see were its claws as it stood there, staring at us from behind a few branches. It had long, spindly fingers, very long black nails, or what appeared to be claws on them, and they were raised up, gripping the trunk of this tree behind. My mother began screaming and driving forward, slowly, not wanting to scare it away. Then it ran out from behind the tree and disappeared behind us. We still don't know what this was, but it was freaky looking. It kind of looked like a large bear, but the head was different. Like, imagine for a moment, a bear, upright like a man, at least the legs of a man, but the upper body of a bear, and the head of a half-human, half-bear. That's what it reminded me of, or so what it looked like. It was not a Bigfoot. It did not look like a human. It looked like something I've never seen before, and it certainly freaked my mother out. When I was a kid, I had a very heartfelt and personal experience. My family was not well off, but we were doing fine financially. We lived on a farm in the country with very little human contact outside of our own community. We had lots of land, with mostly horses as our livestock. Our closest neighbors were 8 miles away from us, and we only had one road connecting us to them. It wasn't exactly uncommon for kids to go days without seeing another person besides their own families if they chose to. My sister and I used to play out in the fields around our house, come back when we got hungry or needed water, or if we got hurt or something like that. When we ran into each other while playing, there was no rush for us either to head home. We'd share things like toys or food, then get back out there into the world that we lived in. One day, I was exploring a very dry creek bed near where we lived, and I saw something dart up and over an embankment next to me. It really startled me. It moved so quickly and silently through the trees and across the ground. I could hear nothing but leaves brushing As soon as this thing disappeared from sight, my stomach sank, and I got a very bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. Like premonition, bad luck type stuff. So instead of stopping to think about what just jumped over the hill, I ran as fast as my 7-year-old legs could possibly carry me, back towards my house. And then I saw it. This large thing lumbering out of the bush and onto the path in front of me. It was almost as tall as I was, but it walked with its chest puffed out, and it looked just like a hideous goblin or something. It looked dirty and hairy, and had tusks coming out of its mouth. It was covered in filth. I always think back and think it was some sort of garbage monster or something. It was just gross looking. I just ran as fast as my little legs could possibly carry me, not daring to look behind and see how close it was to me. I remember it tried to reach out and grab me and pull me away, but luckily I evaded its reach. When I was within sight of the house, I nearly collapsed. I got back inside and still had that sickly feeling in my stomach. That feeling had now been replaced with a newfound sense of courage and victory. I can remember vividly, too, afterwards, that whole little path and section of the forest reeked like rotting meat for the next few days afterwards. I don't even want to know what that thing was. In 1934, I was born in a small town of about 200 souls. We lived on a homestead with my 2 brothers, parents, and grandmother. My father had been raised on this land by his own grandfather, who made his living as a trapper and subsistence hunter. From the time he was old enough to walk, my father spent most of his waking hours out in the surrounding woods. There were no schools outside of town then. He had only an 8th grade education, but became a very successful businessman when he grew up. His business partner for many years was an investigator with several degrees. This is where I come in. You see, Grandpa Harold taught me everything he knew about life in the forest and how to survive. When I was just 9, my dad had developed a terminal lung disease that ultimately killed him just years later. Needless to say, our family completely devastated by the loss. It took me many years to realize the full impact of what had happened. But I have come to understand that losing our father left us all somewhat broken. My mother remarried soon after Dad died, and we went to live with her new husband on his ranch in eastern Washington. That's where the story really begins. I would be about 25 or 26 at this point, working as a professional land surveyor for local counties around Yakima. At least, I thought I was still a land surveyor. One night, I was working a graveyard shift, 11 p.m. to 7, right around an old duplex office, packing up my gear and planning to go home when my boss called me out of the blue. He needed help with some work he had been contracted for about 4 hours away. He needed some help because apparently he had hired some new workers who didn't exactly prove to be competent. So I agreed and off there I went in the middle of the night. The following morning when I arrived at the job site, my boss introduced me around and they handed me a huge pile of topographic maps. He informed me that I needed to walk down each of these roads and check sheets, measure off all the trees in the area that have been marked by surveyors' flagging tape. At first, I thought it was odd they would be asking a woman to walk down remote roads, all alone measuring trees. I'd only been walking for maybe 15 minutes when my worst fears came true. It happened in a place where the road made a sharp turn, and there was an old dilapidated barn that had collapsed years before, and I spotted him. Something out behind the woods that looked like a large hairy man, or somebody in a large gorilla costume, which I thought it was initially, until I saw how big it was and how it moved, and how its eyes looked. I was scared. It began darting away from me in the trees and started making this whooping sound, smacking the tree really hard with this large mini log. I dropped my check sheets and ran back to the office as fast as I could. When I got there, they demanded to know what had happened on the job site, and just why I was so pale. I told them I saw this big hairy man that came out from behind the dilapidated barn and scaring me half to death. They laughed me out of the office at first, but they themselves went outside to check things out. He too quickly ate his words, as he saw something or someone come out of those woods around that barn, chasing him in a hurry. Whatever that hairy man was still there, and my boss after that simply refused to ever talk about it or bring it up. I couldn't exactly tell you what it was, because the Patterson film had not even come out yet. But I believe now, after all these years later, it was indeed some type of Bigfoot. And I still wonder what might have happened if my boss never called me, asking me to come all the way down when he did. What if it had just been him going out there? Because originally, it was going to have to be him. Or one of the newbies. Maybe something worse would have happened. And I still remember all of this like it was yesterday. When you have a sighting like that, it definitely makes an impact on your life. It even affects me now when I'm in the woods. There'll be days I'm hiking and I feel like I'm not alone. I get this eerie feeling like something or somebody is watching me, and they're right behind me. But when I turn around, there's never anybody there. It could be a ghost, or it could be one of these hairy Bigfoot-like men. I haven't been back to that area or site in quite some time. Many years. In fact, it was probably a good 12 years before I even came back, with my own husband, and while I didn't feel or see anything, there was a really awful musty stench lingering in the area. Although I never connected the two together. It just smelled like a really potent skunk. But please, don't laugh at me. I know this story sounds silly, but just think about what I saw that day while we were out there on the job site. Who knows? I guess you can call this a Bigfoot sighting or an experience with something more. It was beyond terrifying when it happened. And even today, years later, when I envision that thing's face coming at me, I still get goosebumps just thinking about it. I'm the witness. On May 18th, 2018, at around 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Washington State, my fiancé and I stopped by a small county park. We were looking for elk in the area when something caught our attention. It was in the tall grass about 50 feet away. We could see that it was crouched down and moving very slowly on all fours. We thought maybe it was an injured animal, maybe a large dog, with how it was kind of moving. But then, it just randomly stood up on two legs and began accelerating in movement speed, all the while making these horrific shrieking sounds. I've heard howls from coyotes in packs and even lone wolves before. This was nothing like that. These were very long, loud, drawn-out screams. I will never forget them. My spine itself tingled, and the hair on my entire body stood up, feeling more frightened than I ever have before in my life. Once it ran away and reached probably about 80 feet away from us, it stopped, went back down on all fours, but continued to make this shrieking noise. We lost sight of it pretty quickly, and we were the only ones around. We kind of were just speechless and walked back to the truck, not saying much of anything. Neither of us could really believe what had just happened. When we got out there initially, it was dark, so we didn't realize just how far away it was or what else was out there with us. My fiancé still claims that it was a badly injured dog, but I don't know. The way my fiancé still thinks about the shriek, it kind of bothers us. It didn't look like a normal dog, and it didn't act like a normal animal. And obviously, the standing up on two legs and running off is a huge red flag, of course. But forgive me because I'm just trying to rationalize it. Apparently, the local American Indian tribes also believed these things were real and living amongst us for hundreds of years. Bigfoot, dogman, gugways, I don't know. I've not been back to the park since, but reading experiences similar to mine on the internet, I have to maybe believe that this was possibly a gugway or a skinwalker, which is what the local Native Americans have called it, when my fiancé and I have asked about it and tried to research, although I'm still unsure. I had hiked into this small creek area and was going back heading to my car. I see this small grouping of trees, 3 to 4 of them. Thought it would be a great place to take a break from the sun. I walked over towards it, but didn't really look up until I got closer to the shade, about 20 feet away from them. I noticed something up on top of them. I couldn't really make out what it was, but some kind of animal with 4 legs, but different proportions than any creature I've seen. It was kind of up on this large, tall branch. It was just up there, staring down, kind of hunched in a fetal position. I didn't recognize what it was, so I was definitely freaked out, and I slowly began to back away. It never moved off the tree, and eventually, after about 3 minutes, it just kind of disappeared into thin air, while remaining upright on the top of the tree. As I continued to walk backwards while looking at where this thing had been, I began hearing sounds coming from all around me. Snapping sounds and fallen wood, sounding like something was big. Suddenly, I heard this loud howl or yelp off in the distance in the forest. It sounded like a very large dog, and it sounded more like a large pack of wolves coming, but they had a human quality to them. Like it was like a wolf's howl but mixed with a human yell. I ran before anything could really happen. I've since thought about this encounter many times, and I'm still not sure what it was I saw in the tree, but it was some sort of large animal crouched up on a very tall branch. It was kind of like a monkey, but it wasn't a monkey. It was maybe kind of canine-ish, but it was fetal together, like the way a monkey would hold itself. It's very hard to explain. It also doesn't help the lighting wasn't that great, but you could clearly see something large was up there, and it definitely was not a bird. It gave me chills, to be honest, and then when I heard those howls that were very disturbing, that was just the icing on the cake for me, and it made me never want to go back. I had no reason so. Take from my sighting or encounter what you will, but I know it was nothing normal. This was something very, very strange. Greetings and salutations. Thank you for taking the time to read this story. It's not my own, but my friend's. The encounter occurred back in 1979, when he was just 16 at the time. He had been out fishing with his father on one of their traditional days out together. His father has since passed away, so getting any additional information is possible, unfortunately. The location is Vashon Island, just offshore from Seattle, and apparently, from what I've heard, is home to a small community of what people refer to as werewolves, or I guess people from the Midwest know as dogmen. My friend and his father had apparently gone camping on the island during the day, staying overnight in a cabin that they owned. These wolves, dogmen, whatever, came around when their dog began barking like crazy at something outside. What was described to me is pretty graphic and terrifying, so I'm going to do my best not to elaborate or embellish. These creatures were described as being 8 to 9 feet tall, black and gray, or kind of smoky color, long pointed ears that are said to protrude straight out from the back of the head, large round eyes that kind of glowed, and a mouth full of razor teeth, where each one is extremely pointed. In fact, the comparison he made is if you've ever seen those dinosaur movies, like Jurassic Park, and you see how some of those teeth are, where there's a bunch of teeth in the mouth and each one is pinpoint sharp. That's how these things' teeth were. Completely unnatural for any canine to have. These were alpha killers. These creatures also walked around on 2 legs, just like a man's legs. They were not hawked like a dog, nor did they bend back. These were bipeds, and they moved like bipeds, not just like some animal that was only used to walking on its hind legs for a short distance, like a bear. So that's how we know this was not a misidentification, but something else entirely. One detail he did not forget to describe for me was their smell. He described it as wet dog and rotting meat and blood. And also there was kind of an earthy undertone mixed in there, along with the stench. It made him gag every time he knew they were around. And he would also notice the sound outside going completely silent, and it made his father very unnerved. They would always hear this heavy breathing and kind of a panting noise. I guess one of these creatures tried to pull his father out of his sleeping bag, but he shot one right in the eye, blowing its eyeball out, where it retreated into the woods, howling and screaming. My friend was convinced this thing wanted to eat him and his father, but his father kept him protected all night. The experience was so traumatic for both of them that they just packed up that night and left, while leaving all their camping equipment and even food supplies. They did return days later to retrieve it, but said that the lingering odor of these things was so strong they did not feel safe to stick around for very long. Plus, at the time they came to retrieve their equipment and supplies, it was nearing nighttime, and they knew, once the sun went down, these things would probably be in their full pursuit. I think that's just about everything I can remember about the story. If you want to know more, feel free to email me back. I can gladly ask him more about his experience and the sighting. Have a good day. I just wanted to give you guys an update on this story. I was recently looking through a magazine from the 30s or 40s and found a very similar story about a Bigfoot sighting in the Olympics. A hunter who had seen something walking upright along a ridge while hunting deer one day during the 1920s. It didn't appear to have much of a face, but had red eyes that glowed in the dark when his flashlights hit them. The hunter's dog went absolutely ballistic and took off. Then he had heard screams and growling coming from below him. Apparently, one of his hunter friends had disappeared. He had gone down there with another man, but all they found were some bloodstains, and his torn-up clothing, and a bunch of claw marks. They never found out what happened to the other hunter and his dog. What they did find, though, was very interesting. There were a group of Native Americans living in the area, and they had both claimed that some large animal had killed two of their women, members of their tribe about 10 years before. They were even able to show where it had took them and eaten them, or so they believed. In the ground, you could see tracks that were not of a human, but much larger. They were also clawed tracks. The hunter described this thing as half man, half orangutan, but with long claws and teeth, much bigger than anything you could have seen. The Native Americans were also terrified to even talk about it. They wouldn't go near it. The presence of this creature in both cases is what makes me think there's truth to this story. I guess, of course, you gotta take these all with a grain of salt if you want, but when you add up an old story like this, natives have no reason to make this stuff up. I mean, there's many written documentation that tribes all over the country have been dealing with similar like creatures. This has been ongoing for a very long time. In fact, just speak to any native, and most of them will tell you they have their own run-ins or know people who have had run-ins with these creatures. They spend far more time out in the wilderness than we do. They're much more knowledgeable, much more reliant on their intuition. If there's anybody's sighting story to trust, it's theirs. That about sums this up. Thanks again for reading my story. This was when I went outside of Bellevue, closer to Seattle. I was in my car when I spotted a large dark figure on the right side of me, on my driver's side window. It made me slam on my brakes and just stare because what I saw was not a bear. It was kind of crouched down behind a bush, but definitely not a man either. I can recall its fur being very shaggy, very black. It had very broad shoulders and was facing away from me, towards a big log. I don't think it exactly heard me or saw my car, but before it could, I threw myself in reverse, peeling out of there. I was so scared by the sighting that I had no idea what it could have been, but definitely not a bear as I've said, or any other animal that I've seen before. It definitely reminded me of the Patterson footage, and I'm very skeptical of those videos, but what this was, there's no way this was just somebody in a costume. By the way, this happened back in 2007. This was too real for me. This was right outside of Seattle, not very far. If anybody else has any possible encounters that are similar, please do tell. I've never seen anything like this before, that's for sure. A question that I have is that if there are more of these creatures out there, and they are remaining hidden, does that mean they're dangerous? I don't know if there are any reports of aggressive behavior on the part of these creatures, or maybe they're Bigfoot. Maybe they're just quite timid beings and not all that interested in harming humans. I'm just curious. I have been living in the Tri-Cities area, east of Yakima, since the 80s. I was about 15 or 16 when I started seeing something in the yard. The first few times, it would just be a shadow of some sort, but eventually, this turned into a full-fledged animal. Now keep in mind, this is right out my back door, so whatever it is had to have been huge. Initially, I thought it might have been one of the neighbor's German shepherds that were notorious for escaping, but after looking around for this dog, and not finding anything dog-like, I'd go back inside. The next night, same thing. I'd go outside and there it was again, standing between two large pine trees, only about 25 feet away. At this point, I'd try and decide to get a better look at it. It clearly stood on two legs just like a person, but from my angle and distance, I could only see shadows, as it stood about 9 feet tall and had very long hair. I noticed it was also watching me and very skinny looking. Then it dropped down to all fours and bolted off behind the woods of our house. I had never seen anything like this before in my life, so I didn't know what to think of it for a long time. I've since tried to do some research and talk to friends and family who've also seen similar things. I think we've all come to the conclusion that this was a skinwalker. A little more research has turned up some pretty disturbing facts about the subject, which seems authentic enough to be true. I won't go into too much detail on here. I don't want this thing getting any ideas on coming back. I will say that it seems these things are nocturnal, since it appears at nighttime a lot, and appears very active around our house. I can only assume that it uses illusions to lure you in, so they can get close enough to catch you. Well, I can remember about 2 months going by, and I started seeing it a lot. This time, it tried to get inside our house, and we would always see it outside the back window, which would appear and take the shape of a large shadow, just this large mass, and have long stringy hair. We could never see any eyes or mouth or face, but you could just know when it was out there, when it was staring at you, watching your every move. This thing would just stand there deathly still, staring off at us for what seemed like forever. Although the very first time, I had not noticed it, until I looked over and saw the shape there, watching us. I began to scream my head off. I can remember my father come running into the room, thinking a stranger had broken in to try and kill me, although it might have well has been. He found nothing out of place, except for me curled up under my sheets, screaming. He got me to calm down, and what happened? He actually went outside for us and looked around. Well, there was nothing there. Nothing that he could find. A few years go by, and my grandmother starts having the same thing happen to her. She lives quite a bit of ways though, but still in the same area. She said this thing would take shape as a shadowy man and just sit at the foot of her bed, staring at her until she finally screamed herself awake, because it would appear in her nightmares, and she feels it was actually there in real life. It did not seem to follow us after this though, and one day it just seemed to disappear altogether. I believe these things are real, and they exist. They can take whatever shape they want, since skinwalkers are actually shapeshifters after all. They can manifest into physical beings, or they can turn into supernatural ones, kind of like a magic trick. My solution? Do not go outside alone at night. I'm not kidding you on that one. Our encounter takes place just outside of Anchorage. My officer boyfriend and I were driving to my house, and he gets a call that he was needed by a woman who kept screaming, "It's here, the Kushtaka." My boyfriend and I were confused. He didn't think anybody else knew about the legends in this area, besides a couple of officers and a few people here and there. Before he could even finish the call, this being steps out in the road about 100 yards away, causing my man to halt right on his brakes. And right before our very eyes, there it stood, Dark black fur, no nose or tail, small pointed ears, and sharp covered, blood yellow teeth. It was about 9 feet tall, very slender and skinny. We were all sort of just frozen in place while staring at this thing, what I guess you can call a skinwalker. I began sobbing uncontrollably out of fear, and my boyfriend, the officer, starts reversing, and this thing slowly begins making its way towards the vehicle. My boyfriend does a 180 and speeds off. Then, this thing begins flying after us. My boyfriend floors it even more, and this thing is now catching up to our car, while suddenly just disappearing. All of the police protocols kicked in, and he immediately got online with dispatch, and I just kept praying to whatever God would listen that this thing did not follow us home. We went to my house, where we were both terrified. It was dark at this point. Thankfully, nothing had followed us back here. My mom had heard me whimpering when I came into the door. She'd asked what had happened. I told her about our encounter with a skinwalker. That was the only encounter we've ever had, although there have been a few other close encounters in this area before and after. In fact, one time, there's a local tribal elder who told us that they saw that a Kushtaka's way of luring prey to them was by taking on human form, and they appear as deformed, strange humans. But as you get closer, you can see their true demonic nature. Get too close, and they'll snatch you up into the woods. He also reminded us that these creatures can be killed by bullets or decapitation. Otherwise, the flesh will regenerate back over time. They even take the form of these strange creatures like the one we saw that night. They are to be avoided at all costs, and we are to try our best to not speak of them, mention them, write about them, or even think about them. I figured enough time has passed now that I can safely write this to you, while my boyfriend and I are still together and he still serves on the force. It's a whole other world out here in Alaska. It ain't like down there in the other 48 states. These things own the woods up here, and if you're not careful, they will own you too. My story takes place on St. Simon's Island in Georgia on June 30th, 2014 at roughly 2:34 a.m. I was called out to the island for a strange sighting that had been reported by some campers nearby. When we got there, they told us what had happened and where they saw something strange. They said it looked like a strange creature about 5 feet tall with glowing green eyes, strange hands, and almost bent over like an ape, walking on all fours. The night was calm and somewhat chilly. No one around us except for the campers who saw whatever this thing was. I didn't want to go into the woods with them, but my partner insisted that we needed to investigate further, just to see what they were running from. We began walking through the brush and only had walked about 10 feet, and I started smelling this strange odor, like blood and decaying flesh mixed together in some strange concoction of death and decay. They said it ran off after seeing the flashlights, but left behind this odor. We began to hear screaming off in the distance. Nothing we have ever heard before. Way more than just one person screaming at once, too. It sounded like multiple screams in unison. It sounded like everybody around us was screaming for help, or just letting out their pain and agony. I've never heard anything quite like it before in my life, and it really freaked me out. We decided to just leave and not look into it any further, or report our strange encounter. And personally, I've heard of strange stuff before, but never took it seriously. I had heard stories in particular of Bigfoot actually, and the likes, but never knew if they were real or not. I guess when you live in a place like this, and you see and do some things that make the stories worth listening to. Usually at night, around here, you can hear screams echoing off in the distance. Sounds like it's coming from all over the forest. They've been reported before, but most people just think it's some psycho out there with a voice changer, or something. Or maybe a prank. Sometimes without fail though, on certain nights, if you're outside of your car and alone for too long, hearing those screams makes you want to get inside ASAP and lock every door you have. Of course, this isn't the only time we've heard about these kinds of things. I've had many fellow officers report much more terrifying things going on. Seeing strange eye shine way too high off the ground to be anything but a large black bear. Strange apparitions and shapes appearing off on the side of the road. Ghastly figures with glowing eyes trying to attack fellow officers. And even horrendous 911 calls of strange humanoid beings trying to break into people's houses. These are things that many of those cop shows won't tell you about, and many of the public won't discuss, believe it or not. But there are far more paranormal cases you will deal with as an officer than you would as a civilian. I used to be a 911 operator for a county's name I will not mention. I've personally received all sorts of very disturbing calls. But this one I'm about to share is one of the few that really stick out to me. I can't remember the exact date or time of the day it happened, but I remember some of the details as they have been forever burned into my memory. The original call came from a female whom was frantic, scared for her life. She refused to tell me where she lived, but I was able to narrow it down by the way she described her surroundings and some landmarks that were within eyeshot of her location. It took roughly 5 minutes for the cops to get there. By then, this frantic woman had already locked herself into her house, equipped with a baseball bat in hand, ready to defend herself against whatever was trying to break in. The officer slowly approached the front door of the trailer involved, shining his flashlight into it as he cautiously approached. He could tell something large was on the other side of the trailer, thrashing around, trying to break into it, ripping and tearing at its walls and windows. He called out to this thing, asked what it wanted. He just assumed it was some methed out drug addict. But the only reply he got was a loud, deep growl, instantly telling the officer this was no human. The officer proceeded to unload his gun into the sky to hopefully scare off this large bear, or so what he thought was a bear. And he thought it worked, because whatever was making all this noise fled into the woods. Although, by fleeing, he could hear how loud it was, and that it was ultimately on 2 legs and not 4. The citizen who called 911 had never heard of Bigfoot before, and was not any way aware of what she might have seen that night. She claims it was one of the most terrifying things she had ever witnessed in her life. That's why she called for help immediately after, and this thing had fled. After speaking with this woman on scene, this officer decided to do some research about what she saw, and knew it wasn't anything like what we've seen on TV or read in the books about Bigfoot, or what is depicted as Bigfoot, also known as Sasquatch. So I myself have also done extensive research on these same types of creatures. They're very real. I've done enough to tell you that it is very unlikely for this thing to be some sort of bear or anything like that. This lady had seen something else entirely, and if she ever sees it again, she'll recognize it immediately, especially if they're trying to break into her house. I've also contacted the local wildlife authorities who were aware these types of creatures existed, although more in rural areas, more specifically around farms where livestock are also present. They told me that Bigfoot sightings are actually quite common, especially in this part of the country, but they typically don't go after people unless they feel threatened, or so they tell me. So, why would one act out against a human like this and try to break into a trailer? Well, from what I've gathered from talking with this alleged eyewitness, it was maybe acting out of curiosity, but I'm not too sure. And before writing this up, of course, I've spent several hours speaking to the officer who had arrived on the scene in question. He spent a lot of time reiterating to me just how serious the situation was, and how when he realized this wasn't a bear or some large animal, and that it was actually something on 2 legs, he knew he was scared and he was in for something that shouldn't be there. As a cop, I have seen it all. Drunk drivers, meth heads, speeding tickets, even a few dead bodies that were clearly the work of some sick and twisted killers. But nothing could prepare me for what I saw that day. This was the night I saw something that couldn't be real, but with my own two eyes. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. And I know what I saw. Nobody will be able to ever convince me otherwise. I'm just glad our small town is sparsely populated, so very little happens here at all. Now, I haven't always lived here. I used to be a cop over at a much bigger city where I dealt with much more heinous crimes, like murders and disturbing things the general public would never want to deal with. And on this night, we would get quite the shock when a woman by the name of Mary Hawkins, her name completely changed for the sake of the story, called out to us at about 2 a.m., reporting an incident outside her house. She's a young, attractive woman, in her early 40s, and is known around town since she's lived here for decades. She said something was happening at the back of her property near the tree line. I'm the officer who personally responded to the call and checked it out. There was nothing there that I could see, so I drove straight to her house after that, thinking perhaps something had been messing with her. I figured an animal or something. When I arrived, though, at her door, she looked shaken up, but instead insisting that she saw something very weird outside. She went on to describe a tall bipedal entity covered completely in thick brown hair, except for its face, which was nearly bare with pale white skin. She described it as having no really ears or nose, only slits where its nose should have been, and large pointed ears on top of its head. She said it had red glowing eyes and a mouth full of fangs that looked like they belonged in a Halloween horror prop store. She was terrified, and my presence didn't do much to calm her down either. Now, Mary Hawkins had been known in our community for a while. She taught the local preschool, was very involved in the local Baptist church, and spent a lot of her free time helping out with the community, like homeless shelters and feeding. This is not a woman that would fabricate this kind of call, nor would she try and waste an officer's time by calling them out here and putting on the best performance an actress could do. It just made no sense. This was a genuine, honest woman. Why would she make something up like this? I could tell by the way she was acting. This was genuine fear. She was spooked, and she had clearly saw something that was completely out of the ordinary. The image of her face just would not leave my head all night long. It almost looked like she was in physical pain, speaking out about what she experienced. But at least she seemed relieved at seeing our car in the driveway, and knowing we would do our best to keep an eye out for her. I actually didn't end up going back to Hawkins until around noon that very next day, which was strange to me, since I'm usually eager to get rid of cases as quickly as possible. But something about her case felt different, that I had to go back and check up on her. Now, so many thoughts were racing through my head on the way there. How could something like this happen? Was this simply just an animal misidentification? I don't know. So I arrived and rang the doorbell, patiently awaiting for Mrs. Hawkins to answer. She answered, tried to smile, and you can tell she was still shaken up about last night. Maybe she thought we'd found new evidence, or perhaps found the creature in question. But we did not have what it took to solve this mystery. At least not yet. We walked together out to the backside of her property, again where she originally spotted this thing. And once more I explained to her we couldn't find anything. But then we both heard it. This scream that echoed throughout the entirety of the property. It was so loud and shrill, we both froze when I heard it, and Miss Hawkins fell to the ground sobbing. That's when I looked over for the first time and saw the creature Miss Hawkins had described. What I was looking at was a werewolf-like creature, probably about 8 or 9 feet tall, long shaggy black hair all over its body, and the only parts completely visible were its hands and face. The creature's hands were very similar to a human's. They were larger, had coarse black fur sticking up from the back of its hands, and its face looked like a wolf's, except, unlike what she described to me, this thing actually had a very large snout, and no slits for noses. But as it got closer, it was salivating, revealing sharp white teeth. This thing was slow at first, almost acting cautiously. We knew in that moment we were in danger. I told her, "Come on, we gotta go." And we headed back to the house where this creature was heading for, in our direction. I fired a few rounds at it to deter it, but it didn't help much. At that point, it felt like time had slowed down a bit, and I remember just being able to think ever so clearly. This wasn't going to be a normal day, and if this thing got inside this woman's house, it would mean the end. I took aim again as it ran back into the woods, just as I was about to fire off another round, and this creature disappeared. It was like watching a predator. It just sort of dissipated. Mrs. Hawkins, of course, was now completely traumatized, more so than last night, after seeing this thing again. As for me, I'm not really supposed to be talking about this, but I feel like with your channel, it's a line of communication that should be open. We as protectors of the public need to make this stuff known. I'll end the email for now, but know that these things are very, very real. Long before I retired from being a sheriff, I'll never forget one event that has really unsettled me greatly. I was called out to investigate some possible livestock killings that appear to have been done by a large unknown canine. I had my weapon with me, though I hadn't expected to need it. It was the middle of the day, and there wasn't any trace or sound of any creature around, except for one lone dog barking in the distance. We poked around the scene but couldn't find anything more than what looked like exceptionally large wolf prints. The animals that were killed were literally torn to shreds. Not eaten on, and not picked at, just torn to bloody pieces, as if whatever had killed them did it just for the fun of killing. Now, that's not normal for the animal kingdom. Wolves are predators. They prey on their victims. They'll graze on its corpse afterwards, but not this time. After that day, I would check the property frequently to make sure nothing else had been killed, but it seemed like whatever it was had moved on, since maybe it was aware of our presence. Even so, I always kept my weapon near me after that. I would never know if it was going to be near again. I never did see anything else unusual. Not until about a year or so later. This was the event that really unsettled me more, and helped me make my retirement come early. I was in town patrolling when we got an alert, saying somebody had seen something large, like a large wolf running across a back road where these killings had been taking place. What stood out to them was just how abnormally large this wolf was, easily the size of a car. We suspected that maybe this was just a misidentification or an over-exaggeration, but perhaps it was just a lone wolf acting out of hunger. We couldn't get there fast enough to catch up to it, but we found traces of blood leading into some brush. I don't think I'll ever forget what came next. The trees parted, and out from them charged this massive canine thing. Just like the call had came, easily the largest wolf we'd ever seen in our lives. It stood up the way a man would on two legs, and looked at us with a hint of intelligence in its eyes. Its eyes alone pierced through me, like it was looking inside of me and could see my every thought. I can never get that image out of my head. Even after all these years later, we fired at it immediately, but it stood there without flinching, then finally turning around, looking back at us, and running back towards where the animals were, on the other side of the forest. The other men who saw it said they couldn't get a good look at its face or body, just because of how fast it moved, and the angle in which they were at. But I swear on everything that is still holy to me, it was a werewolf. I believe they're real. They may not be people that change under a full moon, but they are certainly creatures out there that are real, and they eat on the flesh of this world. I was a part of a special military police team in Washington State back in 2009. I was only 19 at the time. We had to do SWAT team training exercises all across the state, which meant we wouldn't have time to access our hometowns for several days at a time. This particular exercise required us to be in a small town, which I won't name, but it's about an hour drive from eastern Washington, specifically Spokane. It was already late at night, and we pulled up. Everything was quiet, It seemed like a peaceful small town, and the residents there seemed very secretive. They didn't go out much. It's a quaint community, full of artists and musicians and creators. I could see why they would be weary of us. This location, made perfect for our training exercises. There was an old farmhouse we used on the outskirts of town with some woods, containing all sorts of various wildlife. We weren't afraid of being bothered. This meant that there were plenty of places we could practice hiding and taking cover. Every member on my team had been briefed with this information during and before, including all the locations inside and outside the building where possible threats can come from. We weren't expecting any trouble, but we had to be prepared. It was sometimes hard getting a grip on my squad mates who were double my age. I guess they never truly anticipated somebody as young as me getting onto the force. We did performing training exercises in pairs or teams that night. We never had too much incident, aside from your typical banter that you would expect amongst us guys. The team members were also assigned their respective rooms beforehand, which they were responsible for guarding, while others rested. Made sure the downstairs level was secure before going back upstairs, where they were assigned various sleep locations all throughout the house, depending on the room and the guard. After everybody had a place to sleep, we would make sure the doors were locked and secure. I was one of the last people to go upstairs. I had been assigned as team leader that night, since I was the most experienced agent, at least at the time during this exercise. It was already well after midnight when I finally got up there. I walked to the main hallway where all my teammates slept, trying not to think about their latest fart jokes or weird sleeping positions making it difficult to walk by them. The old wooden floor creaked up with every step, and almost certainly woke some of them up. But, since everything seemed quiet and calm at first glance, they must have just assumed it was another creak from the old house. I got to the room that I was supposed to sleep in, which was this old, dusty, what I believe used to be maybe a library or something. I laid down on my bedroll, and I was out pretty quickly. The rest of the night was fairly inactive. I spent most of my time there trying to get some sleep. But a noise awoke at around 3 a.m, when it sounded like somebody outside was frantically slamming on the door, trying to get in. I jumped out of my bed, thinking something terrible had happened, since that was one of our procedures when the team leader hadn't checked in after a certain period of time. I woke up to a frantic screaming and gunshots. We were being attacked. I opened up the door and saw one of my squad members about 10 feet away lying on the ground, not moving, blood pouring from his neck. The room was trashed, things scattered. In front of me, I saw yet another dead member of my team, being dragged out by something large and hairy and incredibly fast. To this day, I still have nightmares about what happened. The creature that had been holding on to him looked somewhat canine, but also somewhat human. It had huge paws which it worked like hands and long black claws attached to them, dragging and digging underneath the floorboards to get faster. It lifted its head to take notice of me as I stared at it in absolute horror, and it and I made eye contact. The creature was massive too. It had to be at least 10 feet tall and much wider than that. It looked like a werewolf, or something out of The Thing, or some other science fiction horror film. It moved fast, using its claws and paws to rip apart my team members who were still trapped inside their respective rooms. I could hear them screaming from behind, closed doors as this creature ripped through everything in sight without remorse. I ran around the side of my house where all of our vehicles were. My gun was inside one of them, so I had to get there quickly. I made my way around the building and started trying every door and every vehicle we had, but it seemed like they were all locked up for safety purposes and nothing was going to happen. I decided that my best course of action would be to break a window on the closest car, which was an unmarked cruiser, get inside as fast as possible, and after smashing through one of the back windows, I unlocked the door manually since pressing the central lock mechanism didn't seem to work. Even if the creature was close enough to see me, I was going to make a run for it. I looked behind me as I got into the vehicle and saw the werewolf-looking thing crouching down next to one of the front windows inside. I would have gone back in there, but a huge crash from downstairs told me everybody else was dead by this point, and I had to get out of there as fast as possible, or risk dying myself. And unlike those poor souls who won't be getting up again after tonight, I still had a lot left to do, starting with running away from this place without hesitation, if at all possible. And because of this, I gunned it, reversed as fast as I could down the driveway of the house and onto the nearest road. All I saw was a bunch of trees in my rearview mirror, but at least there weren't any beasts to be seen anymore. I drove back to the station with no headlights or emergency lights. They were all disabled during our operation. When I got there, everybody seemed surprised. The next few days after that were pretty surreal. The paramedics who came to pick up the bodies said there weren't any survivors besides myself, and nobody was going to believe what happened out there. I began having uncontrollable panic attacks, spent some time in a mental ward, and my mind just kept replaying it over and over again, until I couldn't function properly anymore. It's been many years since this happened, but I remember it, just like it was yesterday. If anything, at least I know what kind of monster killed all of them, and I can't fathom its existence. All the way up until today, where they put me in early retirement, I never saw another one. Since then, of course, I've heard of other stories about these creatures, existing in various parts of the world. It makes me wonder why nobody else tells you about these things when you're a cop, especially in more rural areas, where they seem to be sighted much more. We've seen a large uptick in these creatures' activity in the past 10-20 years. They are unlike anything I've ever seen, and they're almost invisible when they move. And it was like nothing I'd ever witnessed before in my life. Something I hope to never see again. They were human-like, but with a demeanor similar to an animal, and unlike anything else I've come across, or anybody else for that matter. It wasn't afraid of us, even though we were armed. We had no idea what we were dealing with, since this was kind of one of those things that isn't supposed to exist in real life. But after going through everything myself and seeing the aftermath, it's a wonder that more people don't know about these things existing, right under our noses. I can only assume that they must be some sort of mutated species from all the chemicals running through our water supply. That makes them monsters. I don't really know how else to end this, other than I hope you enjoyed the story, and know that I've dealt with tremendous PTSD and all sorts of mental, debilitating issues stemming from this. I was stationed at a rather small police station in one of the more impoverished cities. This would serve as a district for people who had just moved into our county due to job availability, or even family reasons. It wasn't exactly someone would call exciting, but I did not have any qualms with it. I didn't really want any trouble with it or anything major happening there. The way I could help all my fellow comrades out while doing my work behind the scenes without having to deal with traffickers or killers, after being in several other districts before that. The station in which I worked at was the center of town near the police department. You could see if you were turned around while standing in front of the building. If anything big ever happened, we would help each other out. Everybody had different assignments, like beat cops, detectives, and law enforcement agencies, all to make sure that everybody got their jobs done without any hassles or violence. The city was pretty dangerous when I first moved into it, but thanks to us working together as one big family, there were less incidents than when I first started. One night, though, everything changed when our team decided to go after what they thought was a meth house on the other side of town. My old station was a good distance away, so I did not hear the gunshots through the radio or anything. But when I got a hold of my captain, he told me to get down there since they left behind an injured officer after supposedly being attacked by what looked like some sort of strange animal. Upon arriving at the scene, our team was nowhere in sight, even though all that was left behind were trails of blood leading into an alleyway on one side, backing into a forest. Looking around only gave us more questions than answers, seeing as how there weren't any bodies or officers anywhere near where we came in, which made it hard for us I mean, we couldn't start searching for them in case anything bad had happened. After spending a good amount of time looking through the forest, I decided to head back to my station, since it was nightfall and I wouldn't be able to do anything else at that moment. Not much changed around our city, even if there were rumors about packs of wild animals running around in the outskirts of town until they met up with other people. Thinking back now, maybe it wasn't such a great idea for me to go out there alone after all, but I just wanted to see if everything else had settled down by then, which we all knew how that turned out. Walking along the sidewalk during nighttime is always nerve-wracking. Not matter how many times you've done so in the past, you never know when something can happen. But I was lucky that night since nothing seemed to bother me at all. Every so often, you could hear cars driving by and people passing by in either direction. For the most part, there wasn't really anything out of the ordinary. After getting off the main road and onto a more quiet street, I began to hear rustling sounds coming from the nearby bushes. This made me walk a little faster than usual, since I didn't want anything catching up with me. Not long after that, however, I heard footsteps directly behind me, and for whatever reason, it felt like something was watching my every move. Like if you ever saw the movie Silence of the Lambs, where you could tell that something was right behind you, even though you couldn't see it. By this time, I began to get freaked out, so I started to run, while trying to find somewhere safe from whatever might be stalking me. Out of all places, however, I run straight into this dark alleyway. No streetlights and nothing, and my heart is racing, feeling like I had nowhere to go. I kept walking further and further until it felt like something was breathing on my neck. I guess that's when the effects of adrenaline fully kicked in, and it felt like an eternity before anything finally happened. Out of all things, I heard this low rumbling noise, which was coming from where the rustling sounds were, right behind me. Terrified after seeing what looked like some kind of dog or wolf-like creature in the shadows, I turned around, but by then, it was too late. It pounced on me, bit down hard on my shoulder. I don't know how I was able to do it, but once the creature let go, I ran as fast as I could, even though my shoulder felt like it was on fire, blood oozing down. I'm sure muscles were torn, but I was pumped so full of adrenaline, I think it was blocking a lot of the pain. I got back to our station, and right after opening the door and running inside, my captain quickly saw, and I lost consciousness. I don't really have an answer for what occurred that day, but I can tell you now, it was more real than the worst nightmare I've ever had. Moving out to Montana is a weird thing. There's nothing out there. It's one of the only states I've ever visited where it's just miles and miles of nothing. And not like the desert. This is just lush plains and mountains, but again, it's very secluded. It's not my first time at the rodeo. I've been an outdoor enthusiast since I was a kid. I've spent decades making trips out to various places. Like you, I'm sure, a deer hunter here. Love it. Hate the amount of crap you have to deal with, though. Like I said, it's very secluded out here and the population is pretty tiny. I was visiting my sister, who has lived in Montana her entire life. We decided to go on a little adventure after deer season had concluded. We packed our gear into my truck and headed off into the backcountry to a place she wanted to go scouting for elk. We were going deep, really deep. Montana does have lots of forests. It's not just open sky country, although the mountains do make it beautiful. There are downsides, of course. Specifically an abundance of unfriendly wildlife. Bears, wolves, coyotes, you name it. It's possible we could run into all of it. So, before hitting the road, I load up my truck with all kinds of safety equipment. You know, bear spray, mace, the whole 9 yards. We pack our gear into my truck and head out for what is supposed to be a day hike, but turns out to be almost an overnight one because we didn't get back till late. After about 3 hours later, we're now deep in the forest, and the trail has suddenly kind of just disappeared. We were following an old game trail, but did not know how far it went. I'm not sure if it's because of all the snow that had fallen recently, or what, but we're just bushwhacking at this point. We've let the GPS function on our phones die to preserve battery, and we're carrying a compass, a map, and our instinct. We're just about ready to turn around and call it a day, and we both hear something. This ear-shattering sound, followed by heavy breathing, kind of like a dog panting but heavier. We stop and try to gather where the sound is coming from so we can go around it and avoid it, thinking this could be a mountain lion. The sound gets closer and closer, but we still can't locate the source. We decide to turn around and head the other way, and my sister lets out a yelp and takes off running, leaving me all alone. I'm now by myself and standing there, trying to figure out what happened. I hear movement behind me. I spin around and this thing is looking at me, standing about 100 yards away, staring right at me. It's a humanoid creature with the head of a goat, standing on its hind legs. I don't know how it is able to do this or why it is doing it, but the darn thing just stands there for about 30 seconds until my sister comes back. She runs up, grabbing me, yelling. It lets out a sound, almost like a roar but deeper, and now begins to run after both of us. We run as fast as we could, but this thing was fast, faster than any creature I've ever seen. We couldn't get away from it, no matter how hard we tried, and it very quickly caught up to us. We're just about to turn around and fight it when it lets out another roar, lowers its head, and just then, another one of these things pops out of the timber line right next to it. It's a small one. They both look back in our direction. I think they were both getting ready to bluff charge us. As soon as they looked at each other, one of them let out a growl, and the two sprinted off in opposite directions. Once we were sure they were gone, we started heading back towards my truck, and I noticed the woods around us had gone silent. There was no wind, no wildlife, nothing. As we stood there, a gentle breeze passed through the forest, and it felt as if something were watching us. My sister and I were so freaked out that we just sat down and waited for 10 minutes to pass before leaving. I don't know what it was that we had encountered, but I know what I saw, and it was not something from this very world. Even though it had the head of a goat, standing on its hind legs, it was at least 7 feet tall, weighing as much as a truck. It reminded me of a minotaur, actually, just without the axe, or whatever it is they use for a weapon. All I know is that my sister and I are never going hiking again in these parts. This was at nighttime when I saw this thing. I was 16. I grew up in rural New Mexico, which is where this happened. It was either June or July of 1998. My family had our own farm back then. We did very traditional farming, meaning we sold cows and livestock, had chickens and eggs for profit, but also raised goats. They were easy to take care of. My 2 brothers and I helped our parents with all the work. It was a family thing, like any other family would in these parts. It was late when this happened. We had all gathered together in our old house on the farm for dinner. The sun had already set, but it was not quite dark yet. My brothers and I were sent to do the evening chores, which included feeding all the goats. We didn't have a barn or a shed specifically for them, so we had to feed them in their pens outside. After doing this for a while, my brothers said they were going to take a break and look around for some of the younger ones that had not fallen asleep just yet. I had just finished feeding the last of them, so I decided to join in on the search. We didn't really have a set area that we looked in, but if you were in our way, then you would not hear us coming, because we would not say a word to each other during this time. My brothers and I had worked together a long time, and we knew how to communicate with just our eyes. After a few minutes of looking around, we didn't find anything, so my brothers headed off somewhere else while I went back to feed the goats. It was getting dark quickly, but not black yet. The sun was still bright enough for me to see what I was doing, but barely. It also meant that I had to be very careful when looking out in the distance. There wasn't much contrast from the sky and the earth. It was right when I finished feeding them, I heard a noise, and I realized what was going on. The noise came from inside one of the goat pens that was closest to me. The goats were freaking out. I figured maybe just a stupid coyote had gotten in there or something. I quickly ran over there to see what was going on. It was then that I saw it. The thing that got into the pen with the goats had short black hair all over its body. It was holding one of the goats in its arms and quickly snapped its neck. Then quickly bit into the neck and started suckling the blood. This thing did not even seem to notice me or even care that I was there. It all happened fast. I ran out of there screaming for my father. By the time I got his attention and brought him out to the goat pen, this thing was gone, and the goat with it. I thought I was seeing things, but my brothers took it seriously when they came back and saw the goat was gone. We never found out what this thing was or anything about it. Just that night, we all slept together in the same room with a gun right next to us. My brothers found an old dried-up goat carcass nearby on our farm a few days later, but its fur color was different than the one that was taken, and smaller. It was no goat of ours. My father had said he had heard of things like this before, but never imagined actually seeing it. He was told that they were generally nocturnal, and whatever these creatures were good at hiding. My family eventually sold off the farm. Like most people, I don't really think about this too much anymore, but it has been a long time, so I wonder what it could be or if I'll see it again. I was never one for really telling ghost stories. I never believed them, so why bother? But this one is different. It happened to me and my friends, and we all saw something. As far as my background goes, I'm now 50, and I was 17 during the time of the incident. My two best childhood buddies were Tom, who was 16, and John, who was 13. This happened in 1977, on the outskirts of Albuquerque, New Mexico. It was a Friday night after school. I was with my friends Tom and John, the only ones that know what really happened. We were like most normal young boys at the time. We loved horror movies, riding our bikes around the neighborhood and acting cool around girls. It was summer vacation, and there were lots of parties going on in the neighborhood. After all, it was the time of year. Well, we had been out cruising for a couple of hours that day, until it got dark. We stopped by the park to see what was going on. They were having this sort of festival carnival in the middle of one of the big parks. There was a long line of people waiting, and two teenage girls who were handing out applications for this booth in the far corner of the parking lot. John was feeling brave. He was the youngest of our group and was going to go hit on one of these girls. We made small talk, but they were pretty busy doing the application, so it ended after that. One of my friends noticed a shadowy figure slowly walking down the dirt road off in the distance, behind some of the parked cars on the edge of the lot. Tom, of course, had the best eyesight of the group. He was the one that spotted it first, and seemed very genuinely scared by seeing it. It was too dark at this point to make out much detail, but it appeared to be, by his words, a monster of some sort. The hair stood up on the back of our necks, which is why we all believe in ghosts. We all saw the figure, and none of us could really describe what we saw, other than it looked like a big scary thing. It headed off in our direction, at an abnormally quick pace in the darkness. This is when things went crazy. John began to cry in fear, and Tom was trying to yell at him to stop, but he couldn't even speak without sobbing hysterically. I got very angry with both of them. They were not behaving like men. John kept yelling, "We've got to go, we've got to get out of here." And Tom finally shouted at him, "Use your bike, let's go." We all hopped on our bikes and flew out of there as fast as we could. It felt like we were on those bikes, running for hours. As we pedaled like crazy out of the parking lot, Tom said he heard something running behind us trying to catch up to us, but I didn't hear anything at all. John kept yelling over and over how we saw the legendary goat man. Even today when we talk, and just before I wrote this, I talked to him on the phone about it. He still swears up to this day that what we saw was the legendary goat man that people talk about seeing. Not my story. but my great-uncle's, actually. He was in the military, stationed in Alaska in the 1950s. He was out with his friends going piss on a nearby tree. When he said that about 60 yards out by the lake, he saw this large satyr-looking creature watching him that had glowing eyes. It frightened him really badly. My mother's side of the family is originally from Anchorage, Alaska. My great-grandfather was an old gold miner that had a site out in the woods where he'd leave supplies for his crew to pick up on their way home. He said they began to find dead animals that looked half-eaten, and they had these strange bite marks. This went on for weeks, apparently, until one day, he had his own sighting to what he described as a satyr-like being with glowing eyes, standing over a deer carcass, eating it. It turned around and saw him, and took off running at inhuman speeds into the woods. He said this thing ran faster than any animal could possibly run, reminding him of a cross between a man and a goat, and even having long, spindly horns on its head. It moved bipedally, not at all on 4 legs. The military base that my great-uncle was stationed at actually moved in the 70s south, so that base no longer exists, to my knowledge. He didn't share that story with me until about 10 or so years ago, right before he was about to pass. Wanted to make sure all of his life accounts were spoken about. Now my grandfather, who passed away in 2002, who was also unaware of my great-uncle's account, also told me before he died as well. There's something not right up there in the woods of Alaska. I used to live in Maine until about 13 years ago, when my entire family changed and moved to New Jersey. My friends and I used to go camping during the summer months up at this place called Saddleback Mountain. The mountain itself used to be an old ski resort, but has been closed for years. The only thing that remains up there is now an old campground where you used to be able to stay overnight. During the middle of summer, this guy by the name of Roy built a wooden bridge across the river, right near the campground, providing easy access for fishermen and hunters alike. We all thought it was great, until we heard about some of the strange things that were happening up there. I remember first hearing a story from my uncle, who was also a police officer at the time, and just shook it off as a lame attempt to scare me. But after a few more stories, I began to grow more curious and decided to go see for myself. During the summer of 1991, me and a couple of friends went up there to check it out. We brought with us a few high-powered rifles and some night vision goggles. We thought we'd be dealing with bears or coyotes. As we approached the bridge, we could hear this unearthly howling sound coming from below. I thought it was maybe a couple of stray dogs or maybe even a pack of coyotes, but that notion quickly changed once we got close enough and see. As we approached the edge of the bridge, that's when we saw something. My friend Jeff dropped his flashlight into the water, which sent ripples across the surface. Something big jumped out at us from under the bridge. Its face looked like something out of a nightmare, like a deformed goat with human-like eyes. We'll never know exactly what we saw that day, but that sure didn't stop us from leaving that place as soon as we could. So, there it is, guys. I'm sorry it's short, but that's my story. Can't say I really believe in the whole Goatman legend, but I'm sure you guys can see why some people think it's real after what we saw. I was 9 when this happened to me. I wasn't much of an outdoorsy person, so I didn't know anything about the outdoors. I went through school so fast and got stuck in 10th grade. I missed so much time after this incident that school just flew by. I had to take summer classes, which were boring. That was one of my first times doing drugs, too. I was around 10. My friends and I started smoking weed together. The first time me and my friend tried it, we took a few hits each and see what the effects would be like. That would just start a long habit of drug use, which I eventually broke. My dad smoked cigars too, and joints. One of our favorite things, though, besides all the drug use, was to climb trees. It's something we couldn't do enough of, and was kind of impossible during the winter. But this time was spring, and so we would climb up to the top of every tree we could and hang out. It was fun. Although, I don't know why we just didn't go and hang out in somebody's house like a normal person, instead of wasting our time trying to climb all day. But I guess it's what we like to do. One day after school, I went home to my mom's apartment, which she shared with her boyfriend at the time, who is now my stepdad still. We got home, and I was hungry, so I asked her if we can go get something to eat. She said sure, put on some shoes, and we left for the nearest McDonald's, which was close by. I remember it was like yesterday. We were driving down the road, eating crappy burgers and fries at around 5 or 6 o'clock. The sun was setting, and the sky became this pinkish orange. We finished our food and were driving home on this road that led off to my school. It begins to get foggy here, but I'll do my best to explain everything as perfectly as possible. Some things I remember pretty well, and other things I don't. We're driving down the road, and as we drove further, darkness came over the sky. We're in a very small town with not a lot of traffic at all, so it's usually pretty clear on this road. There was a wooded area that stood out from everything else. There were no homes or anything else near it, like development, commercial zones, or buildings. Everything was clear. The dark wooded area really began to freak me out for some reason. I'd always complain about how scared I felt every time we drove past it. It was just this feeling. My mom's boyfriend told me that there was no such things as monsters and nothing to be scared of. He would always joke with me about how we should know, because he was a monster. As we're driving past this area, I felt relieved. But as soon as we got past the wooded area, the hair on my neck stood up, and I began to cry hysterically. I was just immediately so overcome with a primal fear. I've never felt anything quite like that in my life. My mom asked what was wrong, and I didn't want to tell her. I thought she'd make fun of me for crying over nothing. But eventually I told her. She laughed and said there was no such thing as monsters. Asked why I would think there was. That's when I turned around in my seat to look at what was behind us. It was pitch black out, but the moon was bright and glowing, and there was this shadow, like a black blob on top of the trees, moving through them. I pointed at it, told my mom to look, but immediately, she said she couldn't see anything and asked why I would make such a big deal out of nothing. I told her that's not what I saw, and we kept arguing. I was so confused because I know for certain I saw something that looked like something moving across the trees. My mother made it seem like she couldn't see anything, which seemed impossible. She started saying that I was making it all up, asked why I would do that. I tried to explain to her what I saw, but she just would not believe me. I asked her why couldn't she see it. She said because she was looking at the road. There was no way that I could have seen what I thought I saw. I turned around again, and the shape was now moving along with our car, but now inside the woods, parallel to us. It was very fast. It moved quickly, so fluidly and effortlessly through the trees. We were both arguing now over what I saw, when I catch a glimpse of it for the first time in the faint moonlight. And I see its face. It looked like a monster. I started to scream, and my mom got mad at me for reacting the way I did. Explained it to me that there was nothing. This was not just something. There was something in those woods following our car. I begged her to stop and let me out of the car, and she yelled at me to shut up and be quiet. She pulls into a small parking lot and flips out at me. I couldn't see the thing following us anymore, but after her yelling, we drove home. That was the end of that. I still stand that I didn't see anything normal. It was not somebody running alongside our car. It was big and hairy, whatever it was. I grew up in a rural part of Central Florida, about 5 miles from a small town known as Sorrento. The area is heavily forested and has many lakes, ponds, and swamps. Lots of Everglades. My mother and father had me later in life. I was actually an accident, if we're being honest here. My brother usually played the role of the protector, but he moved out when I was about 15, which left me as pretty much the only child. My folks both worked out during the week, and I did a lot of running around with my friends from school. I was about 16 at the time, and I was out and supposed to go drinking with some of my buddies. We decided to try and get into a fake club nearby with fake IDs. While my 2 friends were getting in, me being stupid, I got cold feet and decided to just sit outside. I was sitting on the curb, and I noticed something odd. The security guard out there was talking to this guy that looked pretty disheveled and wide-eyed. Some other people were standing around, so I tried to listen on what they were saying, but it was really hard. All the loud music coming from inside. Plus, they were talking low as if they didn't want anybody else to hear them. I think they were trying to convince this guy to not go in, and it sounded like it was getting pretty crazy. The three guys next to me talked for a few minutes and took off, leaving me alone. They got into an old pickup, drove away, making a lot of noise. I don't think it was intentional, but the guard and the guy standing nearby both stared at them as they left. They were being loud, and due to their volume, I couldn't exactly eavesdrop the conversation. I kept looking from one to the other, trying to listen in, when all of a sudden, this guy had been arguing with the security guard, telling him what he saw in the Everglades. Something about a goat man and trying to take his soul. He started crying and talking all crazy, saying something about not wanting to die. The guard kept trying to calm him down, but the guy was getting more and more worked up. It was so odd. He thought he was going to attack the guard or something. The conversation basically came to an end and he walked away. Like I said, it was very, very weird. I kind of just thought he was on drugs. So my friends got out. They got kicked out, apparently, and were now walking back. The entire time I cannot shake what that guy was saying, and now it's stuck in my head. I had never given the whole ghost thing and any mental energy in my life. But seeing somebody who was so worked up over it, I don't know. Even though I may have thought he was on drugs because of what he was saying was crazy, he was pretty coherent. Did not seem like a crackhead or somebody who was out of his mind. It bothered me. And of course, right where we were walking was all Everglades for miles. I was just praying inside my head that nothing would happen. We just kept walking while my friends made fun of me, how I got cold feet and did not go in there with them, and that even though they got kicked out, it was well worth it. So I reminded them that they're still the ones that got kicked out. We're all talking and we hear this horrible scream out in the Everglades. We all stop, look at each other with an expression that read, "Did you hear that?" Look on our faces. We kept walking. None of us were about that day. I work for a small business. Usually, my hours are Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. I've always been an outdoorsy kind of guy, so on lunch, I would take the time to go out fishing or shoot the bow at an archery range near the cornfields whenever it was nice enough outside. I worked at a business right on the outskirts of Des Moines, Iowa, and there was a forest and archery range and a fishing pier, for lack of a better terms, that I mentioned earlier. I was working at this job for several months, and this happened during my lunch break. It was mid-August, so incredibly hot. I was out and about on one of my lunch breaks, at a little homemade archery range. I had also taken some of my fishing equipment and my bow and arrows with me at the end of my lunch break. I sat up on a flat area on the pier and even decided to have some fishing. There were no other people around. The only animals I had seen that day were birds. Nothing really out of the ordinary. This is important because I don't want anybody to think this was a simple misidentification. After about 20 minutes or so sitting there, something began moving and grabbed my attention. I see movement off towards the other side of the trees by the pier. I turn out of reaction to whatever it is, when it quickly retracts back into the woods around it. I kind of tense up a little bit. This isn't natural behavior for anybody. Either somebody was planning on harming me or mugging me, or things were about to get really bad, really fast. I called out hello, but nothing. Everything got really quiet really quick. I figured now might be a good time to pack everything up and head inside. I would call this done for the day. I began walking back down the pier, and it's like whatever or whoever was there was just staring daggers into me. I refused to acknowledge or look in that direction. I could feel them watching me. I could feel a presence. As soon as I was out of the pier and back on firm ground, before reaching the grassed area, I began to walk faster. almost running towards my car. I felt like they were chasing me, but I didn't dare look back until I got into my car, at which point, whatever it was had disappeared. I felt like somebody or something was right behind me, but when I looked, nothing was there. It's really hard to describe the feeling of dread and fear I felt while walking back to my vehicle. I can't really explain why. It isn't like anything you're able to experience here in your everyday life. Not only because I have no idea how to describe what this entity was, but also, it didn't feel real. You would never expect something like that could happen. I felt sick the whole drive home. I told my work about it, and they said people who worked there had encountered something strange as well. A friend of mine even, who will remain nameless, told me he too had a very similar experience only weeks before. He saw this hairy horned figure watching him by the tree line, and that it really scared him. Claims that it was not just somebody in a mask. Could this be the same thing that was watching me? Okay, my sighting takes place up in northern Wisconsin. I grew up in the Northwoods of Wisconsin and spent all my life here until I moved away for college. A few years ago, some specific details may be off, but I remember everything like it was yesterday. It was summer. We were doing our annual thing where we'd rent cabins by a lake and go fishing, ride ATVs, etc. My family had rented a cabin at this lake that was on the smaller side, but it had a good 3 bedrooms and was really nice for what we were paying. We had built up a nice little neighborhood there of people who would frequently come every summer to vacation at the cabins. There were all in all roughly 7 cabins. On one of the nights of our vacation, we decided to go out and get some firewood so we could all sit around the fire. Nobody was willing to brave the dark by themselves, so I volunteered to team up and go with whoever wanted to come along. Myself and one of my friends hopped into this pickup, and we drove up the side of the lake a ways, parked and hopped out. We started walking through the woods, but we did not get very far before we heard some pretty loud and inhuman screams. At first, we just looked at each other with nervous laughter. We assumed it was just somebody messing around. Then, the cries kept getting closer until they were no longer distant enough anymore. Now, someone was really close by. Finally, we saw the source of the screams. A goat. But it wasn't just any goat. This was a huge goat with large horns and an angry look. Now, I grew up in this area, and I've seen plenty of goats before, but this was not a goat. It might have been the lighting, or even the darkness of the woods. But at that moment, when it caught our eyes, it took a very sinister appearance. The fur on its back was black, while the underside was pale and gray. It looked coarse and disgusting. The first thing that came to my mind was we were in some serious crap. This was not a normal animal. This thing looked like some sort of wolf-goat hybrid or something. I was frozen in fear. I looked at my friend to see what he's going to do, because if he ran, I planned on following him back to the car. He had a look of pure terror all over his face, and it looked like he was about ready to take off. I mustered up some courage, told him what I think we needed to do, to run back to the car as fast as possible. This thing wasn't normal. There's no telling what it would have done or could have done. Although, I don't think he could even hear me at that point. He was just gone. The next thing I know, he takes off sprinting through the woods, with this thing chasing after us. It wasn't a full-out sprint, but faster than a regular person could run. You could hear the woods exploding behind us, as this thing was rapidly closing in on us, closing the distance. I did not want to look back. I knew that if I did, I would either freeze up again or be so panicked that I could not move. I focused on my friend in front of me and tried to stay close, so if he stopped running, I could stop with him. It's kind of weird, because even though there was this huge thing only a few feet behind us, the most frightening part was hearing it constantly changing directions as it chased us. I braced myself for it to pounce on me. Eventually, my friend realized what was behind us and began to outpace me until he was so far ahead that I could not see him anymore. I guess he was able to get his wits about him enough to figure out how to lead whatever this thing was away from me. It kept running until I got back in the truck, jumping in. As we started up the truck, this thing came into view from around a tree and was behind where we had left our stuff. It stood there, staring at me upright. We both got a good look at the thing. If the goat man truly existed, this was it. It was some sort of demonic hybrid of a man and goat. But this thing just looked so evil. There are no human words to describe this. There's nothing in the world that could explain what we saw. I'll never forget that thing's eyes. They reminded me of a shark's, just black and void, like it was watching you but you could not tell. Every bit of that thing screamed evil. There was nothing about that sighting that seemed remotely normal. I peeled out of there as fast as I could, sped all the way back to the cabin. We decided not to tell anybody about this. We were pretty sure that they wouldn't believe us and would probably consider us crazy. For the rest of the camping trip, we were both pretty paranoid about staying close together and being outside more than we had to. We were always afraid that it was going to come back. Somehow, though, that thing did not catch us again, and the rest of the weekend. It was really weird. There was a few nights we'd be out there by the fire, and everything would all of a sudden just go really quiet. I'm talking like the crickets just all hushing all of a sudden. Everything would become tense. We'd always talk a little quieter and keep an eye out to see what was going on. We ended up not returning to that area for about 2 years after, and things seemed fine. I never did tell my family about my sighting. It's probably best they don't know. There's not much else I can say about my experience, but let me leave you with a question. What was it? I would like to know. I'm active military, and I've been stationed here in San Diego for about 3 months now. Since the very first day of my enlistment, I've heard some weird but interesting stories from shipmates and friends that also live out here. Obviously, stories are never proof of anything. They are just word of mouth. But they have made me realize that there was probably some truth to what they were saying. Now, about a year ago, my roommate and I went out for a smoke break around midnight. We were hanging out in our room, watching TV. We were both smoking cigarettes and decided to walk outside the barracks rather than go down to one of the designated smoking areas. We both walked over to one side of the building, away from the main road that many of our fellow shipmates also walked down to smoke at one of the designated smoking areas. We looked out in the distance, trying to figure out where one of its lights was coming from, mainly because it seemed so low in the sky, and we had been talking about it for the whole walk, wondering what it could have been. After a few moments, we saw what appeared to be another light, further away but moving slowly. Our first thought was that it was an airplane or possibly a drone. After watching it for a few more moments, we realized this light wasn't moving like one would expect an aircraft to move. We finally decided to tell our other shipmate friends, who were currently sleeping in the barracks, about what we saw. Both of us knew they would not believe us. We woke both of them up, told them what we had thought we saw, and surprisingly, all three of us agreed that it was moving at a very strange rate for any aircraft. 2 hours, we watched this thing slowly move its way across the sky, getting lower and lower as time went on, until fully it disappeared away into the distance. We were using the outline of the hills in the distance to walk towards when we thought it had fully disappeared. As we got closer, there was no sign of anything, so we all agreed that it really must have just been some sort of strange weather phenomenon, or possibly unknown aircraft flying over us. I don't know if anybody else saw what we saw, but I would assume they did. I really have no way of knowing, though. The next morning, as we were going on our daily march to the chow hall, my roommate and friend mentioned something about a blue light, or some sort of strange phenomenon in the sky last night. We told him what we saw, and he just said, "Yeah, I saw it too. I'd heard they were testing some sort of secret craft. I know it sounds crazy, and he might have even been messing with us. but every single person we told this to believes us, although we never mention anything about the craft that led in the distance. From that day on, I didn't really think about it anymore. However, I did try and do some research, and after reading stories that always seem to end with something bad happening, like people getting abducted or disappearances, I hope nothing weird happens. I kinda wish that something did happen though. If it is the military conducting some sort of test flights, then I hope they don't do it without letting us know what's going on. I really don't know if this is one of the weird things people hear about out here, but I don't feel that this was normal, and it was appropriate for me to share my experience with everybody, just in case it might be worth looking into. I had always wanted to join the U.S. Navy Nurse Corps. I love nursing. I got into the program, but first, they told me that I needed to do hospital rotation and train at Naval Hospital Pensacola first to get experience before they could take me on the Navy officially. Now, before I go on, you might have heard that the land on which Naval Hospital Pensacola was built had been previously used as a field hospital during World War II. It was years after that building was constructed. I had been doing fully day shifts, barely managing to get several hours of sleep, 3 or 4 if I was lucky. It was physically demanding and incredibly exhausting. But I did enjoy the rush and the exhaustion at the end of the day. Because of COVID, the hospital began opening to more people and shifts increased, even with more limited nursing staff, an insane number of people coming into the hospital for treatment for everything. I was in the pediatric section, taking a look at a young baby, at most 25 months, brought in with severe pneumonia and a compromised immune system. I had heard the baby crying and sucking for air. It made my heart break. I paged a doctor as I took off the stethoscope from my neck and started feeling for the baby's lungs. They were filling up with fluid and fast. I knew that thoracentesis would relieve the baby's pain temporarily until a doctor could properly assess him. Thoracentesis is a procedure utilizing a needle, making a hole to remove fluid, making breathing easier. I got a sterilized needle and just stared at the baby as his cries became more struggled and stifled. I had never done it before. I did not want to end up making it worse, so I was hesitating. Just then, I saw a senior nurse rushing towards me. She looked weird, like faint and a light glow around her. I thought it was just my glasses. She immediately took the needle from my hands and performed the procedure, getting the fluid out of the baby. I even saw the tag on her uniform. It said, Nurse May. I stared at her as she all did it so calmly. I thought it was strange. I did not recognize her. I'd never seen her before, and her hair and outfit seemed quite different as well, out of date. I thanked her and told her I didn't know what I was supposed to do. I would most definitely have messed it up had she not come to the rescue. She looked at me and gave me a small smile, told me that she was happy to help, and it just takes some practice. Then she began walking out of the pediatric section. Just as she opened up the door, the doctors and a few other nurses rushed inside completely. They were out of breath, and the weirdest thing that happened was they passed right through her. Like literally. She was just there, but they didn't see her. I kept staring at Nurse May as she walked off in the distance, disappearing. One of the doctors shook me and made me come back to the moment. They noticed the procedure was done, and done properly. They immediately appreciated it, but I told them I didn't do it. They asked who did. When I told them it was Nurse May, they all looked at me and looked at each other. There were no known medical personnel there at that location by the name of Nurse May. They looked baffled and confused. Anyway, the entire conversation ended there. After a few days, I got a little free time. I went into the records department and began looking up the nurses list. I found one, but it was from 1959. Under the name of May Howell, she had died in January of 1961. Am I hallucinating, losing my sanity, or going crazy? Or had the actual spirit of an old nurse passed, come help me save a baby's life? currently in the Army here. Currently, I'm 24 years old. I was also raised pretty religiously. My father is a pastor. Now, on to my story. I'm very much into hiking, camping, and kayaking. Well, anything to do with nature, really. My friend Alex and I love to go out exploring and find new places. See how far we can hike within a day's time. We recently mapped out one of our favorite hikes that takes us through parts of 3 different states: Oregon, Washington, and Idaho. Today, we attempted to make the hike, since the weather was supposed to be nice. However, there was also considerable smoke from some of the fires. Visibility was a little bit more on the poor side. I guess that's what you get for trying to hike in August. Since we started at our usual spot, we had just finished our first mile, and we still had many more to go. This was going to be a several-mile-long trek that would take us 2 weeks. We were walking along, and for some reason, I was really drawn to this certain spot. I can't really explain it. The view, though, was stunning. Alex, my friend, stopped me by this point to take in the scenery, and all of a sudden, he noticed something moving in between 2 bushes, roughly 50 feet away. Usually, there are many deer around here, so we weren't too concerned. But what we saw most certainly was no deer. It was something most bizarre. The first thing I noticed was that it was a pale white and kind of hobbled around on 2 legs, but was more kind of crawling on all 4s. It looked very strange. I could not see any eyes or facial features right off the bat, but that it moved very odd, almost slithering, except on all 4s, if that's any form of an accurate way to describe its movements. I found myself mesmerized, just by how strange it looked, while also feeling scared. It was one of those things where I was in awe, but also disgusted. It seemed to have taken notice to us standing there. After a few seconds, it looked right at us, and had a very curious expression on its face. The next thing I knew, it sprinted away faster than anything I've ever seen in my life, easily around 30 miles an hour. It was gone in a matter of seconds. I don't know what we saw that day, but whatever it was, I'll never forget about it. As somebody who's not well versed in the paranormal at all, I'm pretty blown away by what we saw. It doesn't make any sense, and it's driving me crazy that I cannot find out what it was. We know what we saw, and we know it was something not in this world. I'm active duty National Guard, 29, great health. I'm very physically active when I can. I feel like keeping up my endurance and my health is very, very important. Just as important as eating right and keeping this machine going. This past weekend, I was down at the beach for a friend's bachelor party. It was around 1 in the morning. We decided to take a quiet walk along the shoreline, right near our campsite. We were walking along, enjoying the quiet night air, and suddenly, out of nowhere, something began moving towards us fast. It stopped at about 30 feet away, immediately began making these bizarre yells and screeches and roars. It sounded almost like insect clicking its tongues against its abdomen, or some other sort of strange noise that I could hardly describe. It was a very high-pitched sound. It resembled the kind of noise you would expect some kind of large bug, rather than a human or animal, like some sort of large insect. We were all pretty startled. We stood there staring, and that's when we heard another ear-splitting screech, before we could hear something big moving through the tree line, heading back in the opposite way it came. That's all I have to really share for now. But if anybody has any questions, feel free to ask. They're going to be traveling with me on vacation next week, so if more information develops, I'll post it. As far as why nobody else in my camp saw this thing, it was around 1 in the morning, after everybody had gone to bed. I spoke to one of my friends who is also in the military. He believes I either encountered a Sasquatch, or possibly a mantis humanoid. I've tried Googling the strange noise, and I could not find anything useful, or any mention of a creature like this worldwide. I will continue my search, and hopefully, somebody knows something about it. I was just a trooper, with patrolling duties at the Oklahoma City Bombing Memorial for a while. This was before I was assigned to a different task and location. This occurred on one of the days I was working there. It was at nighttime, a little after 2 in the morning, and I began to feel a chilly breeze that made me shudder. It was weird, considering it was 89 degrees Fahrenheit and a fairly humid night. I didn't pay much attention to it. It was the unified humming that truly caught my attention and made me feel like something was wrong. The humming was just at the right frequency to make you feel uneven and nervous. It began to get louder and seemed to be coming from a certain spot around the building. I was standing at the front at the moment. The backside has the memorial ground. It sounded like many men humming together. When I paid attention to it, it clicked in my head that it appeared to be some song, or so that's how I perceived it. Like this mechanical humming actually had melody and rhythm to it, but only faintly. It was enough to make it incredibly eerie. I froze on the spot, watching and trying to make out where the sound was coming from. Although I could not pinpoint a direction, I just kept staring at the building, hoping somebody else would give me some sort of inkling as to what was going on, and that I was not the only one going crazy here. After a while, the humming stopped entirely. There was no sound, no singing, no growling, nothing. While it could be easy to hear this and write this entire thing off as possibly construction work, or maybe there was work being done underground. But that's not what it sounded like. It was very loud, like there was a construction site right nearby. But at this time, there was no construction going on anywhere around where I was located. And if there was, at the sheer volume that we had heard it, it would have been very visible and very noticeable. It did not sound like it was far from the distance. It sounded like it was right by. And the humming was almost kind of a grinding noise, like two pieces of metal grinding really hard together, making this sort of weird, dissonant melody. In all my years of life, I have never experienced something like that before, and I never have since then. This was a very spooky occasion. I lived in Kentucky all my life. I work for the U.S. military as a base security officer. I'm young and relatively new to this job, so it's quite possible that I missed something obvious while training. But saying things like this, like what I'm about to tell you about, can really make it difficult to sleep. I got off work at about 10:30 p.m. yesterday night, was heading home, and I noticed a strange light formation in the sky. The stars were bright and clear, not a cloud in the sky, but these 4 bright lights just appeared out of nowhere. They were this golden yellow color, like an orb almost identical to the way some machinery can light up. I pulled my car over to get a better look at it. It seemed to be headed right in my direction. The light formation continued to grow in size, and then almost formed into this massive bat-like creature emerging from the light. This thing was easily 10 feet long, if not larger, and left this light trail behind it, probably about 250 feet, if not more. These are just rough estimates. I tried to look for any reference points, but it was near impossible. The wings were very bat-like, and it flew with this grace that I've never seen with any creature before. This thing kind of circled around the area before disappearing into the night sky. The creature had resembled that of a human skull, but was covered in fur. The body was more like a giant bat, and had 4 arms, and also very large leathery wings. The eyes were small and sunken into the skull. It looked very menacing. This beast that glowed this bright, ominous light. The whole thing was just so bizarre and alien. I've been utterly terrified since it happened, and have been unable to sleep because of the imagery in my head. I have no idea what it is. I would very much so like to know more about this thing so I can piece together what it looked like. I know this might sound crazy, but I swear on my life that this happened. I'm not sure if this was some sort of top-secret military project, but I could tell you that me and a few others have never seen anything like it. Only me and a few others even saw it, I can imagine why they would want to keep this a secret. Maybe perhaps we really did see an alien, or some sort of alien-like creature. Granted, I've read many UFO encounters and stories before, but I've never heard of anything or anybody seeing some sort of craft or ball of light transform into an actual creature. But besides me trying to make sense of the logistics of the situation, it really terrified me. I served for 9 years in various different jobs throughout the world as a member of a combat engineer unit. I've seen many disturbing stuff during my time, and it's not too hard to believe me when I say what I saw. I've been out since 2010, and am now currently working as a federal contractor. This happened back in 2009 during a routine training mission. We were out in the middle of nowhere, basically just running some basic patrol drills. This also took place in Mississippi. Our team had to split off from the rest to try and flank around a hillside when we saw it standing there, staring at us. It was probably about 7 feet tall, covered in dark gray hair and dark red eyes that almost seemed to glow in the night of the light. It had the head of a wolf, teeth that were far too sharp and long to be any regular animal. It also had these huge pointed ears, and it never took its eyes off us, not even once. I remember shouting for my team to scatter, and before running in every which direction. When we noticed each other, it lunged at us. I know for a fact we took it down. One of my guys fired about 6 shots from his M4 carbine, and it fell, but quickly pulled itself back up. It came at him again, firing about another 6 rounds into this thing's chest and 2 into its skull, killing it. He would tell me later on that each bullet felt like it had very little effect. Although this was a very traumatic experience for me and my entire team, we all met up at the rendezvous point, and we didn't mention this to anybody else. I don't know what this creature was, but it felt extremely dangerous. I would say that this creature was in fact a dogman. As I'd mentioned before, I'm not too familiar with the paranormal, so it's hard for me to say exactly what it was. But knowing what I do now, I believe this was indeed a dogman. It has all the characteristics written all over it, and after everything we've seen and done during our time in service, we can't imagine that this would possibly be anything else. I wanted to give you a little bit of background information on myself. I'm 67, and I served as a sniper in Vietnam. I have pretty much spent my entire life in the Midwest. I've since retired from the military. I have a degree in engineering, and have spent my life dedicated to the military. I've done well enough for myself to have never needed to work again since retiring from military. My father was an alcoholic, abusive, who had only married my mother because she got pregnant with me. He too was in the military, and when he got out, he moved back home to the Midwest. I was raised by my mother until I turned 18. She's still alive at 95, living in a nursing home in the next state over, where she's close enough to visit about once a month. I'm telling you this because my upbringing made me hard. It allowed me to endure hardship that I would face through my time in the military, as well as Vietnam. Now, let's get on to the actual story and how the idea of a dogman was laughable. But now, after my experience, I'm not so sure. My wife is very convinced I had a sighting. I was walking my dog near our house at night, and I began hearing strange noises nearby. This happens often. We do live out in the countryside. But as I got closer to inspect where the noise was coming from, it stopped and then started again, about 100 yards away now, being much, much louder. I'm thinking something's going on. As soon as I get closer again for a good look, this thing steps out from behind the trees and takes off running down the hill on all fours away from me. It was the largest black wolf I have ever seen in my life. I'm not really sure what else it could be, other than maybe a weird dog or something like that. It doesn't seem very likely, but it is possible. It was far too big to be a normal-sized wolf. I can assure you with certainty that I'm not crazy or delusional. This creature was easily the size of a wolf, but had to be something else. I have never seen such a large black wolf in my life, and there's no way it was just a stray dog. This thing was easily the size of a moose, and I kid you not. I wanted to share a story in hopes that it would possibly help others believe. My wife is very concerned that these things are not fake. After all, her entire family has had encounters with dogmen, hence we're out here in the Midwest, in Michigan, all around Wisconsin. She thinks they're very real. It doesn't make any sense to her, but I guess after all this, I'm coming out of denial. This has been our experience. It's probably not very interesting, but thank you for letting me share anyway. I'm a longtime resident of northern Alabama. I spent my childhood partially in Huntsville and partially up in Memphis. My late father was a medical doctor, as well as a hunter and an outdoorsman. He instilled in me from a very early age a profound fascination with the natural world around us. It is this interest which led me to study biology at MTSU and work now as a wildlife biologist for the state of Tennessee, implementing conservation programs throughout the state's public lands, which include much of northern Alabama. I am also an amateur cryptozoologist. I don't claim to be an expert by any means, but since moving back home, I've become increasingly interested in the subject and have become something of a local expert here on it in North Alabama. I've even given a few talks on the subject to local groups. Cryptozoology is the study of animals which are rumored to exist, but have not yet been verified by modern science. These things are included like Bigfoot, Loch Ness Monster, the Champ. It also includes lesser-known cryptids like the skunk ape, for example, or the goatman. I bring all of this up because here in northern Alabama, we have our own cryptids, like the lizard man. In fact, the first recorded sighting of the lizard man was in 1988, just south of Bishopville, South Carolina. Since then, there have been numerous sightings reported all throughout the southeast, but most of them have been in South Carolina and Georgia. The majority of these reports are from rural, wooded areas. The creature is typically described as being around 7 feet tall, with a green scaly body and a long serpent-like tail. As I said, I'm not an expert on cryptids by any means, but I have done some research on lizard man, and here are my thoughts. There is no doubt that there is something out there. Whether it's a new species of animal or a previously undiscovered cryptid, there is definitely something strange happening in the woods of northern Alabama. The descriptions of the lizard man are extremely varied. This could be because different people are seeing different things, or it could be because lizard man is purposely changing his appearance to avoid being seen, or there are different varieties of lizard man. As it stands, there is no physical evidence of its existence, like footprints or photographs. However, this does not mean he does not exist, but it does make it more difficult to prove. I think it's possible that the lizard man is a real creature, but I also think it's possible he is merely a product of the human imagination. I don't know what it is exactly, and I'm not going to try and say for sure. I'm convinced, though, that there is something real going on here in the southern states. I'm a retired Air Force colonel, and my wife is a retired Army lieutenant colonel. We have spent our entire lives around military bases and in the company of people who keep their eyes open and alert. I also have experience in intelligence work and have a healthy respect for the kind of things that go bump in the night. But this night was different. I will never forget. August 19th, 2002. Before all this happened, my parents had always talked about the possibility of living dinosaurs. Ever since I was a kid that I could remember, they would talk about seeing dinosaurs when they were kids. They would tell us stories about how Grandpa was in a plane crash in South America. He helped rescue some missionaries that ended up capturing a live dinosaur. My mom claimed it looked something like out of Jurassic Park. My parents were driving to Montgomery, Alabama, from Pensacola, Florida. It was late, and they had been on the road for a few hours. They had just crossed over the border into Alabama when something ran out in front of their car, causing them to swerve and avoid hitting it. My father thought it was some kind of animal, but My mom insisted that she saw this thing standing upright and standing by the side of the road as they drove past it. She began telling my father, there is no animal that could stand upright like that, and if it was not a person, then what was it? Before he could answer her, though, they both spotted another creature standing off in the distance, right near some swampland, not far from where this thing had run out in front of them. This one was taller and looked far more like a lizard or a dinosaur than the man. They sped away really quick and never really talked about it much again. My mother, who spoke to me about it, claimed its eyes were sunk into its head and had a mouth full of crocodilian teeth. It had a thick neck, extended out of the body at an angle. It almost reminded her of somebody who was hunched over, like the hunchback, but with really long arms. The face appeared more leathery, although my father said he might have seen some sort of crest or ridge on the top of its head, but my mom did not say anything about this detail, so I'm not sure if she caught that too. My dad just keeps saying he doesn't know what they saw that night, but he swears it was not human. He also says that whatever was standing near the swamps looked more like a dinosaur. I'm not sure what to make of it myself. I know my parents are the type of people to make up stories. They clearly both saw something that night they cannot explain. And I wanted to let you know, my parents have seen the creature again since that night. They were driving down a similar road a few years later, and they saw a similar creature standing near the swamps. This time, they got a better look at it and described it to be identical like the one that they had seen years prior. My dad was successful in taking a picture of it, but it turned out far too blurry to even be relevant or to even pass around. I'm not sure what to make it of all myself, but I thought you should know about their experiences. I am an undergraduate student at the University of North Florida. My field is in anthropology, but I've always had a fascination with pseudoscience and cryptozoology. My name is not very relevant to this report, so I'll just leave it out. I was born and raised in Northeast Florida, which you know is Jacksonville, or the First Coast. It's part of a state that always held a mystery to me. Stories passed on by my grandfathers, who spent most of their lives here, about encounters with Bigfoot and Sasquatch, men in black, along with more common urban legends like the Goat Man and Skunk Ape, are still told by older residents to this day. I had actually planned on migrating away from Jacksonville once I graduated high school back in 2010. But 4 years later, I'm still here. I think that this place has a hold on me. Some sort of weird magnetism. And lately, it seems like the mysteries have been revealing themselves to me in small bits and pieces, usually when I'm least expecting it. A few weeks ago, I was out driving around at night, probably 1:30 in the morning, cruising, listening to music. I was on a pretty rural road that runs through Nassau County, about an hour north of Jacksonville. It's definitely not that kind of place you'd expect to see somebody driving around, especially at time of night. I was up on a sharp curve in the road that had just crested a hill when I saw a car parked on the side of the road. It was turned off and the driver's side door was open. I slowed down as I approached, expecting to see somebody who maybe needed help. But as I got closer, I could see that there was someone standing next to the car, but it was not a person. It appeared to be a lizard man. I slammed on my brakes, swerving around the car, landing in a ditch on the other side of the road. I watched in my rearview mirror in horror as this thing walked towards my car, slowly, almost cautiously. I frantically fumbled with my phone to call 911, but before I could even get it out of my pocket, this thing was gone. I never saw it again, but I know what I saw. It doesn't help. I'm surrounded by swamps. I'm really not sure what to make of it. Luckily, I was okay, but I thought it was good to share my experience with somebody who might understand. Oh, and it appeared that the car that I saw had been abandoned, somehow. His face, though, was very strange. It was like a cross between a lizard and a human, but also not exactly the same as either one. Deep, sunken-in eyes into the head, glowing this green-yellow in the headlights of my car. The skin on its face looked scaly and thick, like some sort of primitive armor plating. There was no hair on the body, but a strange mane that ran from the middle of his forehead down to the small of his back. I did not notice any ears or nose, but he did have a very human-looking lips and teeth. He definitely was not wearing anything, other than what you can imagine. The whole encounter only lasted a few seconds, but it felt like it lasted hours. It was the most horrifying thing I've ever experienced, and I still have trouble sleeping at night because of it. To reiterate, the car was on the side of the road, and its driver's side door was open, but nobody was inside. This lizard thing walked up to my vehicle as I approached. He came walking out of the swamps right next to where the car was parked. After my experience, I looked around and noticed that there were no signs of anybody else being in the area with us. No footprints, blood trails, nothing. Also, about a week before this happened, I had somewhat of a strange encounter outside my home. Anyway, I had also spoken with my uncle, who lives in the area where I saw the lizard man. He told me that there have been reports of this thing in that area for years. Nobody knows what it is or what it's doing there. I'm beginning to think that maybe this creature is more than just a mere legend. Since this has happened, I've become more and more paranoid every time I leave my house. I don't like going out at night anymore. I'm afraid that if I ever run into this thing, it'll kill me. It's been hard to sleep knowing that this creature is lurking out in the darkness somewhere. You know, I've asked myself that question 1,000 times and I still don't know. It was like it wasn't human in the sense that we use the word in modern society. But at the same time, it also seemed like something more than just an animal, either. I don't think you could classify this thing as being evil, but it definitely felt malicious. I'm not crazy. If anything, the opposite might be true. I have never heard of lizardmen before this happened, so there's no way I could have dreamed up these details beforehand to fool people into believing me. I'd like to consider myself an experienced outdoorsman, but I know many people say that about themselves. Anyhow, I've been hunting and fishing since I was a small lad. I know what I'm seeing when I see it. I also proudly have a degree in wildlife and fishery science. Tonight, October 9th, 2017, while driving home from work, I spotted something in the bayous near my house. And I'm gonna sound crazy here, but it looked like an alligator humanoid. It was around dusk, and it was standing maybe 30 yards away from me, on the opposite bank. It appeared probably 7 feet tall, had a long snout and greenish skin. It did not move as I drove past it. I'm not sure what it was. It had a long snout with small, sharp teeth. The eyes are what bothered me the most. I've always hunted and fished up to my waist in the bayou, but I was never brave enough to go deeper than that. My family has owned the land along there for close to 100 years now, since it became a part of the National Wildlife Refuge, but now, I know it's really out there. I got a good look at it, and can add some more specific details. The alligator humanoid thing had brownish-gray skin. It hung in wrinkled folds, like an alligator's hide. It was roughly 8 to 9 feet tall, long snout, shorter ears covered with greenish-gray scales, but I had a hard time making out other features because of the fading light. I know the place where I saw it well. It's an area right next to our own house that borders a large, swampy part of the bayou. This part stretches on for miles back into a land owned by a friend of ours. It lives in this bayou, which drains into another even bigger one about 30 miles long. It's a murky, dark place, and I've never seen anything quite like it before. That's why I contacted you. Since seeing it, I've been having trouble sleeping. I just keep thinking about what it could have done to me had I gotten out of my car and got closer. I've also been having nightmares. I've always hunted and fished up to my waist in the bayou, but I was never brave enough to go deeper. My family has owned that land there for the refuge close to 100 years. I'm not sure how to process all this. I wanted to share my encounter that happened yesterday while hunting in South Carolina. I know you are interested in Bigfoot sightings, but this was something different. I've spoken with other hunters about it. They think I'm crazy, so I'll just keep it short until I can get some proper feedback from someone who has a real open mind. Here's the story. My friend, Adam, was walking ahead of me up a hill several hundred yards away when he stopped, turned around and shouted for me to hurry due to the deer that were close by. As I got closer, he told me not to look behind him or run into him because there was a large reptilian creature standing beside him, looking down at its feet. The thing did not snarl, growl, or make any noise at all. It just stood there looking at him with a very surprised and puzzled look. He said immediately he thought of the movie Anaconda and began to panic. The creature was easily 8 to 10 feet tall, very muscular with greenish-gray skin. The eyes were piercing. He told me he had an urge to shoot it, but he knew he could not. There were other hunters in the area. He said the creature finally turned and walked off into the woods behind him, disappearing from sight. I'm not sure what this thing was, but it was definitely not human. I'm curious if you or anybody else has ever heard of anything remotely similar. The face was also very wide and flat, with a ridge above the eyes extending back to a small bony protrusion, similar to a horn growing from the top of the head. The eye sockets were oval, tilted up slightly and set about halfway back on each side of the skull. It had a few holes in place of a nose, but no real nasal cavity opening that we can make out. There were also no visible ears or lips, and the skin was a light greenish-gray, similar to what you would see on a crocodile, I guess. The head, back, legs, and tail looked like they were covered with dark brown or black scales or plates, similar again to how crocodiles are arranged. When it turned around, I could see that its chest area was also covered in scales, but these were much larger and more numerous than those covering the rest of its body. Its belly, sides, and inner thighs did not appear to be scaled. It did not make any noise at all. It never opened its mouth and did not bear any teeth. It never made any movements toward us at all, or try to attack, grab, or eat anything. It just stood there, looking. Ace said he immediately thought of the movie Anaconda, like I said, and was very panicked. The thing did not snarl, growl, or make any noise. So I'll just keep it as short as I can until I can get some feedback from somebody who has an open mind. I'm not sure what this was, but I don't believe it was a person in a costume at all. This happened on June 12th, 1994, on US 59 going northbound at around 2 a.m. I was a police officer with the local PD. I'm not allowed to disclose the actual PD name. I was working the night shift, driving northbound. I saw what looked like a large man crawling out of the ditch on the east side of the highway. I turned around to investigate, and when I got closer, I realized it wasn't a man, it was a lizard-looking thing. I stopped my patrol car and got out to investigate. As I got closer, I could see that it was definitely a lizard, but not just any lizard, but a giant, man-like lizard. 8 to 9 feet long. It had a long tail and was very buff, very muscular. It must have seen me coming, because it took off, darting on the east side of the highway. I was surprised to see such a creature out in the open like that. I had never seen anything like this before. I imagine that it was probably some type of escaped science experiment gone wrong. I'm glad this thing did not run into my vehicle while I was driving. It would have been quite a shock. Anyway, I would be very interested in hearing any other stories or sightings of this creature. I know that it's definitely something I will not forget. Also, I was just thinking about this incident the other day, and I remembered. We had also received a report of a strange creature on the same night, but on a different highway. I have no idea if it's related or not, but I thought you might want to know. It's definitely possible that this is related to my lizard man sighting. I also have to say that this encounter has definitely had a very lasting impact on me. It's something I still think about, even after all these years. I'm just very curious to know what I saw. I would be interested in hearing any other stories, theories, or sightings of a similar creature. It had a very reptilian face, the long snout, green scale-like skin. Eyes were deep set in and dark. The very muscular forearms I remember. That's not something you forget easily. And after working law enforcement for so many years, it's something that I think about very, very often. So, as I said, I want to know what this is, where it came from. If anybody reading this or listening to this has had an experience like this, or if they know anything more about the lizard man, I want to know. Since that night, I've had nightmares about that thing. I developed a fear of reptiles, which I didn't have before. It felt traumatic in a way. But overall, I'm very curious about it. I definitely think it's something that'll stay with me for a very long time. Let me just say that I have zero reason to make any of this up. You can ask my whole family. I was driving at 9:30 p.m. on a Friday night, December 29th, on Route 73, near Montgomery, Pennsylvania. It's basically right outside of Philly and not too far from Valley Forge National Park. There are some newish-looking condos there by the Art Museum that I always thought were weird. They said they'd be opening in 2010, but never really did, until recently. Anyway, it was dark out, but you could see pretty well since the lack of foliage around this time of year. So, as I'm driving westward, which is the direction most people go to get into Philly, I noticed something standing about 50 feet right off the road. At first, I thought it was a deer standing by the large cement base of one of those new condos, but as I got closer, I saw that this thing was humongous, at least 8 feet tall, at the bare minimum. It also had a very long tail that swayed back and forth, slowly under it, as it stood there, watching me drive past. It also did not seem to notice my car until just then. As soon as our eyes locked, for what felt like forever, it flinched really hard and took off hopping down the road towards the condos on 2 legs, squealing and hissing constantly. It looked, or reminded me, kind of like a large upright Komodo dragon, but more red. I couldn't tell if it had any fur or not, but I doubt it. It had a very long snout and large eyes. Its tail was easily 3 feet long, if not larger. And I remember the body, it was very bulky too. Once I pulled over after driving a bit further, I saw another one, peeking its head from around the back of those same condos. So now, there were 2 of them, hopping around and squealing as they ran between buildings. I called 911 to report it. Not sure if anyone believed me, but they said somebody else had already reported seeing the same thing I did, near that area that night. They told me nobody would come to investigate until Monday. I decided to go knocking on some doors in the area, asking people what they knew. Now, this is where things get weird. A lot of these people looked terrified when I mentioned it. Of course they would. One lady whom I spoke to, her window was right by where this happened. She got really pale and told me she couldn't help me with any information, but her next door would be able to. So, I found the person's number in the complex directory and talked to this older lady right away. She seemed eager for me to meet with her, so I went over there to meet her. She answered the door and she was terrified. She would not make eye contact with me or say anything. Just kept saying she needed to fetch something upstairs in her bedroom really quickly. She had me wait in her living room and bolted upstairs. I did not want to make her any more nervous by following her up there, so I waited. I looked at some family pictures while she was gone, but didn't really see anything strange about them. They were all of regular-looking people and scenery for the most part, but when she came back, she had this really large book in her hands. It was like an encyclopedia or something. She made eye contact with me and handed me the book. It was called Reptoids, a field guide to reptilian humanoids, and filled with pictures of these bizarre creatures who vaguely resembled humans. They were all wearing these strange clothing, almost like space outfits or something. They live right here among us, she told me. She said I could keep the book because she had no use for it anymore. It was a book that she had been working on herself, but to be careful and not tell anybody about what I was reading. It sounded like she was scared for her own safety, and it made me wonder if any of these reptoids might be living around. So, that's why I'm writing this to you. I don't know who to talk to about this or what to do with all this new information. I'm not sure if these reptoids are the same thing that were outside the window that night, but I can't ignore the resemblance. From what the woman had told me, is these creatures are underground aliens, or a part of a race. They feed on human flesh. I don't know, though. Even though it feels like something really crazy is going on, nobody will take me seriously. That's why I've included things about this creature, information that hopefully you could use. I just hope somebody out there can help me make sense of all this. It's starting to feel like my world is turning upside down. I've given some thought to what you asked, and I believe the older lady's name was Catherine. Her place is in the Morningside condos on Wilshire Boulevard. I don't know if it helps any, but she did tell me several of her neighbors had been having odd dreams, all of them involving strange, seemingly foreign people chasing them down. Anyway, as for this book she gave me, it looks like it was printed long ago. It's an older publication and doesn't seem like anything that would be taken seriously by most people. After all, she said she had it for a long time, and there's only a couple copies. If there's anything else I can tell you, let me know. I'm still trying to make sense of all of this myself. When this happened, I worked the night shift. This was in a small factory just outside of Tampa, Florida. A group of us would spend the night there most nights just to get some extra hours in during the slow season. It was late one evening, and everybody else had gone home, except my boss, who was still working on something. I decided to stay a little longer to keep him company. Well, it was about 2 o'clock in the morning. My boss informed me he was leaving, so I turned off all the lights in the building and walked out with him, locking up behind us. We went outside. I turned around at our silhouette, standing before us, when suddenly, right next to it but not touching, stood another creature, as if staring us down. My first reaction was initially fear, but as I studied it more thoroughly, I realized it was not aggressive at all, and appeared just as curious about us as we were about it. My boss was frightened by it. I was immediately fascinated. It stood upright like a person, but looked more like a large lizard standing on 2 feet. Its skin had a very dull appearance. Its head was proportioned with the rest of its body, not too big or small, and its eyes were these small black pearls that seemed to emit this darkness. The only light that night came from a nearby streetlight, which almost made the creature's skin appear off-white. It had 2 very short arms, each ending in 3 long fingers. Its legs appeared human-like and ended in large bird-like feet, each with 3 toes. I'd asked my boss if he had seen it, and his reply was, "Yeah, I got a pretty good look at it." He went on to tell me that the creature's eyes were glowing a bright red before walking away, although I never saw anything other than black. Even though I was able to see it up close, which is definitely the reason why I'm still alive today. The face of this creature had a large, white-crested spikes protruding from its forehead, an extremely large jawbone, kind of like a beak, and rows of very sharp, serrated teeth. I couldn't tell if they were armed with claws on their fingers or toes. It was hard to see in the lighting. It was difficult to tell exactly just how tall it was, since we were standing next to each other. But judging by my height, which is 5'8", and comparing it to my boss, who's about 5'10", I would say the other creature may have been between 6 and 7 feet tall. It definitely did not look like anything I'd ever seen before in my life. It's hard to describe, but again, it's like a cross between a human and a lizard, like something you would see in a movie, but this was real and standing right there. Even though I was fascinated, I was in shock, to say the least. It seemed that when it noticed our presence, the two of us caused it to mistrust us somehow, because after a second or so, it turned around and quickly darted off into the darkness. I had my camera phone with me, but by this time, it was already long gone. Even the creature's movements were very human-like, graceful, almost like a dancer, if that makes any sense. And it casually moved, like it had not a care in the world. I believe that it could have easily taken us out if it wanted to, but it kept its distance, though I don't think that was because of me. I believe it just really did not want to be seen. We were both in our own little world at that moment. It was just the two of us and this creature. It didn't look like anything we'd ever seen in our lives. It's hard to describe, really. I believe that this thing, whatever it was, it came from the swamps nearby. It's possible this thing was just passing by, but honestly, I don't know if I'll ever know, or if I'm going to want to. After that night, I went home and really spent a lot of time thinking about what this could have been, or what it was. After doing research on the internet, I kind of came up empty-handed. You see, there's not a whole lot of reports or people talking about seeing giant upright lizards. Fair enough, I guess. Which makes me wonder, is what I saw even real? Even though my boss and I were completely sober, and we both recount seeing the exact same thing. But honestly, whatever it was terrifying, although fascinating in the moment. I just hope we never come across it again. I don't know what it was doing there that night. Probably just passing through, and we just happened to be at the wrong place at the wrong time to see it. I really wish I would have never seen it. This is not a story of my own, but a story that was given to me to share with others. I did not go through it. In fact, it was my grandmother. She was driving on the road that goes to Clowland Canyon State Park. It was right outside the canyon, and in a very secluded spot where nobody apparently drives after dark. She thought nothing of how quiet the road was until her car suddenly died a few hundred yards from the entrance to the park. She also made note of a strange magnetic feeling in the air, kind of like static. She found it very strange that her car had suddenly died. In fact, she told me she'd just got the car tuned up about 2 to 3 weeks prior. A new battery, transmission fixed, the works. Actually, I remember her putting down a lot of money to get her car fixed. It was in pretty bad shape, and it took a lot of us to convince Grandma to finally get it done. Anyway, that just supports the theory that her car and battery should not have gone out like it did, all of a sudden. My grandmother's also from that generation where they're pretty hardy people. My grandmother climbs out of the car, pops the hood, and begins seeing what happened. And just then, as she's doing this, she sees this giant, slime-covered creature coming out of the ditch, climbing onto the road, heading in her direction. She claims it was about 10 feet tall, covered in long stringy hair, and looked very reptilian-looking. She said it looked like a monster, and was so terrified she ran back into the cab of the car and grabbed her revolver out of the holster. But she said when she turned her head to look back for it, it was already gone. Thinking it was close by, she clutched her gun and waited until help arrived. I'm not sure if she called a tow truck or OnStar or what, but eventually a truck arrived and brought her back to civilization. She claims it was easily one of the most frightening experiences she's ever had, and describes it like it looked like they came from the pits of hell. She even made note to me that the thing was very broad, and it had skin that looked like the texture of Jell-O at some point. She said it was just standing there on 2 legs, almost swaying back and forth, watching her before it charged at her. Of course, once this happened, she lost it. She did not get a good look at its face, though. The whole entire sighting lasted maybe 30 seconds. I've done some further research of the entire area. There have also been a lot of Bigfoot sightings in this part, too. I'm not sure if they're related, but it is definitely strange when you add all the details together. I'd be curious to what you think about all this. If anything, I think it just further validates her experience. Again, my grandmother is a very hardy person. She has no reason to falsify a story like this. She gains nothing from it. There's no incentive for her. And every time she told me this story, which is probably about 4 times now, it's the same details every time, and her entire demeanor changes. She goes from calm, collective, and serious to very nervous and trembling at parts, especially when she recalls turning around and seeing this thing pulling itself up onto the road from the woods. She said she had never, ever in her whole life been that scared before. And this is a woman who had a very bad first marriage. A man who was so crazy, he had tried to run her over with his truck. That alone was traumatizing, but not as bad as seeing this thing. Now, before I go into my sighting, let me preface this by saying that I've never seen anything like this before in my life, and to the best of my knowledge, neither has anybody that I've spoken about with it. So, let me tell you about what happened. I was driving home from work late at night. It was around 11:15 p.m. I know that because, even though I always get off work right about 10:45, it takes me a while to clock out and get all my stuff, get to my car and head home. Now, the road I was on was a quiet country road, right here in Davis County, Utah. And this is what happened. I saw what looked like a large black snake in the middle of the road, or so I thought at first. It was weird, and it was so large and kind of like a mass of a shape. I guess I'm not really sure why I initially thought it was a snake, but anyway, I slowed down, and as I approached and got closer, I could see at most was certainly not a snake, but a large black lizard-looking creature, standing up on its hind legs. It was at least 4 feet tall and had a long tail. It looked like something out of a horror movie, and the way it was standing in the middle of the road, I felt like it may have been trying to lure me out of my car. At least that's the impression I got. I pounded the gas pedal, speeding past it at about 80 miles an hour. When I looked in my rearview mirror, however, I saw that the creature had turned its attention to something else, off in the distance, and was standing there, facing it. It was at this point I felt like it might be too late for me, and this thing was going to catch up to my car and get me. Fortunately, that did not happen. Even though all those things went through my head, I made it home safe. Fortunately, I was only about 40 minutes away from home. As soon as I got home, I kept my hunting rifle close by and had no intention of ever driving that road. And from now on, I don't mind taking the longer route to and from work. I'm a 29-year-old white male, red hair and blue eyes. I'm 6'3", and I weigh around 215 pounds, although I had just lost 30 pounds this last summer. My teeth are very large, and I'm pretty insecure about it. My skin is not sensitive to sunlight at all, so I can stay out as long as I want in the sun and not have to worry about getting burned or turning pink. I recently moved to Omaha, Nebraska, and then, after a really bad toxic relationship, moved to Utah. I've always been interested in UFOlogy, but never expected anything like this to happen to me. On June 26, 2011, at about 11:30, I was driving to my girlfriend's house, and I had just turned off by Foothill Drive, and I saw something in the distance ahead of me that I thought was very strange. This whole area is very rural and kind of dirty. It leads to a lot of farms south of Layton, Utah. The first thing I did was slow down beyond the speed limit, look for signs of this thing, since it kind of disappeared. I thought it was strange. It wasn't until after I passed where it should have been that I noticed this tall figure standing up by a tree about 20 yards away from me. At this point, I noticed everything about it was wrong. Within about 50 feet of it, I could see it far more clearly. When I first saw the figure standing by the tree, I thought perhaps maybe it had been a person who was trying to flag me down or just get away from me, possibly a drug addict. But when I got close enough to look at it, I realized this thing was a creature. My thought then was maybe somebody had dropped off an escaped mental patient or an experiment, that this thing could possibly be a mutated human being. The figure was standing completely upright, and I could see it covered in these green scales from head to toe. It looked green but also kind of a dark color, like wet. Its eyes were small and black, and it had a long snout, several sharp teeth protruding from its mouth and jaws. But one thing I noticed as I was looking at this thing is that it was staring down at the ground, and I could not figure out why. By this point, I had come to almost a full stop, just trying to stare at this thing, and I had that moment, like the movie The Predator, where Arnold Schwarzenegger looks at the predator and says, "What are you?" That's exactly what my moment was like, staring at this thing. And then it must have realized I was looking at it, because it immediately lifted its head up, opening its mouth, revealing all these horrid teeth. It was as if I had offended it by staring at it, trying to figure out what it was. The thing let out this hiss, at least that's what I think it did, and began sprinting towards my car. It cleared half the distance in a few seconds. I immediately turned and floored the car, doing the whole wheel spinning and burning rubber, squealing out of there. When I kept checking back in my rearview mirror and passenger side door, I didn't see it anywhere around. When I got home, I immediately hopped on the internet to try and find out what I had seen, since who was going to believe me if I try and talk about it? I found articles about lizard people and other cryptids, but never did I ever expect to see one myself. I will continue my search and see what I can find, but I can't guarantee I'll see that thing again, let alone the fact that I even want to. My mistress and I were in a relationship for several months, in 2003 to 2004. She was a stay-at-home mom and would be with me when I toured my art galleries to keep an eye on the gallery, all while I attended to other business. It was during this time that she saw firsthand all of my personal experiences. I'm sharing this story because it is actually the very first one that made me feel afraid and has had the most profound effect on me. This happened way before I even knew what we were dealing with or who we were interacting with. My girlfriend's sister will remain anonymous, and her family does not know about our past history together, so please protect their privacy as well. Currently, we're living in Overland Park, Kansas. We're 40 and work in the public sector with adults with disabilities. I'm not sure what year it was, but I was in my mid to late teens. It was summertime and the sun wasn't setting yet. It must have been around 6 p.m. I remember looking at my watch when I heard the strange screeching noise. The noise reminded me like that of a woman or a child screaming. Right away it got my attention, so I looked up to try and locate any sound. When I looked up, I saw something that will stick with me for life. It's hard for me to describe this thing. It wasn't human. Its head was shaped like an upside-down triangle with bulging eyes. Its skin was pale and almost had no color. I just stood there, paralyzed with fear. I could not move or run away. The thing began to get closer, so I put my head down and closed my eyes. I could feel this strange electrical sensation running all over my body. It was a tingling feeling. The screeching noise intensified, and the volume also got stronger. My mind was racing, trying to figure out how to get away from this thing. When I finally mustered up the courage to look back at what was happening, that's when it happened. A second entity appeared. We will call this one Entity B, for purposes of clarity. In a split second, this new creature morphed from a dark silhouette into a reptilian-like being. Entity B was identical to Entity A, except that it had strange markings along its flesh. I could not bring myself to look at the creatures for more than a few seconds. It was that terrifying. And after what seemed like an eternity, both of them just dematerialized right in front of me. I was traumatized from this. I ran inside the house and did not come out for days. I did not tell anybody about my experience for many, many years. And eventually, I confided in my then mistress. We both agreed it must have been some sort of demonic entity. This sighting alone has had a profound effect on me, and I believe that extraterrestrial entities are also involved. I feel like sharing this information now will be controversial, but I'm okay with that. I'd rather the truth get out there, and people be aware of these things' existence. I'm assuming that they were some sort of being, potentially interdimensional, potentially paranormal. Whatever they were, I feel like they were there to warn me, or at least do something bad to me. I'm not sure why they took physical manifestation in front of me, but whatever it was, I'm just glad I don't have to see them again. At least I hope not. It's been many years since that first encounter, and it still lives in my mind, all these years later. My first girlfriend, in 1981/1982, was a practicing white Wiccan witch, and had a job also as a librarian, which was interesting. She enjoyed researching things and read almost anything. I'm 58 now, so I was roughly 18 and 19 during this time period, and I just recently, after a phone conversation with a family member, recounted this story which happened during that time in a very rural Kent County, Michigan, where I lived with my parents on 40 acres. I had not moved out yet. How it all started. It was about 7 p.m. one evening, and I was reading a book or doing something. And I remember, I saw something that scared the absolute daylights out of me. The first thing that came into view was its face or head, then the whole upper torso, and it stood there staring at me. All I wanted to do was run but could not move. I should mention that no part of its body was touching the floor. It had a very reptilian-like face, very lizard-like, eyes that were almost black, and then after maybe 10 seconds, it turned and walked off, out of view. I had caught it staring at me through the window. Well, turns out, my crazy girlfriend at the time actually practiced dark magic, and I guess she had summoned it against me because she had distrust with me, thinking I was talking to other girls and cheating. I dumped her, and I'm pretty sure she hexed me for a while, because I had some pretty crazy stuff happen to me in my early 20s. That's all water under the bridge now, but it still makes me wonder if that day what I saw was some sort of demon that she had sent after me. I served in the Marines back in the 1990s for a few years. I was a combat engineer for a while. I've been all over the world and have seen some pretty scary things. I now work as a contractor overseas. I was out deer hunting at night with my bow around 9 p.m. This was just outside New York City. It was November, so fairly cold, around 35 degrees Fahrenheit. I just climbed up a small hill to get a better view of the area that I was hunting in. As soon as I got to the top, I spotted something moving about 60 yards away from me in the woods. At first, I thought it was a large deer, but then noticed it looked all wrong. Whatever it was walking around on its hind legs, much larger than any deer I'd ever seen. It walked past the area I was just in and disappeared into the woodline on the other side. While I couldn't make out any face or distinguish what it was truly, I can tell you this: it had scales all over its body and looked reminiscent to a snake in the way that its flesh glistened and moved. I understand that what I'm telling you sounds crazy, but what I'm saying really happened. The entirety of the encounter lasted no more than 5 seconds, because it happened so fast. I was terrified upon seeing it, and it's been well over several months now. I can hardly sleep at night because of it. I'm glad I had at least some sort of weapon with me, because, quite frankly, there's no telling what that thing would have done had it caught me off guard and without a knife or a bow or a weapon of any kind. Has anybody else seen or heard of anything like this anywhere where they live? Or am I just that crazy old man that's seeing things out in the woods? I have a knack for spotting wildlife, and I'm very familiar with most of all of Missouri's fauna. I was deer hunting about a mile away from my house on private land. I've hunted this spot for easily 8 years now. I just climbed up on a ridge. I was watching some does feeding in a clearing when I saw the most unusual creature walking down the ridgeway, maybe 150 yards away, guessing. I immediately knew this wasn't a deer, hog, turkey, coyote, or bobcat. This thing was walking on 2 legs and had a tail. It was dark gray with a large head and seemed to have the same type of scales. The scales resembled those of a crocodile or an alligator. In fact, the whole thing looked like one, standing up on its hind legs. It was maybe 6 to 7 feet tall, but it's hard to say, judging from the distance I was at. I instantly froze up and became terrified. This creature looked up and noticed me, stopped and stared at me for a few moments before turning, bounding off into the woods. Its speed was incredible. I even tried to track it but lost the trail in just a few moments. This whole thing has completely rocked my world, and I've not been able to get it out of my head since it happened. I've since thought about what I saw, and I'm quite confident that it was real. After all, I am a very avid hunter, fisherman, and I love the outdoors. I know what deer, hogs, coyotes, bobcats, etc. look like. This thing did not match any of those descriptions, not even a bear or any creature that I'm remotely familiar with. That's why it remains so puzzling to me. I was hunting on private land, as I said, by a ridge in Newton County, Missouri. The face also was a light gray. The mouth did not move at all. It had a very long snout and teeth that I could barely see, judging by the size. I don't recall seeing any eyes or ears. I wonder what it was. I don't think it was a Bigfoot. It did not look Bigfoot-y at all. At the distance I was from, I also did not notice any hair. The body shape was also bulky, and the tail was long and tapered. The legs were muscular, and it walked on two legs like a human being. I thought it was strange, though, when it stood there and stared at me. I was trying to identify what it was, and it knew I saw it. Almost like it was taunting me with its body language. Then it just disappeared and ran off. I've thought about this for years and years. I've never seen anything like it since. I'm still shaken up about it, even though I didn't notice everything that could help identify what it was. I can tell you, though, if I see anything like it again, I'll be sure to have a camera at the ready